Special thanks to my patrons and confidants over on my Patreon page. Shout out to Maya Amano from Persona 2 Original Sin PSP, Tyler Yanez, Maxio, and Mintix for making content like mine possible. If you'd like to do the same and have early access to these sorts of videos, head on over to patreon.com/XBadgerKnightX. Now with all that being said, Persona! Hey guys, Badger Knight here, and after days upon days of meticulous work, I can finally say, welcome to the season finale of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, a video essay series in which I take an exhaustive examination at some of my favorite characters within media, to explore and to explain why those same characters are simply the greatest of all time. After spending last season discussing the characters of Mass Effect, Star Wars, and Avatar The Last Airbender, this time we're finally wrapping up our coverage of Persona 5 Royal's characters. In the episodes leading up to the finale of the series, we have spent countless hours covering the incredible character arcs of An Takamaki, Makoto Nijima, Ryuichi Sakamoto, and Kasumi Yoshizawa, with the goal of not only discussing why they're great characters, but to also see why and how the writers of Persona 5 use all these different characters as a vehicle to criticize Japanese sociological issues. A link to our previous episodes where we covered all the latter characters as part of Season 2, and all of those we covered as a part of Season 1 of the series, will be located down in the description below. As was the case in my last video, I conducted a vote over my Patreon page where patrons could choose which character we will cover as the season finale for the series. This vote from my absolutely lovely patrons determined that we cover Kasumi, and they'll leave Akechi to wrap up the series as its finale. Though, as of this episode, Season 2 is wrapping up and those determining votes are over and done with for the season, those who want to support the channel over on Patreon have a unique chance to drive the channel in a new direction. By going to my Patreon page over at patreon.com/XBadgerKnightX, or by clicking the link in the description to the page, I now leave the choice on which videos I produce down to a vote on my Patreon page. Season 3 will be entirely community driven, or so will be the goal. All of my patrons will get the executive decision to decide what I upload to both Patreon and then by extension to YouTube. As a matter of fact, as of the time I'm posting this video, I have since posted a poll containing the scripts and names of the characters that I plan to cover next season. So please go check out the page. Of course, those who pledge their support to the channel will also get access to the content they voted for weeks or even months before I post it anywhere else. There's a few extra included goodies there too, such as full access to my scripts, the commissioned art I've used for my various videos, and other behind the scenes goodies as well. Season 3 of Dichotomy of a Character is on the horizon, and indeed, there are a few characters that I want to talk about and make reasonably long videos about. It's only going to get better from here, so smash that like button, drop a comment down below, and I'll attack that subscribe button to stay posted on all the future videos within the next season of Dichotomy of a Character. Anyway, I digress for now. In this final episode of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, we're covering Persona 5 Royal's Prince Detective and Antihero, Goro Akechi. Equally liked and disliked, I found Akechi to be a bit of an acquired taste. When I first played vanilla Persona 5, I found myself to be, at best, indifferent to his character, and at worst, very confused by his motives with how the game treats his Confidant arc. I did understand what the writing was trying to do with his character in the vanilla edition of the game, but however, it wasn't until Royal practically gave his character a complete overhaul that I grew to appreciate Alice's intent for the character. To my own surprise, these changes caused me to respect Akechi and his wishes for the life that he wanted to live unapologetically, which is super odd considering the role that he occupies within the plot as the guy assigned to the Justice Arcana. As someone whom society taught to wear a mask and adopt a false persona, quite literally in Akechi's case, in order to feel accepted by society, Akechi tends to speak in layers and double meanings. He believes it's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and Akechi has taken this lesson that society has inadvertently taught him to heart, for better or for worse. As we peel back the layers of his character to ascertain his true nature, we'll find someone who believes that he has to hide who he truly is because he, at heart, doesn't understand himself. This is what makes Akechi so fascinating from an analytical standpoint here. It's also why he deserved a spot in the series as the third male character I've covered in the entire history of Dichotomy of a Character, right next to Persona 5's Ryuichi Sakamoto and Mass Effect's Garrus Vakarian. Both of these previously mentioned characters are best friends and mentees of the protagonists within their own plots of their own respective games. People who learn from their friends' actions to then, in turn, become better people themselves. Of course, Akechi is the complete opposite of this dichotomy. His rivalry with Joker sets him apart from everyone I've ever covered in the history of Dichotomy of a Character, making him a fitting character for the finale of this particular season. This rivalry and jealousy between Akechi and Joker is one of the key aspects of his character, as he strives to find meaning as an individual within an unjust and fair world that doesn't value or appreciate the idea of someone forging their own path through life without apologizing for it. This desire for the freedom to choose how to live one's life defines Akechi's character, and thus, it's from this perspective that we'll be asking and answering the following questions within this rather lengthy video essay as we thoroughly analyze the character arc and ethos of Persona 5 Royal's Goro Akechi. Firstly, much like our time with Kasumi Yoshizawa, due to how the plot is structured in Persona 5 as an analepsis, a flashback, we'll be omitting things about the plot that Joker will not reasonably know about until the drugs wear off. When he does recall these events after sobering up, we'll have to recontextualize these events and work backwards to explain their relevance to Akechi. So, brace yourselves. Secondly, we're going to explain Akechi's place within Yadamouse game and his pitiful function within it. In other words, in our final coverage of Persona 5 within this episode of Dichotomy of a Character, we're going to explain Persona 5's overall meta plot, why Akechi was to be Yadamouse champion, and why the Fanathieves end up finding the false Gnostic interpretation of God at the end of the vanilla content of the game. Thirdly, while we did touch upon most facets of Maruki's influence upon the lives of the Fanathieves and Yoshizawa in her own video, we are going to delve back into the third semester's content and recontextualize Maruki's fuckery to Akechi's arc. Next on the list, we are of course going to discuss the subtextual significance of Akechi being assigned to the Justice Arcana, his various personas, choice of firearms, and his Fanathieves outfits, not once, but twice over. Lastly, within this notion of trying to comprehend Akechi's motives, we're going to have some problems, mainly with Akechi stans. You know the type, the ones that willfully flanderize his character into being one of two extremes. On one hand, he's either the bloodthirsty killer who deserves an ironic death at the hands of another vigilante group, or alternatively, because Akechi's handsome, this would then mean that Akechi's just a misunderstood soft boy who cannot be held accountable for his actions. Let's also not pretend for a second that when compared to the fans of Persona 5's other characters, Akechi's fanbase seems to be exponentially more toxic and fanatic. Now you might go ahead and try asking for a source for these claims of Akechi's fans being bad eggs, to which I will respond by saying the following. Why did YouTube take away the dislike button? With any part of a particularly toxic fanbase, it's very easy to go ahead and disavow those very loud and extremely annoying people, but as I've argued from the very inception of this series, the effect those very same loud and annoying people have on the outward perception of these characters changes the discourse and often does so irreparably. What do you guys think I sent calling cards to Atlas and the Persona fanbase at the start of each episode here? Why do you guys think I made a 13-hour video on Takamaki with the angle of defending her from the community utterly mischaracterizing her every single time she's brought up in a conversation? It's because I'm only interested in ascertaining the truth here. I am not interested in your shitty low-effort memes or your fair-weather insistence that your own personal headcanon concerning Akechi's relationship to Joker was in fact the writer's intent for the character all along. I hate that I feel like I have to clarify the fact that I am here to assess what the game says and only what the game says about Akechi. This is an analysis after all, and I will not be using my own personal headcanon or vibes as practice to state why Akechi's character arc is good. Obviously, Akechi's true character lies between these two extremes, and our task now is to figure out which way the wind blows. So, let's wake up, and get out there to address the former points.
People come and they go.
To the slothful masses who claim to understand the blackened heart of our prince detective, sirs and madams, our goal throughout our own heart-stealing escapades was to enlighten the masses about the dangers of being willfully ignorant and therefore spreading evil unto others through the dissemination of uninformed and incorrect opinions concerning one's character. Though, in this instance, we find ourselves disappointed once more. The Flanderization of a youngster in particular has caught our eye, and the discussion around him is in dire need of our intervention. It is ironic that this story, what was to be a soul struggling to understand its own depths as was constrained by a society that taught him survival at any cost, those who claim to understand the character of this young sir seem to place him within two opposing categories. This mountain of distorted discourse has ruined all parties' most prestige and false credibility. We aim to retaliate in kind, and remind those to holistically examine all facets of this youngster's characters, strengths and weaknesses all, to think more about him, not to place him in one extreme or the other. We shall strip away these concocted falsehoods and peel back the layers of this character and those who have limited his agency by ensuring that he's something that he's not. We will confront these extremes to seek a middle ground. The truth of the blackened heart of the Prince Detective lies between these polarities. Neither a mere villain or an absolved soul, we aim to steal away these conceived desires, and we will do so without fail. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, never before has the name of the series, Dichotomy of a Character, been so appropriate for a video where we aim to discuss why Persona 5's Goro Akechi is indeed a character worth remembering and celebrating. However, the division, and well more accurately, the contrast between the two versions of himself regarding how he starts his character arc and ends it, the dichotomy of Akechi's character, doesn't lie within the manner in which he is written, but how it's interpreted by those who have, again, supposedly played Persona 5. Akechi's overall motivations and goals remain pretty static throughout the game. Even throughout the third semester, it stays mostly the same, with the bottom line being that Akechi doesn't want to be manipulated by anybody and wants to have the freedom to choose how to live his life on his own terms, even if it means choosing how he perishes. It's simple enough, so you may ask, Badger, where does your beef lie with Akechi? Well, I don't have any. There is none. At least, not anymore. There was a time where I did have beef with Akechi as a character and how his social link was handled in vanilla Persona 5. But my opinion has since changed in the matter with all the improvements, or rather, the entire fucking overhaul Atlas had Akechi's character writing undertaken royal. These improvements were entirely positive and made understanding his goals and motivations as the game's anti-hero way easier. However, what I do have beef with is how it often seems that discussing the previously mentioned bottom line of his character is incredibly obnoxious and difficult due to how some very loud and annoying people seem to willfully misinterpret or even Flanderize Akechi's character. Let me be completely straight with you all. It is fucking impossible to even talk about Akechi in a serious analytical capacity due to how he's been memed to death. I still think that Akechi is most certainly a victim of the kind of apathetic and slothful society that Persona 5 seeks to critique. I also think that murder is wrong, rather obviously in case it need to be said, but I understand why the world Persona 5 presents to us would drive Akechi to see murder as the only way to instill change within society. Much like the rest of the Phantom Thieves, Akechi is a victim of the same systemic sociological issues. However, unlike the Phantom Thieves, Akechi has no desire to holistically reform society on an individual level, intending to burn it all down out of spite instead. That is what makes this character so interesting and tragic, but yet objectionable at the same time. I do see some really weird arguments about how Akechi could just choose to be better. And it's like, oh my god, why didn't he think of this? Why doesn't he let everything that Shido did to him and his mother just slide, much like how An chooses not to kill Kamoshida to avenge Shio? Akechi is certainly not on to Kamiki, and is definitely not Joker. That much is clear. Akechi, owing to his upbringings and how society's expectations warped his perception of himself, Akechi himself is literally incapable of self-improvement and self-actualization like the rest of the thieves are, at least until the last moments of his Confidant arc. It is impossible for Akechi to be motivated by anything else other than spite or revenge, as he consistently frames everything as a competition where he has to prove his worth and competence against everyone else. Hell, we could even make the argument that within Yaldabaoth's grand game, the metaplot of Persona 5, he pitted two righteous thieves against each other, Akechi and Joker. The god of control literally decided on a whim to give Akechi, the kid whom society abandoned, the wildcard ability. You know, the power of your heart, of one's heart, that specializes in wielding multiple personas that are usually gifted to the wildcard wielder after deepening relationships with other people. It would seem that Akechi, in most respects, was set up to fail from the very moment he obtained his persona, and even before that. Of course, Yaldabaoth knew full well that Akechi would never be able to forge alliances and bonds like Joker would be able to do, leaving Akechi to ultimately use his powers to sow chaos, mayhem, and murder throughout all of society. Now, I really do say this quote without a hint of irony. What do you get when you cross a desolate, mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash? Akechi would say that all those who wronged him, meaning all of society, got what they deserved as he slays the shadows. That kind of answer would be obvious for him to say because he's literally been put down in almost every single point within his life. Akechi unwittingly wandered to the poker table, but little did he know that Yaldabaoth, and Shido for that matter, already stacked the deck to their liking, and were petty enough to constantly change the rules of the game by using Akechi as a tool. Giving Akechi all this power with a plan to just dispose of him in the end for both of them makes me sick. The role of Akechi, and for that matter, Adachi play within the context of their own Persona games, is that of a warning of how society never apologizes, or seems to be aware of how and why these sorts of monsters are made. Yet, these same people always seem so surprised when something bad happens to their apathetic indifference. This is why the actions of the Phantom Thieves are so profound when juxtaposed to that of Shido's Cabal, and Akechi's hidden motives to backstab his father, essentially. The PTs make an active effort to insert themselves in the troubled lives of other people, with Yusuke, Futaba, and Makoto being the best examples of the strength that literally nobody else within society possesses. Akechi believes, wrongly, that he could do everything himself, and well, in making that assumption, the only true decision that he can possibly make is how he can choose to perish while refuting someone else's desire to control his own life for their own satisfaction, be it Yaldabaoth, Shido, or, yes, even Maruki. Unfortunately, due to how most of the Persona community interprets Akechi's character, most of what I just said doesn't really matter within the wider zeitgeist of the game's community. He exists on one or two Flanderized extremes. On one side, Akechi is solely either an angry, bloodthirsty incel killer, where some, rather wrongly, assume he's saying society bottom tax as an excuse for his actions, never really wanting to look deeper into the actual problems that plague him that, in turn, cause him to act and behave the way that he does within the game. The other side, well, there's no other real way for me to say this, but the fact is, there's a lot of Fujoshis out there who really just like Akechi in this way. You know, the type who think that mentally unstable, self-hating, and homicidal men are hot. The type that are completely incapable of acknowledging the distasteful fact that Akechi is still a fucking murderer that carelessly killed a shitload of people via collateral damage while working for a fascist cabal.
Out of my way! There's something wrong with him! How is he so fucking hot?
I can fix him, guys, I swear. One side completely dismisses his character and memes him to death, not understanding that it's impossible for Akechi to grow and change as a person, while the other side says that there's no heterosexual explanation as to why Akechi hates Joker to the degree that he does, as he works alongside a fascist Leviathan cabal to then kill Joker and discredit the Phantom Thieves. All hyperbole aside, I do believe that Akechi's true character lies somewhere between these two extremes. This odd situation with Akechi reminds me of another video made by Hiding in Private, who you may recognize from their own set of analytical videos covering Persona 4. Though this was the kind of content that Hiding in Private mainly focused on for a while, I want to draw attention to a specific video of theirs, being this one titled, Kobeni is Not Your Waifu. This video goes into detail about how the Chainsaw Man fanbase warped and distorted Kobeni's character from this soft-spoken, nervous, and easily frightened girl who was strong-armed into having to choose between being a sex worker of all things or a devil hunter, to then metastasizing her to be the franchise's sloppy BJ queen through memification and Flanderization. The video itself goes over how meme culture can metastasize something about a particular character into existence from literally nothing. Be it a character or setting, this phenomenon can and will morph a character into something completely unrecognizable from its original form. The Flanderization of Persona's characters remains a consistent problem with its community. Ergo, what the Persona fanbase has done to and with Atlas's original writing intentions for, say, Naoto and Kanji, to then move to say that Atlas is holistically homophobic and transphobic. I'll extend this notion to Akechi and Adachi too, with some claiming that Atlas actually supports or even downplays the effects of the murdering of innocents due to the fact that the likes of the Phantom Thieves actually do try to understand, and even some go as far as to sympathize with Akechi instead of just straight up killing him as recompense for his crimes. I've seen some claims that the Phantom Thieves, and to some extent the investigation team, are too soft. That Akechi himself deserves to die an ironic death after everything he's done at the hands of another vigilante group. However, that's not at all how the Phantom Thieves roll. If the heart and soul of the Phantom Thieves, on Takamaki, held back at bringing a rapist to a crypt, they are not going to kill someone who's been strung along by another shitty adult.
We're gonna take Shido down. What are you gonna do?
It'd be a problem if you kept getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
Are you all idiots?
Nevertheless, the bad media literacy and equally bad Akechi takes keep coming, and I found a particularly strange one that lies within another video created by the YouTuber Solari. The video in question by Solari that I'm going to be discussing and then refuting is called Japan Doesn't Understand Nihilism, and mostly. Within this video, he lists off several characters that he deems to be good and bad depictions of nihilism within Japanese media. Of these, he lists off Persona 4's Toru Adachi and Persona 5's Goro Akechi, both of which Solari deems to be bad representations of nihilism within media. Now, for those of you who stuck around on this channel, firstly, I would like to thank you for doing so. I have responded for Solari's takes on Persona 5 within the pilot episode of the series when we talked about On. I hold no spleen against Solari, but his takes on Persona are always pretty bad. I truly do feel that he just seems to parrot certain bad faith talking points from Persona Twitter, who really never have any fucking idea what they're talking about.
Persona games generally have a problem when it comes to sticking the landing with their characters, whether that's their plot or their representations, like Kanji and Naoto from Persona 4.
You mean to say that the characters who are not explicitly meant to be written as queer or trans are bad examples of queer representation in video games and in JRPGs? You don't fucking say! This has to be bait at this point. There's no way someone in current year in 2023 believes that these characters are something that they're not, even though there is mountains of evidence to the contrary. Naoto says that she is a woman. As you can see, this gets to the point where this discourse not only gets super obnoxious, but it begins to embody the type of malice that only incredibly bad faith arguments can instill upon any discussion about Persona or media in general. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that old saw about how evil people don't truly exist, but rather ignorant people do. Spreading your ignorant and gross misinterpretations of a topic that you fully do not understand is probably the most evil thing that someone can do. Whenever he chooses to discuss Persona, Solari glosses over key character information and important lore for the sake of being seemingly dishonest in this fashion. Now, I will grant Solari and anyone else who tries to do Persona content in a succinct manner that its lore is difficult to commentate upon with brevity, as has been the case with this very series. Now, for Solari, with the amount of subscribers that he has, and due to Brandoline's law consistently and constantly having a bad effect in bad faith Persona discourse, it is absolutely necessary to push back on nearly everything he said here about Akechi, as I once stated with a takes on all the way back when. If you so desire, you can watch the same video by clicking the link down in the description below. Not to repeat myself more than I need to, but I dare say that Solari seems to be extremely allergic to nuance, as demonstrated to the degree in which he cannot seem to fathom that Atlas had the gall to utilize the femme fatale trope to give the character, in this case An Takamaki, who suffers from nigh-relentless sexual harassment, some much-needed personal confidence. The game details how, in her Confidant arc, An realizes that she can use her beauty to become something more ferocious and inspiring instead of the passive person she once was. An aims to balance out the power dynamics of the patriarchy to be more in her favor via weaponizing her own gaijin beauty, as it were, and reclaiming her own sexual agency from lecherous men like Kamoshida, as femme fatales normally do. This would be blatantly obvious if he bothered to mention anything about An's Confidant arc or any lore about An's persona, being Carmen, who is figuratively and literally the original femme fatale within all of modern fictional works. Gee, I wonder why my own fucking videos are so long and why I spend so much time explaining everything about each thief's persona. Instead, Solari glosses over all of that crucial information, including the Japanese sociological context behind An being half Japanese, just to wax on about feminism, the male gaze, and how An's character writing isn't feminist enough, supposedly. There's this incredibly negative and jaded slant to Solari's critiques as well. He seems wholly incapable of seeing and taking imperfect W's when they are presented to him. I think that's where I take most issue with how Solari presents his arguments. To Solari, certain media seemingly doesn't do enough to commentate upon the moral or societal quandaries the media itself aims to critique. In other words, if media or characters within said media don't meet Solari's moral standards or expectations, he deems them to be cringe or problematic. Before I say anything else, the main beef I think Solari has with these sorts of characters, like Akechi, is that he's afraid that there are some people out there who are going to invoke Poe's law. Instead of detesting the likes of Akechi and Adachi, as the plot encourages you to do, by the way, he argues that they're dangerous because some people will admire these characters' nihilistic worldviews and the power of fantasy they might represent to some.
Usually this personality type is used to give characters outsider status or perhaps illustrate that they see themselves above others, and it's often seen as a flaw. But that doesn't stop some audiences from seeing it as a reason to admire them, unfortunately.
It is indeed bold for Solari to invoke Poe's law and call those who sympathize with the likes of Akechi idiots for doing so, as he believes Persona 4's Naoto Shirogane to be transgender. I have to ask, why is it dangerous to like or even sympathize with Akechi?
For a person who feels lonely and undervalued, who finds solace in watching anime and playing video games when they feel as though regular life is just too difficult to cope with, it's easy to see why these kinds of characters are so appealing, even when the story has spent hours trying to prove them wrong. It becomes a power fantasy for those who feel despair rather than a warning. They get to see someone they see themselves in succeed time and time again and become strong with little to no external help. They're supposed to be people who represent what happens when you choose the wrong path when facing adversity, but for that to be meaningful, then we as the audience need to see the positive aspects of them. They kind of try to do it with their social quests, but by the time their true nature is revealed, it sort of negates all that stuff. This becomes extra problematic when you consider that people actually admire these characters because they're nihilists. But that's not all too surprising when you consider that they're the ones who get to chew up the scenery every time that they're on screen, who have power and influence that they gained entirely by themselves.
Okay, dude, I'm so sorry, hold on. You think that because there's a handful of meteor-literate misanthropic morons out there who unironically believe that P5's Akechi and P4's Totoro Adachi's reasons for killing people are easily justifiable, then that would make these characters and the people who admire them dangerous? You believe that these characters shouldn't exist or be written into stories because some people are reading the manga backwards? You're insinuating that liking or understanding Akechi's motives puts people on a path to becoming some kind of murderous incel because of Poe's law? This is the weirdest and most absurd thing I've seen and heard from Solari. Because of the potential for a murderous power fantasy to exist, the like of Akechi should never be written about because of the potential danger they pose to greater society? This is fucking insulting, my dude. Why would you say anything like this? Yeah, it's actually the responsibility of P Studio and Atlas for making people potential murderers out of the people who play their games and like their antagonists. It's some real Jack Thompson vibes right here. The goal is to say that I, by invoking Poe's law and attempt to understand Akechi's character motives as personifies anti-heroic antithesis to the party, I actually agree with the type of manic and murderous power fantasy the game supposedly presents to you through Akechi. Apparently, I'm just as evil as Akechi for saying, okay bro, I understand where you're coming from. You're wrong, obviously, but maybe perhaps you may still be a victim of some all-powerful untouchables like the rest of the Phantom Thieves are. Perhaps, Akechi, we may be able to learn something about your misgivings about society and the world as someone who's been perpetually screwed over by it. Let me just put a pin in that for a second here. There's something to be said here about how Solari is painting Akechi and every other anti-hero he talks about within this video. One of the key things about Akechi's lashing out at society is his overall lack of compassion and understanding towards his methods and actions. People aren't, or rather don't want to make the effort to understand Akechi's character behind the superficial, which also happens within the game.
Few people around me are so willing to speak their minds as freely as you did earlier.
When Akechi eventually does go mask off, he is immediately categorized as irredeemable garbage. This attempt to categorize people as dangerous for not falling in line with someone else's moral values is exactly how people like Akechi are created.
I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around.
It's hard to feel for someone who's literally a mass murderer, and at no point does he express regret for what he's done. They don't even try to redeem him in Persona 5 Royal either. His mask is left off and he becomes an even bigger edgelord, but there's no remorse. He sorta has a redemption arc by helping the Phantom Thieves, but giving him a sort of chaotic, lawful flavor? I don't know, it's just unfiltered cringe in my opinion.
Being woefully ignorant of the same circumstances because you find them inconvenient is straight up malicious. Labeling people does have its consequences for those who are targeted in such a manner, which is also a fundamental part of Joker, Ryuji, An, Makoto, and Kasumi's story arcs within Persona 5. One of the main bullying tactics used by bullies in Japan, which we talked about during Ryuji's episode and An's episode, is that of social ostracization and isolation from one's peers. Conformity is key in Japanese society, and if you're perceived to be different, you're going to be harshly reminded to toe the line in the most passive-aggressive bullshit way possible. The violent delinquent student, the slutty half-Japanese girl, the infamous violent transfer student, the delusional gymnast, and Shujin's useless student council president are all victims of this aspect of society just as much as Akechi is. Having to create a false persona to be accepted within society, to play by its rules when those rules are fundamentally broken is bad. Bottling up your own feelings the way that Akechi does to feel appreciated is also equally as awful. Now, if that's not a strange enough sentiment here, Solari does another weird thing in this video too. For this argument about how Atlas is supposedly creating murderous incels by getting people to sympathize with Akechi's motives, he cites a Reddit post of all things to claim that I am dangerous for liking Adachi and Akechi. However, that's not the worst part. If you go down to this particular post and scroll downwards, there is a comment that actually engages with a question that OP presents about Adachi's victims getting what they deserved. Indeed, the commenter in the question goes, yeah, alright, Adachi recognizing the world being generally unaccepting or unwilling to accept their own shadows, the darker sides of one's psyche, is kind of correct. The investigation team did unironically spend the entire game fighting and accepting their own shadows after all. However, murdering people because they won't accept you at all is completely wrong. Obviously, there are more productive ways, and well, less violent ways obviously, to get people to accept you. The thing is though, Adachi and Akechi have already tried that, and well, it didn't pan out for them because Adachi treated life as a joke, and Akechi's deadbeat bald-headed fascist father set him and his mother up for a miserable existence ever since the day he was born. So, in other words here, by omitting this comment from his own video, we find that Solari lied here. We have direct and rare evidence of Persona fan displaying some rare media literacy for once. Citing a Reddit post for this argument was bad in of itself, but not including the pushback around the topic within your own video is fucking silly. My friend, I would ask that you please be more honest next time, but I don't think that's the issue here. Not that I think that Solari is inherently dishonest, but I think it's more the manner in which he critiques media that makes him sound dishonest.
Since art can often be a reflection of the society that created it, do they exist to make a statement on the state of Japanese culture with its loneliness epidemic, diminishing birth rates, and increase in mental health issues? Is it due to a lack of inspiration? Is it because it's what audiences find appealing? And if so, what does that say about the audience?
Solari's media critiques often stem from a place of verisimilitude, where he wants media like Persona 5 to be lifelike in a way that reflects reality. In this sense, it is possible for the meaning of art to precede reality, and the time in which it was created. Reality, which is to say time, had to catch up with the text, rather than the text staying present to a specific time or era within reality. For example, even though Persona 5 was in development for several years, verisimilitude attempts to legitimize all the criticism made towards the game and media like it in the current year. This often has some people look backwards in media in order to come out with a completely different perspective with differing expectations about it. This is how you get some Persona fans still believing that Naruto is trans, or some kind of trans allegory, despite the cultural context of it being a Japanese game that was made in 2008. Art and criticism of said art that exists within Solari's video follow this notion as well. But of course, you cannot simply watch foreign media and throw aside all the cultural context behind why it's created, especially when said media and overall deep critique of the very foundation of Japan's collectivist cultural norms. It is impossible and borderline unethical to then create your own meaning of the artistic work within such a vacuum. To say that Japanese media doesn't understand an ideology that was coined by a sickly Prussian man in the 20th century is certainly one of the things you can say in a YouTube video. It is so very fortunate that we're talking about Akechi here because of all the negative connotations of Akechi considering himself to be a cursed child. The societal shame that Shido, Akechi's mother, and Akechi himself were expected to shoulder due to the circumstances around Akechi was born are implied to already be known by the audience that is playing the game. It is why Persona 5 never goes totally in depth with society bottom text commentary about Akechi being an orphan or an illegitimate child. It's given a passing mention in his social link and never really brought up again because the intended audience for the game is already familiar with the kind of angst Akechi would probably feel. If I had to guess that this, despite Akechi being an alleged nihilistic murderer to the likes of Solari, is why he remains fairly popular in Japan as the region's top 3 Persona characters behind Joker and Makoto. I couldn't find any data about how Akechi is faring in the West, but I would have to reason that he's at least in the top 5 as well, maybe perhaps in 6th place. This disparity between likability also exists for other characters as well in previous Persona games, especially when we're talking about the differences between Eastern and Western Persona fans. For example, as we discussed in Ryuji's own episode within the series, Ryuji is beloved in the West for being a vulgar punk kid who rolls and sticking out like a sore thumb. We in the West generally admire Ryuji for being the game's pointy boy that's ever trying so hard to stay gold. However, for Japanese audiences, this is exactly why Ryuji is heavily disliked and often flanderized by Atlas in their spin-offs of Persona 5 into being nothing more than the butt of every joke. I'm not going to repeat myself here as I already said my piece about this in Ryuji's own video, which again you can watch by clicking the link in the description. If you want to hear more about to say about that, check out that video down below. Saying that though, let's try a different angle here to explain this disparity beginning with Persona 4. Persona 4's Yukiko Amagi is heavily disliked in the West because she seems to be just straight up boring Japanese teenager, very bog standard. Consequently, Japan favors and values Yukiko because she aims to inherit the family business at the end of her Confidant arc, or social link I should say. The latter is also the reason why Yosuke Hanamura, to the complete polar opposite of the West, remains so popular in Japan as well, despite the homophobia that he indulges every once in a while. Yosuke works as a lowly employee for a supermarket chain that his family owns with the intent to inherit it all, which gave him some massive appeal to the original audience in Japan. It's very important to understand these different cultural diasporas when looking at localized Japanese media, but unfortunately, this is where Solari's folly lies. It's because of characters like An, Naoto, and Akechi don't check all the boxes that Solari wanted him to check in regards to, say, correctly fighting the patriarchy, and how Japan is supposedly super bigoted for not writing Naoto to be transgender. Solari immediately then writes them off as bad or even problematic characters despite glaring evidence to the contrary. The same level of dishonesty happens with Akechi, but instead of using feminism as a base for his arguments like he did with An, now Solari is choosing to frame Akechi's actions as a character motivations around nihilism.
As I mentioned in the intro, there is no shortage of representations of nihilism and nihilistic characters in Japanese media. It's an extremely common character type, and there are dozens, if not hundreds, of examples I can refer to, and if you consume this media yourself, then you probably already have plenty in mind.
Firstly, I think it would be prudent to define what nihilism is exactly, and where Solari is sort of wrong about this thing, or otherwise uses lies of omission to argue his case for Akechi. I think it's criminal to only have a brief mention of Friedrich Nietzsche of all people within his own video, considering how influential he was upon both nihilism and existentialism. I think it's also important to contextualize why Nietzsche gravitated towards the belief system as a result of his personal life. Philosophers and their theories about the order of the world are molded by their own life experiences after all. I think that's also fair enough to say, especially in the case of Friedrich Nietzsche. Now, for context, Nietzsche was a very sickly man throughout his life, and was plagued by constant migraines, seemingly from a neurosyphilitic infection. He was also an incredibly depressed man, having to endure constant psychiatric illnesses before experiencing a progressive cognitive decline that ended up with him suffering from dementia and the physical fallout of a stroke before dying at the age of 44 due to complications from pneumonia. Despite all this suffering, he was a very pious man in his youth and was well-renowned for his knowledge of theology. He was a religious man. However, as an ironic twist of fate, his father died suddenly from a brain tumor, which had his son beginning to question his faith. His father, who was an extremely pious man and a renowned Lutheran pastor at the time, a man who devoted his entire life to the work of God, suddenly and violently perished, for no reason at all. As his illness progressed and his health deteriorated, Nietzsche started to recognize what would have happened to someone who began to cave to despair in the way that he almost did. If human life wasn't intrinsically valuable or meaningful outside the morals that the Christian faith had instilled upon greater European society, the potential for the degradation of that same society's backbone deeply troubled him. If enough began not caring about the fundamental values or the same kind of capital T truth that the backbone of society is based around, then society as we know it would crumble into something completely unrecognizable. If we were to contextualize this back to Persona 5, we see what the society looks like. Apathy will reign within it and become a staple within the world. Such a world without sloth to have a vice grip on its peoples as they pine for meaning, which some would find in Shido's politics, i.e. fascism, the escapades of the Phantom Thieves, Yaldabaoth's tyranny, or by having monarchy become its benevolent overlord as he completely numbs the world to all manner of suffering. The sin of sloth is the key word and theme to Persona 5. It means a lot that Persona 5 categorizes sloth as society's most heinous of sins. It is not lust, jealousy, greed, or even pride that does humanity in the end of all things. But the sin of sloth is the one that damns us all. The sin of sloth is what brings about Yaldabaoth's existence. Ignoring every opportunity to prove oneself would beget an increasingly nihilistic society. Nietzsche believes that all attempts to find a universal truth were misguided, with those same attempts to discover such things actually being the cause of why humans cannot find meaning within their own lives. Nietzsche argues that in order to defeat nihilism, one must create meaning of one's own existence from your own two hands. This is something that the Phantom Thieves do, by the way. If the human experience is inherently relative, insignificant with universal objectivity probably not existing, all that remains would be our capacity for creativity in the end. The independence from any sort of collective moral standard became a facet of Nietzsche's work, which then would bring him to regret the concept of the Übermensch. The Übermensch is a defiant, competent, and independent individual, someone who dignifies their own beliefs unapologetically. Nietzsche proposed that in order to stop nihilism from overtaking the morals of all humanity, all would need to adopt this worldview in order to brace themselves for the ultimate truth of the world, that life indeed has no meaning, except for the meaning that you create for yourself. And no, I don't think that Akechi is the Übermensch, but rather he, Joker, and all the Phantom Thieves, as they rebel against society, are possible candidates for this kind of person. Alexa, play Willpower by Lin and Azumi. The Phantom Thieves are literally battling against a society that has also literally lost the will to think and change for the better. Will to power, the realization that you have the power to change despite your mere existence being objectively meaningless, is both one of the key things of Nietzsche's philosophy and a key theme of Persona 5. In this respect, everybody who does desire to fight against the sloth and apathy, or more directly, the nihilism that has gripped Tokyo, is indeed refuting its hopeless poison. By doing something that you find personally meaningful, by rebelling against the notion that everything is pointless, you cannot by definition be called a nihilist. The feeling of powerlessness is how all the palaces were created within the game after all. Everything else that occurs through their indifference after the fact is indeed everyone else's problem. It is society and those within it that are the true nihilists here. Everyone from Kamoshida to Shido to Futaba's palaces. The creation of all these palaces was due to nobody caring enough to keep them all in check. Society allowed these shitty people who do not care about the ramifications of their own actions to run rampant and unjustly harm people.
How is it a misunderstanding? You were doing things that you kept in secret from others.
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments, students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me so that we all may profit from it.
The Phantom Thieves, and more importantly, Akechi, despite being overtly oppressed by the sore desires of these rulers, managed to awaken to their personas, to rebel against these rulers, and tell them to repent for their crimes. Sure, Akechi is still a murderer, but to say that he wasn't a victim of Shido's malice and society's overall indifference toward him isn't true. His desire to rebel was still there, and much like the rest of the Phantom Thieves do, he awakened to his persona because society, in their apathy, enabled Shido for so long. As we continue on here, we will see that this is where Solari's blatant misunderstandings of both nihilism and Akechi's motives come from. Both the formation of the Phantom Thieves and Akechi's reasons for killing people to get to Shido are all reactions to nihilism, which, again, does not mean that Akechi is a nihilist himself. This notion of fighting against nihilism also includes Akechi as well, and as we will come to know, despite the fact that he has reached the pits of his own despair, lashing out the world for not giving him his due diligence, he learns at the end of all things, technically twice over if we include Persona 5 Royal, that he is the master of his own meaning. Unfortunately, Solari doesn't see this nuance with Akechi and is keen to write him off as cringe.
There's a broad spectrum of what a villain and what nihilism can be, and while some Japanese media successfully manages that, Persona and other products I mentioned don't balance that well enough. With Persona is particularly surprising. For a series that does such a good job of humanizing its characters, it dehumanizes its antagonists by turning them into caricatures.
Before I say anything else, I feel the need to mention and highlight how Solari doesn't really like anime at all. He continues to rip on the media film throughout his video, but doesn't do the same with Western media in the same capacity. Here are a few examples of that within his own video.
There are more ways of making the audience sympathetic towards them without turning them into typical maniacal anime villains who revel in the role of antagonist. Usually they do that thing where they like cover their face with their claw hand while grinning and pupils become tiny. You know what I mean, like, you know. Adachi and Akechi both see relationships as potential weaknesses, and sees those who rely on them as weak in turn, and as you'd expect, the game shows that this is a grave mistake, and they're inevitably thwarted by the protagonist and their groups of friends. Real power of friendship kind of stuff, super common in anime, you've seen it. In the end, the forces of good win because that's what they have to do.
My dude, this is so incredibly cynical and ironic that you're decrying the whole we can overcome anything with the power of friendship trope that it's so common within anime within your video about how Japan doesn't apparently understand nihilism. This is so fucking arrogant, especially when you already mentioned within the own video about how Japan doesn't understand nihilism that the hikikomori phenomenon is a thing, and Japan, like the rest of the world, is suffering from a loneliness epidemic.
What Adachi experienced is unfortunately common. A lack of affection, validation, and high expectations have led thousands of people in Japan to become modern-day hermits, otherwise known as hikikomori, people who have distanced themselves from the rest of society in favor of isolationism in hopes of protecting themselves from being hurt by others.
It's almost as if the media the Japanese produce reflects the systemic problems with society with these tropes that you're so dismissive of. The reason why most of the villains get all manic and crazy is because Japanese society expects people to adopt false personas, and behaviors as to not offend the group, causing them to repress their own true wants and desires. Your own problems are seen as unimportant when compared to wider society and how the world perceives you. We talked about this a bunch in our video where we cover Makoto Nijima, link in the description by the way. Of course, all the common villain tropes and the protagonists who suffer from these issues are going to be all about dropping that facade. If anything, most Japanese media is about refuting nihilism and promoting cohesion and understanding between oneself and another. Pick any magical girl anime like Sailor Moon, for example, or the most violent of animes like Berserk, as something as comedic as Bocchi the Rock of all things. This has always been a running theme with anime. That optimistic tone has always been out there, and it's so fitting that we're talking about Persona here, where deepening relationships is a core part of the experience. Now, to Solari, his general beef with the entirety of Japan's apparent lackluster understanding of nihilism as an ideology is that it's not presented as a spectrum of beliefs, but rather a binary choice between nihilism bad or nihilism good within their media. When criticizing any other form of media, I would see where he is coming from, but to make the case that Akechi is himself a nihilist, and worst, an ethical nihilist at that, is incorrect given what information Persona 5 presents to us about its world and about Akechi. The very basis of Persona 5's metaplot is not only to reform society, but to fight against sloth and apathy, which is also to say that Phantom Thieves and Akechi are existentialists in direct conflict with nihilism. It is very easy to look at Akechi and his total lack of caring for the collateral damage he's wrought through all of society and say that he's the latter kind of amoral nihilist, but that would be entirely missing the point. We could easily determine if he is or isn't one by finding out if he completely rejects all moral systems and if he truly believes that he can use his power to make change within the world. So, does Akechi believe in any moral principles?
I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I hate you. Your deft handling of your unfortunate circumstances, your uniqueness, your ability to surpass me. All these irritate me.
People come and they go.
There's a tradition in the West to throw one's glove at their opponent when demanding a duel. Should the opponent accept the glove, the duel is also accepted.
Some people may stay with you though.
Adults are only interested in using the young, while they simply do as the adults say. There are too many irresponsible people in these modern times. I can understand why you'd support the Phantom Thieves. I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around.
Why are you cooperating with someone like Shido? Don't you see what this palace looks like? His true nature is...
Cooperating? What are you talking about? I don't care for Shido or this country. All this is to make Masayoshi Shido, my father, acknowledge me, then exact revenge on him. Masayoshi Shido is finally within my grasp! Once he reaches the apex of his power and acknowledges me, I'm going to whisper in his ear. I will tell him the truth of who I really am. And that's when I, an utter disgrace to the world, will rule over him. I will prevail! Remember I said before, how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man? So I'm his bastard child. My very existence is nothing but a scandal. My mother's life turned for the worse after she had me. And died. I was a cursed child for her too. I am an ace detective! A celebrity! You're just some criminal trash living in an attic! So how? How does someone like you have things I don't? How can such a worthless piece of trash be more special than me? You are the trash of society!
The short answer is so very obviously yes, but the longer answer is much more interesting. Putting another pin in something else here, I also get this notion that it would be very difficult for someone to become as disillusioned with the world as Akechi does. Well, I'm here to say that if you put someone through enough bullshit and tragedy, it's actually very easy.
With Persona is particularly surprising for a series that does such a good job of humanizing its characters, it dehumanizes its antagonists by turning them into caricatures.
In order to refute this annoying reductive sentiment towards this character, and those whom I pity or I dare say relate to Akechi, allow me to level with you all for just 1 second. Both sides of my family were raised Catholic, and subsequently so was I. After a series of familiar tragedies, I began to lose my faith in God and the morals he imparted to his followers like myself. We fully believed in the Catholic work ethic. To work is to toil and to suffer, but it will all make sense in the end when God accepts us into his eternal kingdom, apparently. My family believed that all will turn out fine until tragedy repeatedly struck us. Tying this all back to Nietzsche and what we said about Akechi with some sappy personal shit, I can relate to the death of a family member affecting my faith in self-worth as well. For all those that have been watching this Dichotomy of a Character series for a while, would know that Season 2 of the series, where I started covering Persona, starting with On Takamaki all the way back when, this whole series was kicked off because I was grieving over the death of my beloved pupper Pandora. Pandora was a neglected shelter dog who we came upon outside a supermarket where if no one was going to adopt her, she was due to be put down. She was a mess, and because of her small stature, she was all yellow and covered in the urine of other dogs from the shelter. Despite enduring all these various abuses, she was the happiest dog I've ever seen, just full of energy. Of course, we adopted her and gave her a good life, but the way that she died I find particularly unjust. As she aged, she contracted glaucoma as a result of a tumor that was growing within her snout. This then progressed to her brain, causing her to eventually become demented. Then, after about a year of abject suffering, she had a stroke and seemed fine for a while, only for her to have another a few hours after and then perish on the spot. God must have a sense of humor because a similar thing must have happened with another family member as well. My dad's mother, my grandmother, was the kindest and sweetest person in the world. Some of my fondest memories of my early childhood was staying at her house when my parents were away working. The only problems I remember having was when her son, my dad's brother, would just come over to argue with her and sit on the porch and chain smoke cigarettes. Like Nietzsche, I suppose my family simply looked to Catholicism for moral guidance, with my grandma perhaps hoping that her son will pull himself together eventually. Unfortunately, that never happened, and the suffering of the most kind and innocent woman in the world began. As she grew older, her memory waned, and soon we found out that she had a tumor the size of my fist within her brain. I was too young to comprehend this at the time, but in retrospect now, I distinctly remember the first time where a tiny Badger Knight figured out that something was wrong. She constantly and consistently forgot to put on her seatbelt whenever we were driving in her car about in my hometown. I remember it all, her becoming too weak to climb the stairs, my dad and his brothers having to move the hospital bed down to the first floor of the house, where she would remain until she died a few months later. It was a rough time, and like Nietzsche, I didn't see why this god, a being that is supposedly all kind and forgiving, imploring his followers to be all humble and worship weakness, would strike down two of the most innocent of all his creations. I thought if that there is a god, he doesn't follow his own moral values or practice what he preaches in his word. Something wasn't quite connecting, either in how he enforced them or how his creations chose to implement them into the cultural and lawful zeitgeist. Little did we know that everything after the death of both Pandora and my grandmother would continue getting very, very worse in between those two events. My family was severely affected when Wall Street decided to pillage the world economy back in 2008, simply because those creatures could commit fraud and get away with it with ease. My family, who immigrated from Ireland, the 5th generation of their children's children, my parents, who were on the cusp of becoming upper middle class, but in an instant, we became nearly dirt poor. The only reason we held on at the time was because my dad was a teacher with his master's degree who had just renewed his contract with our county school district. However, my mom, having worked in sales in the same company for years since graduating from college, was instantaneously laid off. My dad suddenly became the sole breadwinner and insurance provider for our family to his teaching job, which hasn't changed since 2008. As the time of our infiltration in the metaverse today, he's turned 60. By all means, he should be retired, but he's still teaching with a poor back and 2 bad knees nonetheless. The other day, one of his students bumped into him and caused him to fall. He may or may not, at this time, have a hairline fracture somewhere in his forearm, and as someone who has suffered the exact same injury when I was but a wee lad after skateboarding, oh fuck, oh god, oh man. My dad is our family's rock, and if something bad were to happen to him, well, as for my mom, despite her extensive skill set in sales, she seems unjustly doomed to fully embody the Catholic work ethic, suffering as she worked multiple jobs to try and make it to the end of the month. By our rights, if there's any justice in the world, God should be smiting these greedy fucking assholes on Wall Street for having a hand in the demise of hundreds of thousands of people in 2008, some of which nearly included my family. We had to move in with my aunt and uncle halfway across the country. A household of 4 people suddenly became 10, and oh boy, did we annoy the shit out of each other. Even I got the feeling at some time that my Catholic parents were considering getting a divorce. Tensions were that high. We tried to sell our house in the following years, but to no avail. We're back where we started. God wasn't really interested in helping us out in that fashion. Instead, after moving to a cheaper house in a totally different state, he decided to send several hurricanes our way, destroying the roof of our last meaningful possession, our house. All the water damage from these early onslaughts punched a hole in our roof somewhere, with the runoff ruining the drywall within our house and completely destroying our dining room, which would still leak whenever it would rain. During the holidays, we were always the host for Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner, of course, but that suddenly stopped because my mother couldn't handle the embarrassment of not having the cash flow to patch the gaping fucking hole in our dining room roof. I think I'm forgetting something here. Oh yeah, then a pandemic happened while I was in college. We dealt with this problem with the roof for several years until the COVID pandemic happened, which actually was a sort of net positive for us, funny enough. Finally, the US government decided some form of universal basic income was actually extremely based, and we were able to pull all of our money to have a roof completely replaced. We breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we caught a break. Until the fucking IRS decided to audit our expenses and withhold our tax refund for several weeks, which we desperately needed. Now, I obviously don't know all the details here, but I assume it was all because we suddenly possessed a significant lump sum to spend on a roof repair, which, by federal law at this point, we didn't have to report that income to the IRS for tax reasons. We then had to hire legal help, which was more money, to remind the IRS to fuck off and leave us alone, and to remind the organization how to do its job properly. Also, for those who have been keeping up with my community posts on this channel too, you know that I had a bit of an accident recently with a handsaw where I was helping my dad cut down a tree. My dad tumbled off the ladder, I caught both him and the saw. Obviously, I sliced on my hand pretty badly there, and while it ended up being nothing serious at the time, my dad said something to me after we got it all stitched up. If we had the money to afford the proper equipment, like say a chainsaw, or had the extra money to hire professionals to do some yard maintenance to cut down this big ass tree and all of its branches, my father in his sunset years would not be up there on this fucking shitty rusty ladder with this shitty saw with his poor health, manually cutting down a tree as I become collateral damage and nearly die. It's amazing that he only managed to tweak his back and I managed to keep all the tendons in my hand. Like I said, I'm fine now, but after getting all those stitches out, I noticed that the cut across my left palm here and the places on my finger and middle finger have turned to painful and sensitive scar tissue. While I am right-handed, I have lost some sensation, dexterity, and use of that hand due to said scar tissue. I found ways to get around mildly annoying and painful things like opening car doors, tapping on my keyboard, and the like, but I've had issues elsewhere. I found that, realistically, I can't play bass or guitar anymore without extreme discomfort in my left hand. I do need my left hand to fret the damn things after all. Given that all my favorite bands plastered on the battle jacket that my heart's own spirit of rebellion conjured up, imagining myself doing the toxic waltz, requires me to play power chords 95% of the time, I just can't fucking do it anymore. I have to let my guitars gather dust on my wall because I can't fucking afford to help myself anymore. Man, I had such plans in this heist and for this channel. Guitar covers of Persona music and some of my other favorite games out the ass. Only for that drum set which I have over here, you can't see it, and those impulse packs which I finally tuned for a nice chuggy sound are going to be fucking rotting forever. And I fucking hate it all!
Dost thou remember my voice? Our voice. The last breath of the four winds have blown, the sound of whose knock at thy door. 'Tis time to wield thy blade.
First we evaluated people in vanity. What changed now?
A sinner once, and a sinner twice, will the horseman you already ride. Don't you feel it? Your heart yearns for vengeance, for what you had to endure, and what they put others through. Render unto them the judgment of pestilence. Break the seal, and vow to me. I am thou, thou art I.
But, am I evil? Yes, I fucking am! It appears I wasn't honest with myself all this time, but now that we have everything out in the open here, we can begin to understand Goro Akechi just a little bit more. As you can see, it's actually really fucking easy for anyone who's even had a tangentially related experience to Akechi to, rather literally, lose his faith and confidence with society's norms. Is everything I do out of spite? Probably. Is it healthy for me to engage with society in this spiteful manner? Probably not. But as I said, I literally cannot afford to be healthy. I refuse to abide by these rules, and so I might as well just lean into my own shadow, harness it, and rebel against this fucked up and miserable world. I am 24 years old, and all these events remain as surreal as they were on those days. Vivid images of our main system of beliefs just utterly failing us. The respite never came, and the time for happiness was replaced by sorrow and resentment. We were standing on the wrong kinds of soapboxes all the while, and I dare say in this aspect, the loss or disbelief of a certain code of values and the death of a loved one, in this, I, as in myself, can relate to Akechi and how his mother, forced to bear him into a world rife with social stigma, felt after losing those who mattered to him. However, given what I already discussed, I suppose that would make me a dangerous person for saying that living within a two-faced liar society would produce disenchanted people like myself and Akechi. His experiences prevented Akechi from connecting with the people around him and shaped his heart in becoming so black with hatred for the way, from his point of view, society seems to have squarely targeted him. To Akechi, the world is fundamentally and irreparably broken. So, with all that being said, the only way for someone to find meaning within your life, given what everything nihilism states to be true, you must then create a code of ethics for yourself. You have to become your own personal Superman, the Ubermensch who takes the very idea that nothing has meaning and creates something from nothingness. By the end of Akechi's Confidant arc, and by the end of the third semester portion of Royal, Persona 5's Goro Akechi eventually does get it all figured out by pursuing his own personal form of justice and not that of society's. Akechi is still not a nihilist, by the way, because he still believes in some core values that society does not. He very much does care about being the bastard child of a politician and the labels that come with it. He cares a lot about being the cursed child, the burden that killed his mother, and ultimately being powerless to stop it all. Unfortunately, Solari does not see it in this way. Instead of understanding why Akechi is the defiant, competent, and independent individual, someone who personally dignifies their beliefs unapologetically within an overly nihilistic society, even with the Marcus facetious reality of all places, where it seeks to transform Akechi into the person that he detests the most, Solari is keen to Flanderize Akechi as your standard typical anime villain for rebelling against monarchy. Solari seems to conflate nihilism with a lack of caring about the consequences of one's actions, or a particular character showing overall lack of remorse when hurting others.
And at no point does he express regret for what he's done. They don't even try to redeem him in Persona 5 Royal either. His mask is left off and he becomes an even bigger edgelord.
That much means that Akechi's ideology and the way he acts is somehow tangentially related to nihilism, or so Solari claimed. In short, he wanted Akechi to go on a bit of a redemption arc here. He also claims that within Japanese media, nihilistic characters are apparently two-dimensional when compared to the Western contemporaries, which to him does contain more nuance as opposed to Japanese media.
Nihilism in Japanese media though, especially anime and video games, tends to be a bit more two-dimensional. In many cases, nihilistic characters are entirely defined by their worldview, and they generally have one of two personality types as a result: manic or depressive.
He does mention some characters from Western media, but I do take issues with the characters that he's singled out and that he's mentioned here. Fight Club, Joker, and American Psycho are particularly odd choices to include, as they all deal with his characters finding meaning with an uncaring and, well, nihilistic society. Movies like The Matrix, Office Space, and Fight Club are colloquially known as cubicle movies because they aim to talk about the angst people felt during the 90s. Those who live in this era have no grand purpose relative to the other generations of Americans. There's no great wars going on, no Great Depression, no anything great occurring. All people really have now is their 9-to-5 humdrum, soul-crushing office cubicle jobs with retirement 40 years in the future. It is no coincidence that bands like Green Day became so popular upon the release of Dookie because they related to their themes. The entire album is basically about being a bored teenager in the dead heat of summer while sitting on your ass and smoking weed. In Fight Club, Tyler creates said Fight Club because they believe people are being forced to bottle up their frustrations and emotions in the office, and their more primal instincts as well. Durden then insinuates that this is slowly going to kill us all. In other words, no, Tyler Durden is not a nihilist either. If anything, he sees an errant issue with how the world seems to be falling apart with those living in current year. He creates a solution to this problem of conformity by creating a space where people can live outside of what's expected by them by society within the Fight Club. You could really say the same thing about either The Matrix or The Office Space, but I think the latter film is actually a more direct criticism of 90s office culture here. Dude has to literally be hypnotized into not caring about his job in order to find some meaning with his life outside the rat race in the office. Trying to suck up to your boss or any kind of company isn't a valuable use of your time if they're just going to axe you because middle management fucked up and hired too many people last quarter. Office Space tells us that a happy life and one worth living is one where you literally construct with your own hands, one in which you take a girl home from a shitty waitressing job to watch kung fu movies over a few beers. Office Space is a great movie considering the topic it wants to criticize, but honestly, I think American Psycho of all movies does an equally good job at concerning how conformity or even nihilism is actually overall harmful to society as well. One of the key things of American Psycho, for instance, is the fact that all characters in the movie act and dress the same. If I recall correctly, Bateman even gets confused with other people who work at his firm multiple times during the runtime of his movie. People literally call him by different names. It's why the business card scene that has been since memed to death years after the release of the film has been done so. On the surface, the scene is absurd. It's absurd that Bateman would care so much about something so trivial, but it's nonetheless important to the movie's overall message about identity. All the cards are basically the same at face value, but with extremely subtle differences. This infuriates Bateman that his card isn't unique enough, ergo the theme of the film, and the note in which it ends on. The movie itself is about how easily identity can be lost amidst a crowd of people wearing the same degrees of beige and gray suits. The part of the film that people actually forget about within this whole discussion around American Psycho and Bateman killing a shitload of people is that he actually feels remorse for all the slayings of seemingly random people. He knows that he's dangerous. The dark urge to kill is too strong for him. Bateman, being the old-witted ball spawn that he is, repeatedly fails the saving throw checks throughout the entirety of the film. When we approach the ending of the film here, the writing has him literally trying to confess to his lawyer about all the people he's killed, and even earlier than that, Bateman calls his lawyer after he kills someone else while he's crying his eyes out, mind you. Instead of coming to his defense or trying to reason with Bateman or trying to ascertain the truth of the matter, the lawyer doesn't believe him. Instead, he takes the whole thing as a crass and unfunny joke, while mistaking Bateman for another one of his clients before hanging up on Bateman. For those of you who don't know about American Psycho through the memes, this is where the "why not, you stupid bastard" line comes from. All that to say, Patrick Bateman might only be the relatively sane person in the film. By definition, he is not an apathetic nihilist. Everyone around the film is either an insane narcissist who, at best, confuse one person for another, and at worst, are insane narcissists who don't like it when Bateman tries to get them to actually care about something as horrific as murder by axe. Despite his mental illness driving him to kill, Bateman's morality is still in line with the spirit of the law. Though he does become conscious about the horror of his actions after the killings, he clearly still knows that indiscriminately murdering people is an objectively evil act. All in all, Solari seems to be long on all fronts here, with a surface-level analysis about nihilistic characters within Western media. This does not bode well for the rest of his arguments concerning Japanese media, so let's just get stuck into that. To Solari, Japanese anime characters fall into two categories. One, the stone-faced manic depressive, or the stoic megalomaniac character who often has delusions of grandeur about how he or she feels as though humanity is doomed and that only this specific character is worthy enough to rule humanity or hit the reset button entirely. To Solari, these villains are cliche, a dime a dozen within anime. Solari likes to believe that Akechi falls within the latter trope of the nihilist as well, but his interpretations of Akechi's motives in this respect are incorrect. Now, I'm sure Solari would like to draw some comparisons here between how both Shido and Akechi don't really care about collateral damage that much, but then there is an important nuance to this conversation that we're missing. Plainly, Akechi has a persona, and Shido does not. To say that Akechi doesn't have any moral principles, or his heart doesn't have anything to rebel against, is just factually incorrect. By definition, there is no way Akechi doesn't care about what Shido has done to him. If he didn't care about Shido ruining his life, or didn't have the means to desire to rebel against his lot in life, he would have never have awakened to Loki or Robin Hood. Within this, we find the reason why their personas are all seen as the villains or even the downtrodden of their respective folk stories. Society all sees them and their personas as rogue elements and weirdo deviants to the norm, so their heart's image of rebellion is going to reflect that. I mean, guys, Yoshizawa's persona is literally just Cinderella. Like, come on, pay attention here. Just because he delights in murder and mayhem as a means to change society doesn't mean his image of rebellion or his motives are any less valid than the rest of the Phantom Thieves. His spiritual rebellion was shaped by his own upbringing and experiences with Japan's apathetic and nihilistic society. He has no interest in the welfare of society, nor does he have the desire to reform it. And why wouldn't he? Within Akechi's mind, it would be impossible to repair all the problems within society, and, well, frankly, why should he give anything to the world that has refused to render unto him simple kindness because of how he came into the world? Why the fuck would Akechi care about those who are doomed to drown inside the hull of Shido's luxury cruise liner? There are merits to Akechi's arguments as well. He is technically correct when he justifies his marks by saying that he's merely removing their evil from society when we consider the wider metaplot of Persona 5 and what Yaldabaoth desired Akechi to do with his powers. As we see within the Prison of Regression, the entire city of Tokyo collectively decided that they did not want to think for themselves or repair the systemic problems within society. Within their collective cognition, Yaldabaoth was spawned, who then, of course, created Panopticon Prison in the form of mementos, where everyone's shadows resided in blissful ignorance. There is also something to be said here about how Akechi killing people might actually be a viable alternative to your own shadow being enthralled and imprisoned within mementos. As we find out, all the changes of heart the Phantom Thieves enact upon the various palace rulers we fight throughout the game, their main function was to actually send the rulers back down to the mementos prison. The Phantom Thieves were never truly enacting any kind of social reform. All this time, the rebels were actually contributing to the same problems that they sought to fix. However, those who Akechi killed are not present in mementos because, well, they're dead, and thus are not feigning Yaldabaoth's power to keep them all in prison behind lock and key of their own volition. In other words, Akechi was correct here. He was actually removing the evil from society. The only way someone wouldn't be able to enable society's evils and empower Yaldabaoth is if they're dead and gone. Akechi is supposed to be the dark anti-villain to Joker, the Venom to Spider-Man, the Punisher that is diametrically opposed to Daredevil. Story also mentions the part of the game where Akechi references Hegel, you know, antithesis becoming synthesis, essentially, but he's reading too far into it here. It's just an easy means to establish Akechi's ideological differences between him and the Phantom Thieves, and the place they both occupy within the plot as, well, two dichotomies of a whole. There's also the fact that Akechi will never be able to synthesize with another person because he is literally incapable of doing so because of the state of his heart. Everything that Akechi does in the third semester, right down to his Showtime attack, indicates this. Moving on to something else in Slory's video, he seems to pine for the sympathetic villain trope, but deems Akechi to be unsuitable for such a role, which I find to be rather strange. Not all villains need to have a Prince Zuko redemption arc, my dude, but nevertheless, in order for a villain to be sympathetic within Solari's mind, they need to not be a murderer. Which, come to think of it, Zuko kind of fills the whole murdering thing too? In order for Akechi to make Solari's criteria of a sympathetic villain, they must show remorse for their actions and work to improve themselves, but of course, Akechi does not, which is a problem for Solari. I understand beefing with the murdering, but when given the chance to discuss Akechi being his utter true self within the third semester content of Persona 5, Solari calls it unfiltered cringe instead of thinking more about the subject, the wider context of why Akechi's finally letting himself cut loose as the Black Mask.
As I've said, good villains are people who are ultimately sympathetic, but it's hard to feel for someone who's literally a mass murderer, and at no point does he express regret for what he's done. They don't even try to redeem him in Persona 5 Royal either. His mask is left off and he becomes an even bigger edgelord, but there's no remorse. He sorta has a redemption arc by helping the Phantom Thieves, but giving him a sort of chaotic, lawful flavor? I don't know, it's just unfiltered cringe in my opinion. I look at his fucking Showtime attack, Jesus.
Out of my way! You little shit!
Okay, dude, you've had your chance to go in depth about this, so I'm gonna keep this super fucking simple here. Akechi, after realizing his folly and showing the likes of Shido's cognition of himself within his palace, that he can, in fact, make his own decisions independently with his seemingly final act being exactly that, is then resurrected and then placed into a false reality where its new benevolent overlord wants him to essentially become a completely different person. Akechi's final act in Shido's palace was to strike out for Shido for manipulating him throughout his entire life, with Maruki essentially robbing Akechi of the only time within his life where he actually grew and changed as a person for once, shortly before his death. Maruki essentially exhumed Akechi's corpse with the intent of holding it hostage over Joker's head, because to Maruki, he arrogantly believes that happiness or even personal growth cannot come from pain or hardship. So, given all that, why the actual fuck would Akechi show remorse for his actions to someone who essentially wants to brainwash him into becoming the fake, affable, Prince Detective persona that he utterly despises? Akechi has no desire or reason to change beyond what he's already proven himself to be possible. Akechi doesn't need to show remorse because Maruki straight up stole that seemingly insurmountable victory from him. This, out of everything, is what made me not only like, but respect Akechi in the end of all things. For the first time in a while, he's allowed to be himself and truly feed his bloodthirsty, rebellious side as he literally fights for his own right to choose, even if that choice will result in his own death twice over. Tying all this back to Akechi being a nihilist, and a poor example of one at that, supposedly, all evidence included within Persona 5 Royal, within the game, proves points to the contrary. Akechi isn't a nihilist. Akechi in the third semester literally embodies what Nietzsche imparted to the world about his musings and teachings about nihilism as an ideology before it was co-opted by edgy teenagers on the internet. Akechi's going to die or disappear when the Phantom Thieves inevitably defeat Maruki, and he's totally comfortable with that. Like, wow. He regretted none of his decisions all the while. Like the rest of the Phantom Thieves, Akechi's desires to fight and perish for a world where they're free to make their own decisions. His theme song, No More What Ifs, displays this mindset as well, and boy, is it so succinct and, well, kind of bittersweet and sad.
I do not regret with my choices, I'm rather proud. Yeah, I know I won't change anything because I can only be me.
You know, guys, I really hated Akechi when I first played Persona 5. Like most, I imagine, I asked, why doesn't he just quit the warpath or stop himself? Why isn't he capable of change? But upon realizing that he's literally incapable of doing so, Akechi became a more tragic character for me. Those feelings quickly changed from confusion to pity to sorrow, as I ended up respecting Akechi by the end of the game for wanting to go out on his own terms. The fact that I would go as far as to say that Akechi was as anti-nihilist as any character in Persona 5 could get. I'm all here for it. I'll say again, what do you get when you cross a destitute, mentally ill loner with a society that bandits him and treats him like trash? For better or for worse, you get Persona 5's Goro Akechi. How Atlus effectively managed to write their anti-hero traitor character, who literally shoots you in the head to be a sympathetic villain in the end of all things, only to then exhume his corpse in another version of the game to make me feel like I have to stand and honor his wishes, as he also stands in direct ideological opposition to the final palace rule of the game, is an insane character arc. And the crazy thing is that it somehow works really well. I don't know how, but it does. This is what I'm going to attempt to explain over the course of this video. In addition to explaining all the edits Atlus made to Akechi's character in Royal going forward, as opposed to vanilla Persona 5, we're going to talk about how Atlus created Akechi with the intent of explaining how and why society produces people like him. Be it purposeful or accidental, someone's got some splaining to do here. Perhaps after peering into the Japanese sociological context behind Akechi's anguish and his character, we can find how misanthropic people become exactly that, and how Akechi's upbringing in such a society wounded his heart so terribly, how it molded him into the person we see in the game. So, let's sow chaos as far as the eye can see. Before we begin, I would like to reiterate two things. Firstly, Persona 5 is a Japanese game made by a Japanese entertainment company for a Japanese audience. As a result of this, Persona 5's writing and characters are quite obviously going to be contextualized within Japanese cultural and sociological norms. To that end, Persona 5 is heavily critical of those various Japanese cultural norms, as the game is a form of critical commentary to criticize Japanese society and its norms as well. In our previous episodes where we covered Persona 5's Ann Takamaki, Ryuji Sakamoto, Makoto Nijima, and Kazumi Yoshizawa, we recounted how these characters are utilized as vehicles to do just that. If you'd like to find out what sociological issues the likes of Ann, Ryuji, Makoto, and Yoshizawa intended to critique as part of this game, check the description for links to those videos if you want a more holistic examination into those characters. I say this now because we're going to build upon what we've already mentioned in those previous episodes. For all the characters that we covered so far as part of the series, for all the commentary these characters include as part of their arcs, I want to focus on the different degrees of isolation and loneliness on Makoto and Ryuji and Kasumi all felt before awakening to their personas and joining our party. While most of them deviated to different resolutions to their own character arcs as they all took heed from their own rebellious hearts, they all generally commented upon personal isolation, the inability to connect with others, or more specifically, society being blind and deaf to their suffering. In this context, Akechi is no different and is a natural progression to cap off what Persona 5 is trying to say as a piece of art. However, in order to begin our discussion covering Akechi, we need to talk about the part of Japanese society that seems to antagonize him the most. Even though he might claim to be different, Akechi shares a lot in common with the rest of the cast, and how he also butts heads with two conflicting ideas that Persona 5 presents to us: revolutionary action and familial legacy. In traditional Japanese society, legitimacy and personal prestige was often associated with one's own family name and lineage. Of course, we talked about this concept a fair bit during our coverage of Ryuji, Makoto, Kasumi, and to some extent Ann's own videos over the course of this very season. While Ann herself is certainly not an illegitimate child, the legitimacy of her even being Japanese, her ethnicity is often called into question quite a few times by both her adversaries and her own high school peers at Shujin more than once. As we've explained before, Ann herself is a Hafu, a quarter American whose family may or may not find its roots somewhere in Finland. This would explain her platinum blonde hair and turquoise blue eyes, but with these rather attractive features comes the notion of Ann being a stupid airheaded foreigner that everybody believes is an easy lay, including Kamoshida. Ann is of course none of these things, but yet the rumors about her true ethnic heritage fly around Shujin nonetheless, much to the detriment of both Ann and those close to her. It's because of how non-traditionally non-Japanese Ann looks that the xenophobia and slut-shaming become the reasons that she becomes so isolated by her peers. It is the reason why nobody deigns to lift a finger to help her or ask her if she's okay, lest they be associated with a slutty outsider. These concepts of social isolation and obligations are further hammered upon with Makoto. As we covered in her own episode, she was essentially blackmailed in trying to live up to both the legacy of her father and her elder sister, with Kabayakawa using the lineage and prestige of the Nijima clan as a way to gaslight her into obedience. Sai is also guilty of this as well, as she needlessly jumps down Makoto's throat and denies her sister the ability to think and dream for herself, outside of a life that Sai has basically prescribed for her. For Sumire, this aspect of society weighs the most heavily upon her as well, and is only exasperated when her seemingly wiser and more competent sister tragically dies protecting her. For Ryuji, we talked about how Ryuji's father was an abusive alcoholic who would physically abuse his son and wife. After some time, Ryuji's dad just ghosts them to fend for themselves, making Ryuji effectively the son of a single mom. Once Kamoshida got a hold of this information about Ryuji's own personal life, the insinuations that Ryuji would also turn out to become an abusive drunken fuckhead like his dad, with a hair-trigger temper that Ryo possesses, these rumors began to mount, with Ryuji incidentally vindicating those same rumors with a bout of totally righteous fury directed squarely at Kamoshida. If the likes of Makoto and Ryuji experience such disdain and discrimination on the basis of their family lineage and who existed in their family in the first place, one has to imagine the stigmas that orphan and or illegitimate children have to deal with in Japanese society, like Akechi is. Traditionally, in Japan, the concept of legitimacy was also tied to the idea of maintaining social order and the continuity of family lines, with deviations from this one being viewed and interpreted negatively by wider society due to Japan's adoption of the Confucian ideals such as filial piety, to which all relationships are clearly defined in a hierarchical structure. It's because of this traditional history, one's own individual actions, identity, and personal reputation are often conflated with one's own family name. This concept becomes even more prevalent when we consider the advent of how Japan has historically counted family members not by individuals, but by households themselves. They're counted by married couples and their unmarried children as the basic unit of society. While that might sound similar to the way Western societies register census data, what Japan defines as a household is instead determined by something called a registered domicile, or honseki. This term is a place where a Japanese citizen is considered to have their familial roots, but it is not the place where that person was born. Think of it instead as the ancestral home where they're alleging their family came from. In fact, on a Japanese passport, instead of saying the place of birth in the document, like say if you're born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the location of a citizen's honseki, their ancestral home, is detailed instead. The importance of having a honseki in a lasting, reputable, and powerful family name was a combination of stacking existential problems that plagued feudal Japan that the Meiji Restoration sought to fix by centralizing the government. The most important of these reformations to Japanese society was for the new imperial government to gather census data on the populace, with the only outstanding problem to this being that 80% of Japan's population were peasants who did not own land or property, and thus didn't have a surname. In order to rectify this issue, the government brought about the advent of the modern konseki, or in English, the family register. Once upon a time, before this document was required, in feudal Japan, retainers and subjects of a particular lord were often adopt the surname or clan name of the retainers. Now it wasn't all that simple anymore, as this was the first time in all of Japanese history that all Japanese citizens were definitively required to have family names or surnames in addition to their given name. With feudal Japan being historically ran by clans of samurai lords who hoovered up as many different kinds of families and people to the service who were not related by blood at all, this had a knock-on effect of many previous retainers and those held ad hoc to those same clans carrying their overlord's surname to their own koseki. As a side note, this is also the reason why in modern Japan you can have totally different people whose surnames are both Sato, Suzuki, and Takahashi, but have them be totally unrelated to each other. Those listed names are the most prevalent in Japan, with anywhere between 1.5 to 2 million people possessing those surnames. They often would even be distant cousins. The different ways kanji can also be interpreted may have also contributed to this phenomenon as well. Those with the surname of Sato, Ito, and Kato may have found their heritage linked to the powerful Fujiwara clan of old, as the kanji for To is depicted the same as the kanji for Fuji. I highlight the latter because the koseki requires more comprehensive information than what I've listed. While the personal koseki does exist, it's a subset of the collective koseki, which of course isn't just a personal record with your government ID, social security number, or anything like that. Instead, it is a comprehensive and holistic record of the entire history of one's own familial members and all additive or otherwise subtractive actions taken by that family in particular. Even today, it is required by law to make all addendums to this document if your family experiences births, adoptions, deaths, marriages, and divorces. Even in the most extraneous circumstances, such as in the cases of loss or death of Japanese foreign nationals or extended family members, have to be recorded in the family koseki as well. In the event of a marriage, divorces by mutual consent, acknowledgments of maternity by non-marital children, and adoptions, these events only become legally effective when they are recorded by family members listed in the koseki and then brought to be certified by the government. In most circumstances, the official document looks like this. In the header, you're to give the location of your hoseki, your ancestral home, and the name of the person in charge of your family, of whom all descendant members will share the last name for the establishment of the household. You'll then have your name, date of birth, date of records, and causes like marriages, deaths, adoptions, and the name of your natural parents. Additionally, you have the names of your previous koseki if you're married, and take your spouse's last name, your marital status, and if you or your spouse were once naturalized as a Japanese citizen. All that information will be displayed in the document as well. However, things get a bit more complicated for adopted children, illegitimate children, orphans, and unwed mothers, whose familial history can be understandably difficult to define in this document. As you can imagine, having the government collect and store a document that details your entire comprehensive family history raises some privacy concerns, with those concerns being first raised around the status of the Barakumin class, the often discriminated, untouchable castes of Japanese feudal society. These people worked as tanners, executioners, undertakers, butchers, and slaughterhouse workers. The stigma of working these jobs was hereditary, and these groups of people were often discriminated against due to Buddhist belief, introducing stigma of disgust that was generally applied against those who worked with blood and other bodily fluids deemed to be impure and unclean. Single mothers and illegitimate children also have the same problems with certain social stigmas and ostracization due to the koseki being extremely sparse as well. As a matter of fact, it was very common and very legal for literally anybody, even potential employers, landlords, bankers, and family members arranging a marriage between two families to seek out an individual's koseki only to discriminate against them and deny them such things. This issue was somewhat rectified through various reforms implemented by Japan's Ministry of Health in 1974, with the government making it harder for non-family members to investigate the koseki registry of others. To be more specific about these reforms, obtaining someone else's family records was basically public information before that point, kind of like submitting a request to the government through the Powers of Freedom of Information Act bestowed to the American public. However, it wasn't until 2008 where more extensive reforms were implemented to ensure more privacy to families. On the 1st of May, a new law was implemented to limit the persons eligible for a copy of the persons whose names were recorded in a given koseki, and those who needed such a copy to exercise the due rights like debt collectors, as required by lawyers in a court of law, and by executors of wills. Furthermore, anyone who's listed on a koseki, even if their name has been crossed off by reason of divorce, and even if such a family member is not a Japanese citizen, they are indeed eligible to get a copy of that particular koseki. While these reforms were good for the time, the discrimination and cultural stigmas of your ancestors still remains. This brings us right back to Akechi, who, as we will come to know, has managed to carve out an impressive life, reputation, and public image as a teenage detective prodigy, despite his background as both an illegitimate child and a child born to a prostitute. However, the Prince Detective is more of a glass-half-empty kind of guy, with his lineage weighing heavy on him to such an extent that it shapes the way he views the world and the way he forms relationships with others. His mother's death will always be public information to anyone who decides to look him up, as will his heritage. Akechi will later say that he believes himself to be cursed, and under different circumstances, he wouldn't have had to take the name Akechi and be held, or rather permanently tied to how he came into the world as a matter of Japanese law. If anyone decides to look up his name, they will quickly find that he has no father or close relatives and that his mother is indeed very, very dead. Goro Akechi is alone in the world, and this is the part of his reality where he believes that he cannot change who he is as an individual because of his past, which, as we will see, puts him in direct conflict with the Phantom Thieves, and more specifically, briefly with Joker. With all that being said though, it might seem like a bit of a stretch for Akechi to become so misanthropic based on these circumstances and what he's done to attempt to overcome them. Though, of course, there's a bit more to the story about how, from start to finish, Japanese society has repeatedly failed Goro Akechi and arguably molded him into the person we see in the game. Knowing the circumstances of Akechi's birth, the way his mother died, and the way his mother met ends meet, likely working for some sketchy club in Shinjuku, his koseki would have been rather sparse and, well, sketchy. Even considering that shortly after his mother's death, he was likely shipped off to an orphanage, and, well, to say that would have been a pleasant or otherwise hopeful experience would be an outright lie. First off, there are some legal problems with the orphanage system and child custody laws concerning orphans and illegitimate children in Japan. Before I say anything else, for children left to the care of the state's foster care system, even in cases where the child has been abandoned by their biological parents, the government still defers to their judgments for the child's future. This also opens up the child to various abuses of power, where in some cases I've learned, there are cases where the birth parents will straight up commit the child they abandoned into hospitals or other state institutions instead of foster families or orphanages via written exceptions to the foster parent placement guidelines. A law passed in 2011 to prevent these abuses of power by the state. On top of institutionalizing actual abandoned or orphaned children, the orphanage care and foster care systems in Japan is atrociously bad due to cultural and economic factors as well that compound on top of each other. Forever holding the desires of the biological parents over the needs of the abandoned child, this makes adoption even more difficult as the birth parents also have the right to deny the adoption of orphaned or abandoned children by foster parents or by the state. Yes, they do indeed have the legal right to intervene in the child finding a happy family or foster home to live with. Experts say that this, of course, deprives them of natural socialization, makes them impaired, and denies them a chance to be adopted as they're now institutionalized by the state. Many of these children grow to develop developmental disorders like ADHD, speech impediments, and more pervasive developmental disorders because the Japanese government prioritizes the wish of the birth parents or the needs of the child. It is also observed that some of the children forever stuck in these institutions, many of them refer to themselves as abandoned and worthless children, or in Japanese, sereretako or iraniko. From some accounts I've read researching this video, these kids begin internalizing these feelings of worthlessness from as young as 3 to 5 years old, when they're kindergartners. As a result of being institutionalized, they have limited social interactions with others outside of their caregivers, which only take care of them when they were smaller and basically babies. Every minute in these institutions is also well regulated, so these children end up not being able to make independent decisions by themselves. Many have never been to a supermarket or lack the know-how of how to say switching on a light bulb. I've also read more accounts that most of the social games they play with each other, instead of assigning each other orphan, fictitious parental roles where the children act out normal daily routines like their mother, dropping them off at kindergarten and picking them up from school. It would not be out of pocket to suggest that these kids learned how to be helpless while institutionalized, with some getting to think that not only the parents failed them, but the wider world as well. It's incredibly sad, and this alone would explain Akechi's esteem issues, the false persona he adopts in order to seem normal by everyone else's standards, and that ill temper that we'll touch upon later. For now though, knowing this, if Akechi's father, whoever that might be, would have acknowledged him as his progeny, it would be totally legal for him to commit Goro Akechi until he was of age, with Akechi's deadbeat dad keeping him there permanently like 53% of all other orphan Japanese children. It's absolutely insane for this to be occurring on such a massive scale, but another potential hypothetical is much better than the reality Akechi likely had to contend with. Compounding this absurdity is the fact that the funding for Japanese orphanages and foster care homes is directly proportional to how many children orphanage are caring for at that specific time. As you can imagine, within a country that has a plummeting birth rate as less and less people are having children, the state of the foster care system is very bleak for those still stuck there. For one, it turns the system what is supposed to be caring for orphan and abandoned children into a cutthroat and cold business, as different state establishments have to compete with each other for funding, which in reality means they're actually just fighting over how best to monetize orphan children for more funding and money. Also, when I say stuck there, I really do mean it. Japan's child rate of adoption is very low. A little less than 693 children were adopted in Japan, which is less than 1% of all children living in the country's orphanage and state institutions. Compared to Australia at 90% and Canada's at 83%, it is a very dire situation. Compounding all these issues, the future that most Japanese orphans can look forward to is one rife with developmental issues, difficulty with and or developing interpersonal socialization skills, and then ultimately aging out of the system when they turn 18 years old. It's cruel, but as you can imagine, it gets even worse for those who cannot prove that they have a family history. While Akechi might age out of the system as a legal adult at the age of 18, he will not be able to live in an apartment by himself until he is 20 years old. 20 years old is the legal age where someone is able to sign a contract per Japanese law, and thus, in Akechi's case, buy an apartment. Barring the fact that someone like him will be shit out of luck for at least another 2 years, he will still need a legal guarantor to co-sign his lease and advocate to his landlord that Akechi will still be able to pay rent on time. This rule will also apply to any amount of governmental paperwork that Akechi has to do in order to buy or purchase something, including property, a car, anything. There are loopholes around this, of course, with some places offering exceptions to those if the minor is in college, but jumping through those loops is easier said than done. One less hypothetical here to show you how hopeless Akechi's situation is, and we'll move on. Japan's child custody law is extremely skewed towards eschewing the father of all parental responsibilities and custody while basically dumping them all to the mother, even if it's a responsibility that she cannot afford to bear. This has two effects. For divorces, it basically guarantees that the father has no civil or legal recourse to see his children as per Article 819 of the Japanese Civil Code. Within this code, custody is to be assigned by default to the mother regardless of the circumstances. This rule also applies to children conceived in matrimony, though born after a divorce, and to illegitimate children. In this hypothetical, and given the current state of Japanese child custody laws, Akechi's father would still get off scot-free regardless, unless there was a crime, unless Akechi's mother could prove that she was under duress when the conception occurred, or even if Akechi's father came out of the woodwork to claim that Akechi is indeed his own son. No matter what, Akechi's mother is suddenly saddled with the responsibility of raising a son. It utterly blows, and when contextualizing Akechi's situation, we can see why the circumstances of his birth and what came after bother him so much. All in all, the odds and legal standards are stacked against Akechi here, and as we will see, as he starts to be loved, relied on, and appreciated, Akechi himself will find that he will forever be a pawn in someone else's game. As for what that means, let's jump right into Akechi's Confidant arc to figure out what's what. Before we begin to tackle Akechi's Confidant arc, we need to touch base with quite a few different things here. Like we did in our last episode covering Yoshizawa, certain parts of Akechi's Confidant arc are gatekept to certain dead thresholds, with Akechi showing up at times within the main plot of the narrative in a linear fashion. As was the case with Yoshizawa, we're going to be cutting in and out of Akechi's Confidant arc to detail with all facets of his character, and how he interacts not just with Joker, but with Sai and the others. As such, we'll be stopping at rank 6 for plot reasons before moving on to the rest of the analysis. With all that being said, let's jump right back into it all. The Phantom Thieves are riding high and have finally become the talk of Tokyo. We finally make good on our promise to inspire others and give hope to those to whom society has failed when they desperately need it. We've exposed Kamoshida and Madarame as serial criminals. We've exposed these vainglorious assholes to the world and shamed them into confessing their crimes to the public. Though as we celebrate a victory over Kamoshida, we incidentally rub elbows with the human refuse that calls themselves the rich, powerful, and affluent society at the Hilton Buffet. If we choose to eavesdrop on them, Joker learns that there are some among them that wish to spin Kamoshida's downfall for their own personal gain, with some going as far as to downplay his crimes as well.
So the ratings for the news were really that good? It was because it was about that teacher who sexually harassed his student, huh? Was it Kamoshida?
It's all about how you frame it. You've got to cater to the idiotic public. Ratings go up when you show them crude, sensational news and make it easy for them to understand.
The way that some aim to essentially try to monetize Shiho's on-life attempt and frame Kamoshida's confession as a freak incident is a mixture of indignant frustration that neither I nor Ryuji were able to fully put into words, especially as a man with the world's shiniest head tries to shoo us away on the basis of us being irrelevant, bratty children trying to find a place at the adult table for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you can butt in front of other people if you're in a hurry?
It seems the customer base has changed since I was here last. Have they started a daycare?
Have they started making food that'll cure your baldness? Everyone around us once looked at us with a disapproving expression, like a school of fish just out of water. However, becoming self-conscious all but for a moment, An, Joker, Ryuji, and Morgana realizes that this is what sets us apart from the lot. We are the delinquents of society, and by taking strength in those differences, this is what gave them all the means to take down Kamoshida after all. A mission that the newly formed Phantom Thieves of Hearts aims to extend to the rest of the irresponsible adults doing irreparable damage to those who will never be able to wrest themselves from their control through normative means.
We're gonna catch all these shitty adults by surprise and make ourselves known to the world!
Planning and executing our sophomore heist is a little rocky as well, but at the end of all things, we have living proof of our justice in action, in the form of Yusuke Kitagawa. Yusuke was one of Madarame's former students, and became one of my teammates as we sought to take him down. With his victory, and with Madarame's confession being broadcasted live through all of Shibuya, the Phantom Thieves have grown from an absurd rumor to a loud whisper. The general public is on the cusp of believing that we do indeed exist. All they need is a little nudge in the right direction to fully believe our message of societal reform. However, that nudge also works both ways. On our school trip, we finally meet the pleasant boy himself.
Excuse me. I couldn't help but notice your uniforms. Are you students of Shujin Academy?
Oh wait, hold on. It's the guy from Shibuya, and from the start of the game. Hold on, wait.
Yeah, what do you want?
I happened to be passing by, so it seemed polite to greet you. We'll be filming together, after all. Ah, where are my manners? My name is Goro Akechi.
Akechi? Enter Goro Akechi, and while the first impromptu meeting with him isn't entirely noteworthy, we do get a sense of a few things about him. Firstly, Akechi seems to be extremely polite and principled dude. Even though he has places to be, he stops to say hello to a bunch of students who he will not really know beyond a single filming session. An, who has likely rubbed elbows with the entertainment industry more than a few times as part of a modeling gig, also seems to be familiar with Akechi by reputation as well, and why he might be so popular.
He's never gonna get popular with that kind of hair, though.
You don't get it.
He's busy and popular enough to the point where he's missing lunch, and, well, knowing that, we come to learn more than a handful of things about Akechi from that fact.
So you're going to go have cake now? I missed lunch today, so I'm quite hungry myself.
Huh? Cake? What are you talking about?
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
It was at this moment that the Phantom Thieves deduced that Akechi liked pancakes.
No matter. Well, see you tomorrow.
The next day, during our filming session with Shujin students in the crowd, we get to see the public's opinion of the Phantom Thieves and the effect Akechi's apparent star power has on the audience.
Mr. Akechi's coming on!
It's Akechi! Oh, he's so cool!
Ain't that the guy from yesterday?
Akechi is our age, a high schooler, and already famous detective, with Akechi choosing to be humble about his fame to the point of embarrassment. As the hosts try to steer the conversation back to the topic of the day, the Phantom Thieves, Akechi reveals himself to be extremely principled person as well, even if it means going against the grain.
There it is! All of this Phantom Thief excitement has caught your attention too, Akechi-kun. Allow me to be blunt for just a second. What do you think of these justice-oriented Phantom Thieves?
Though Akechi agrees with the general goal of our justice, acquiescing to the fact that Madarame and Kamoshida were abhorrent criminals who would have likely never been caught through normative means, within Akechi's mind, we're still criminals on account of taking the law into our own hands. However, he seems less concerned about the supposed crimes we committed, and more concerned with the ethical implications of us effectively and forcibly brainwashing people via changes of heart.
But hypothetically speaking, if these Phantom Thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
That's quite the statement. Are they committing crimes? Some people even say that the thieves are actually helping their victims abandon their evil ways.
What the artist Madarame did truly was an unforgivable crime. However, they're taking the law into their own hands by judging him. It is far from justice.
He dislikes the fact that we're forcing people to change instead of the justice system he works for, we're reforming them instead.
More importantly, you should never forcefully change a person's heart.
To him, our methods are an existential threat to all of society, if we ever decide to use such a power for ill-gotten gains. Within our party, this will never happen, of course, but if other more scrupulous persona users were out there, he would be right. Of course, when this question turns to the audience, Joker gets a chance for a rebuttal, which then causes Akechi to take an interest in us.
This completely goes against the opinion you had about them being tried by law, Akechi-kun.
Indeed. It's rather intriguing to hear such a strong acknowledgement. In that case, there's one more question I'd like to ask. If someone close to you, for example, your friend next to you, if his heart suddenly changed, wouldn't you think it was the work of the Phantom Thieves? Ah, throwing the question back at me. Well, this is my opinion on the topic. Whether the thieves' actions are good or not, I feel there is a more important issue at hand.
What do you mean?
The matter of how they change people's hearts. If they honestly possess that ability, it could be used for more than extracting confessions. It could be that what seem to be ordinary crimes are actually being perpetrated by these methods.
You know, you're absolutely right.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. This is all purely hypothetical. It is only if people who can use such a power truly exist. Either way, though, this cannot be ignored. The existence of the Phantom Thieves would be nothing but a threat to our everyday lives.
Though we answer his question with a question of our own and don't get a straight answer, it's not until after filming has concluded do we actually get a chance to see Akechi out of the limelight for what he is.
Oh, it's you! I'm glad I found you. I wanted to thank you in person. To paraphrase Hegel, Advancement cannot occur without both thesis and antithesis.
The first thing Akechi does is ground his introduction by quoting Hegel, where two completely opposite things, the thesis and the antithesis, create new ideas or concepts by abutting heads in a dialectical manner, thus creating something new, the synthesis of both ideas. To contextualize this, the phantom thieves are the antithesis or the response to the thesis, or in this case, the status quo enabled by the likes of Kamoshida and Madarame. Akechi then posits that the synthesis of justice the phantom thieves created leaves a lot more to be desired in regards to culpability and personal responsibility if used for more erroneous means. Joko pushes back on this, and then we have a new problem to synthesize from both sides. As we learn though, Akechi's interest in us isn't purely didactic, but rather it's more personal than that.
Few people around me are so willing to speak their minds as freely as you did earlier. Adults are only interested in using the young, while they simply do as the adults say. There are too many irresponsible people in these modern times. I can understand why you'd support the Phantom Thieves.
Both Akechi and Joker seem to share the same opinions about how, more often than not, powerful adults often punch down on those who cannot defend themselves. But both have different ways of going about rectifying these different problems. While it might be true that the private crimes of Madarame and Kamoshida necessitated a dash of vigilante justice, Akechi's of the opinion that the Phantom Thieves will abandon their principles when pitted against their own antithesis, a monster of their own creation.
It's possible that this group is just as you believe, and they are truly acting with good intentions. Since they have special talents, I assume their hearts must be burning with a sense of justice and duty. But that justice is merely a facade, concealing their lack of true strength. That's why I believe if a truly powerful opponent were to corner them, they would flee without a second thought. Oh? You really are intriguing. I bet you'd make for a worthwhile debate partner on the subject. If it's all right with you, would you continue sharing your thoughts with me? Thank you. That's great news. I sense something in you that's quite different from other people. I guess you can call it my detective's intuition. Kidding, of course.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou hast acquired a new vow. It shall become the wings of rebellion that breaketh thy chains of captivity. With the birth of the Justice Persona, I have obtained the winds of blessing that shall lead to freedom and new power.
All right.
Within that, we've established a new confidant with the Prince Detective himself, who, of all things, is tied to the Justice Arcana. An incredibly interesting arcana for a most stalwart critic to have be associated with him, and for Joker to consort with as well. If you'd allow me to pull on Persona 3 for just 1 second.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. To find the one true path, one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty.
The Justice Arcana is often portrayed within tarot card illustrations as a woman, often as a blind Lady of Justice figure, holding a sword while balancing a scale. Both items demonstrate facets of the traditional justice system, as Lady Justice weighs facts and evidence, with the sword representing the willingness to punish injustice when required. As such, when such a card is read within tarot card readings, its allegorical meaning is one of strict justice, objectivity, rationality, and analysis, where the one who is tied to this particular arcana must face trial for their justice at some point within their lives. Within Persona games, characters that are assigned to the Justice Arcana are primarily concerned with matters of fairness and are characterized as very stoic yet thoughtful individuals, who aim to make sense of the unfairness of the world that they exist within. Where those inextricably tied to this Arcana get lost is where they confuse having a principled sense of right and wrong with obedience to the letter of the law under the pretense of righteousness. They often do not think for themselves or have difficulty following their own senses of justice. This is where Joker's future conversations with Akechi will begin to clarify his position on certain things, including what's keeping Akechi from reaching his full potential and following his heart. This is what Akechi's character arc is all about, and it will span the entirety of the game, as the goal here for Akechi is to turn his ideas of thesis and antithesis into something entirely new.
All right.
From now on in, we'll be able to find Akechi hanging outside the Penguin Super in Kichijochi. Here, on and after specific days, we'll be able to talk to him in order to advance his social link and learn more about why he finds it so interesting. As part of rank 2 of his Confidant arc, he invites us over for a round of pool inside, and of course, we oblige. As we both pick up our cues, Akechi essentially tells us that he doesn't really have any friends, though he does try to disguise this notion by saying he prefers to spend his time meaningfully. Given that, we have to wonder why he's taken an interest in us and why he's chosen to spend time with us if those are indeed his concerns. Another interesting thing here is that Akechi apologizes to us for getting a break ace. On his first crack at the pool balls, he immediately sinks the 9 ball and wins automatically. It's strange behavior, especially when Akechi downplays his victory over Joker. Win or lose here, Joker notices that Akechi is using his non-dominant hand.
That's not bad.
He's left-handed, and in other words, Akechi's calmly pulling his punches here. Though he explains that his right hand is almost as dexterous as his left, he feels as though going all out on us is a bit gauche. Ungraceful of him as our senior. There's also some cultural context behind this as well for all the Japanese southpaws like Akechi. As was kind of the case in the West, being left-handed carried with it a certain social stigma and practicality issues when engaging with the world. Japan being a collective society, children like Akechi were often pressured into becoming ambidextrous or dropped the left-hand habit entirely. Coming back to what I said about practicality and the many inconveniences caused by being left-handed, there are quite a few that still exist in Japanese society. Ever striving not to generally bother or annoy other people, many Japanese people believe it rude to step out of line in regards to eating with the other hand. The possibility of bumping elbows with someone during meals is an issue as well, as is writing kanji. Many lefties out there will attest to smudge writing when writing from left to right. And while this wouldn't necessarily be a problem for the Japanese, the writing of kanji requires a specific stroke order and direction. This stroke order does not change even if you choose to write with your left or right hand. The stroke order remains the same throughout. It is always an immutable and unchangeable fact of writing characters. For the right-handed person, they tend to pull on the pencil when writing, but for the left-handed person, they tend to push down on the paper when writing. It makes a big difference to the point where the dominant hand of the writer becomes kind of obvious. These facets of life and how lefties are often inconvenienced by most products that are made for righties in mind, such as the entrance-exit gates at Japan's train station forcing lefties to contort their bodies to touch their IC cards to the kiosks, it would behoove the likes of Akechi to become somewhat ambidextrous to blend in with the lot. That being said, as to why he felt the need to hide such information from Joker is cause for both concern and questioning. But Akechi is more preoccupied with the idea that Joker is the one who managed to take notice of a personal quirk of his. The Prince Detective notes that no one has really thought too hard about him beyond the superficial on account of his fame, and this prompts Akechi to challenge Joker. When the gloves finally come off, if we ever win against Akechi when he's actually trying, then he'll face us with everything he has. It appears we have a burgeoning rival with Akechi, and while his interest in us might seem purely academic, we learn a lot more about him and what he thinks of us in rank 3 of his Confidant arc.
All right.
We once again meet Akechi in Kichijochi, and once again, we see another facet of his character shine through here. His mind always seems to be occupied with how other people perceive him, and yes, this will get more important as we continue on here. But for now, we get to see the seeds of this facet of his character here and now. Instead of playing pool, Akechi wishes to invite us to a local cafe for some tea and cake, but is worried that due to his fame as the Prince Detective, his fans would harass anyone isn't exactly as charismatic or intelligent as Akechi himself is. Our charm, intelligence, social stats do actually cut the mustard here, so we make our way to the cafe. As we sit down together, Akechi draws attention to the popularity of the cafe's food, but then goes on to make it clear that he doesn't exactly have a sweet tooth. As he explains, he doesn't want to sit down here to stuff her face with cake like a certain half-Japanese girl in our party. In fact, Akechi concerns himself as to why things are popular, and then acquiesces to trying new fads or food, even though he may not particularly care for them at all. It's almost a strange historical solution to shooing away Akechi's fans who start to mob the cafe.
Hold on a moment.
Only Joker could menace Akechi like this and get away with it all, but even here he learns two things. For one, the masses, including Akechi's fans, cannot see beyond the superficial like Joker can, with Akechi later joking that if the two of them could change clothes, no one would be the wiser. This also immediately vindicates Akechi's worries about the importance of keeping up appearances, and why he was so concerned for Joker's safety as well. The masses don't seem to care about the true characteristics of people. Within that as well, we have both a differential commonality between Joker and Akechi here. Joker has felt the wrath of being considered a social outcast by wider society, and while he remains unbothered by it all, Akechi cares deeply about keeping up with what the rest of society considers to be trendy or popular. This brings us to the second lesson Akechi learns from Joker's quick thinking and indifference about what others think of him. There's no knowing how things will go unless either he or Akechi thrust themselves into uncomfortable situations. This notion ties back to him investigating popular things as well. Just by following what the masses say, Akechi isn't really acting as an individual with thoughts or opinions of his own. While there might be some substantial reasons for why such a thing is popular, Joker implores Akechi to be more like him. Akechi should be a bit more willful and independent. He should be arriving at conclusions for his own reasons and not simply doing things out of obligation. This is what the thesis had learned from its antithesis about what it means to be spontaneous, and from here on out, Akechi will open up a little bit more to Joker as well.
All right.
We once again meet Akechi in Kichijoji, and this time we're going somewhere else in town. However, it's not just any old cafe. We follow Akechi to a jazz cafe, a quiet place where Akechi's able to find some refuge and hang out by himself for a while. We can certainly see the appeal. Fancy, non-alcoholic, drinks, a chilled out atmosphere, and Linda Nazmi on the vocals on choice days throughout the year.
Some people may stay with you though. I am alone.
Can't complain about much. And now that Akechi's shown us his place for some R&R, we get the opportunity to level with him. He asks us if we have a place like this cafe as well, and technically we do, but as we explained to Akechi, we also kind of live there as well. This prompts Joker to tell Akechi how and why he's even Tokyo in the first place. With Akechi being amazed that we even survived for so long, deeming our circumstances to be something out of a fairy tale or a story. Akechi admits that he feels a bit jealous about how easy life comes to Joker, as he points out that above all else, despite the fame he's garnered, Akechi is still a very lonely guy. He lives by himself, no mention of his parents or anything of the sort, and perhaps within that, we can see why he finds solace in this place and why he finds Joker so interesting or even inspiring. Akechi mentions that this is the first time he's ever taken anyone to this place, not that he was keeping it from anyone, but it does prove that we are two sides of some coin. We share some kind of strange connection with Akechi, but as to what that means, we have to wait and see.
All right.
This time at rank 5, Akechi takes us to an arcade to play a light gun shooter against us. We do our best to keep up with Akechi, but he manages to pull ahead. However, as we do so, Akechi attracts a bit of a crowd for his skill at the game. He doesn't waste a single shot and carefully picks his targets. We ended a close draw, with Joker commenting upon Akechi's skill. The Prince Detective responds by saying that he needs as much practice as he possibly can get to take Joker out. Okay, nonetheless, playing this game has Akechi thinking about his past. Feeling a bit nostalgic, Akechi reminisces about how he, as a child, would run around the house with a toy gun playing hero. This explains a few things about him thus far, why he wanted to be a detective, and why he is such a hardliner against the Phantom Thief's brand of vigilante justice. Within that, Akechi starts delving into how there's different sorts of justice and how everyone, including the hero Akechi himself desires to be, enacts the vision upon the world. Be it the idea that with great power comes great responsibility, or that a true hero is not the one the world deserves but the one the world needs, Akechi finds himself stuck within these conflicting definitions. Internally, he may have some moral code that he ascribes and sticks to, despite the outside world pressuring him to change himself. On the other hand, he acknowledges that there might be a more selfish part of him, where he would only strive to be a hero for praise and gratification. Akechi throws these rather strange tangential questions back at us, and we can answer how we please without any losses of social points to Akechi. Regardless, Akechi responds by asking us another rhetorical question. If nobody else wants the justice the hero fights so hard for, isn't that just kind of blind self-righteousness? If one listens to their heart and uses their power to exact change upon the world, to change what they believe is right and just for everybody, even when such changes aren't welcomed, would that just be totally selfish behavior? But when we get back to the blonde, we get an explanation as to why Akechi has this absurd competitive edge to him, aligning with his desire to keep up within certain trends, and why he often forces himself to try things that he doesn't particularly like. Akechi tells us that he's always been quick to grasp the fundamentals of everything and anything. He tells Joker that he feels this constant external pressure from the world around him, where he believes that everyone around him expects him to be capable of anything, which stresses him out to no end. Judging by our time with Akechi, this is always something that seems to be on his mind, something that he constantly concerns himself with, but he doesn't tell us where he thinks the stress is coming from. It could be on account of his job or public image, but that feels a little bit too simple of an explanation. As we head inside, all will be revealed at the 6th rank of Akechi's Confidant arc, which is locked until September 28th. This is a plot mandatory event and is absolutely essential for understanding Akechi's place within Persona 5 and what the game is trying to say about him. So let's jump right into it. With Futaba's heart healed, and with the Phantom Thieves doing their best to reintegrate our former Hikikomori gremlin into society the best we can, we're greeted by a surprise guest of the blonde.
Hello.
Oh, welcome.
Oh, you're...
Huh? You know each other? Wait, aren't you...
I'm Akechi.
Oh yeah, the one on TV and stuff. So what brings you here, Mr. Detective?
This place is more than I imagined it to be. The atmosphere is wonderful. No wonder Sai-san recommended it so strongly to me.
Akechi seems to have come here on a recommendation from Sai, or at least overheard her talking positively about the coffee here. Moreover, it's kind of where Joker lives, so it could be that he just needed an excuse to stop by. Regardless, Akechi doesn't really have a whole lot of tact here, as he immediately recognizes that Futaba is the daughter of the now deceased Wakaba Ishiki. Unfortunately, due to Akechi dropping her name and not knowing the context behind Sai essentially harassing Sojiro for information about Wakaba's research into the cognitive world, Akechi thinks that Sojiro just hates his guts for a random, inexplicable reason.
I already told her everything I know. There's nothing more I've got for you people.
Oh no, that's not my intention. I just came to enjoy some coffee.
Oh.
And she is? Oh, you must be Wakaba Ishiki's...
What'll it be?
I'll have whatever you recommend.
Coming right up.
As he sits down for a cup of joe, Akechi says the following.
It seems I'm unwelcome no matter where I go. Did I bother you? My apologies. Apparently, my mother was in a relationship with some lowlife of a man. She was swiftly discarded when he learned she was pregnant. That despair would lead to her death. Thanks to him, I was passed from foster home to foster home. But I do quite well by myself these days.
This is quite the revelation, and while it might seem to come out of literally nowhere, for Akechi to summon trauma dump on us like this, it actually makes a lot of sense for him to do so. Over the course of this Confidant arc, and as we've gotten to know Akechi, he's mentioned how lonely and isolated he often feels. Wherein most people out there, including his fans and the adults that he interacts with on a day-to-day basis, only grade him and evaluate him based on his Prince Detective persona.
Few people around me are so willing to speak their minds as freely as you did earlier.
He has the attention of the public, but finds no fulfillment in his fame and only seems to find meaning with his burgeoning rivalry with Joker as he tries to pick up a few things from him. His past is also likely why he feels this pressure to prove himself in all aspects of his life, including when he tries to compete against Joker, while also pulling his punches too. Born to a single mom who's suddenly saddled with the responsibility of caring for a child all by herself until the stress was too much for her, only for her son to then be passed from foster home to foster home, Akechi had a rough life. It is frankly amazing that he's managed to do so well. For himself now and build a life around him. Then again, he feels trapped by his past. Likely a result of being robbed of his childhood and as a result of being raised in a foster home, Akechi likely thought that being an affable kid was the best way for someone to formally adopt him, forcing himself to try different things he really has no interest in, like pool, arcade games, cake, and the blonde's coffee, are all a means for Akechi to assert himself and help project this image he tries so very hard to cultivate to the outside world, for someone to like him. Little do the people who idolize him realize that on the inside, he's all torn up. The story even managed to garner some sympathy from Futaba. The two share this kind of background, but Akechi is all by himself. He tries to change the subject back to the Phantom Thieves bringing down Medjed, but it doesn't distract from the fact that Akechi feels like he shares some kind of special bond with Joker. So much so that he starts hanging out at the Blind from this point on. Saying that, let's get stuck right back to the next part of Akechi's Confidant arc, where he will open up a bit more about the details of his past just a little bit more.
All right.
Rank 6 of Akechi's Confidant arc is unlocked on September 3rd, and this time we find Akechi at the Blonde waiting for us to come home. Akechi offers us a cup of coffee after a long day, but takes Sojiro's suggestion to head to the bathhouse across the street with Joker. We head on over, and as we're relaxing together, Akechi lets us in on some more info about his family situation, or lack thereof. According to Akechi, it's been a while since he's been at a bathhouse, but not for the reasons you might think of. It's not because he's too busy to relax, but more so it's the fact that being here evokes some unpleasant memories for Akechi. When he was young, his mother used to drop him off at various bathhouses while she was working. When Joker asks why she couldn't get a sitter, Akechi explains that the line of work his mother was in required him to basically be gone. He mentions that his mother worked for a nightclub to support him, which often required bringing men home. You might think of Akechi's mother bringing men home as something a bit more innocent and wholesome than the alternative. Akechi uses the word had to refer to his mother's job. In other words, Akechi's son likely worked as a prostitute, and perhaps is how she had Akechi. Some dude out there dined and dashed on his mother, but refused to pay the bills on the way out. Upon learning this about Akechi's familial origins, Joker can respond in one of two ways. He can either offer his sympathy or outright state that his mother is a horrible person for forcing him out of the house. Sympathy will gain his affinity with Akechi, whereas calling his mother awful will not, but regardless of what we choose to say, Akechi makes it clear that he doesn't hold any ill will about what his mother did to survive and provide for her son. Kudos to Akechi's mother for doing her best not to be Giorgio Giovanna's deadbeat mom and pops. I would say that he's put it in the past, as Akechi himself claims, but this is something that still clearly bothers him. If he's willing to tell Joker and Futaba about his family situation over a cup of coffee, then I'd call bullshit. Tying that notion together, interestingly enough, if we do call Akechi-san a horrible woman, Akechi will state that it was better for him not to be around her at all, whether she was working or not. Leaving her to her own devices and putting some kind of distance between himself and his struggling mother was the right choice for him to make at the time. It was better than him staying around. This would explain why Akechi beats himself up over bothering Futaba and Sojiro, as well as his competitive yet disorganized attachment to Joker. Feeling wanted or needed is probably something that Akechi desperately craves as a consequence of his background in the foster care system and his mother dropping him off at bathhouses by himself, depending on how much time her clients pay her for. While Akechi's mother found a way out of her nightlife jobs as quickly as she could and chose a part-time career to raise Akechi the best she could, the damage was already done, with everything else being exasperated over her death. The manner in which she died will never be totally clear, but as Akechi explains, both himself and his mother were victims of whoever sired him. He squarely places the blame at the feet of his father, who Akechi calls a worthless degenerate, and while those are indeed fighting words, they come with an air of familiarity. If we also read between the lines here, we discover that Akechi might have a very good idea of who exactly abandoned him and his mother, but is now powerless to do anything about it, despite all of his fame. This is the second thing that plagues his mind as well. Goro Akechi and his mother are victims of gross injustice, with Akechi often fantasizing about forcing the man behind it all to apologize to his son on his mother's behalf. He wants revenge, and with that, we have a good idea of who and what Goro Akechi is. His background is possibly why he gets so hung up on what justice means to himself and others, as well as why he's so principled and critical of the Fantasies brand of justice too. If there is one thing that Goro Akechi as a person seems to detest or hate the most, it's people or groups with immense unchecked power operating with zero accountability, as they regularly use their power to change society for the worse. His skepticism of the Phantom Thieves and his own views of what is just or not were molded by his own life experiences. He is living proof that some kind of due process must exist to ensure justice prevails. As we climb out of the bath, Akechi realizes that he never has told anyone else about his family situation. Only Joker really knows the true details. But then again, why does Joker need to know? Is it because Akechi trusts Joker? Is it because Joker told Akechi about how he ended up in Tokyo? Joker just chooses to say that we're similar for now, and well, he's right. Like most of our teammates and confidants, they're all victims of some powerful untouchables, flexing their power and influence over our friends' lives for their own self-enrichment at our own detriment. However, with Akechi, this seems to be a bit more applicable than the rest of the lot. We're able to stop Kamoshida, Madarame, and Kaneshiro from ruining the lives of our comrades, but neither Akechi or Joker have gotten the restitution like An, Ryuji, Yusuke, and Makoto have, as evidenced by the fact that Akechi still agonizes over vengeance itself, on top of how much of a bother he thinks he was to his mother and to everyone else around him. Still, despite that, as we both part ways, Akechi thanks Joker over the phone for finally giving him the opportunity to relax. More importantly, he gave him a chance to be Goro Akechi, and not the Detective Prince persona he's been kind of forced into cultivating on TV. With Joker, all those woes seem to melt away before he has to head back to the grind in the public's eye as some kind of prodigy. He would like other people to get to know him a little bit better, that he does sit in this town on the onset like everyone else, but so far Joker's the only one who's been able to pick up on Akechi's efforts to hide his indifference and troubles from the public. We share many commonalities together, such as who and what caused us to meet, but we go about our lives differently. We are both extremely principled, but the difference comes with how Joker's sense of justice is always at the forefront of his mind, as he drives himself to conform to the public standards, rather than being himself in broad daylight. We're both hiding face and mind, but we do so in the intent to deceive the public for different reasons, be it insecurity or for a greater purpose. With that all being said, while we haven't managed to find out what makes Akechi tick, Akechi hasn't managed to figure out Joker quite yet. More specifically, he hasn't been able to figure out just how the hell Joker perseveres and isn't dismayed about being himself despite his circumstances. This is what perplexes and frustrates Akechi the most about Joker, but in order for him to finally explain why, we're gonna have to wait a while before jumping back to his Confidant arc for an explanation. Going all the way back to our sophomore high school with Madarame, we got the inkling that there was another more malicious force out there going around and causing mental shutdowns amidst other palace rulers. Upon Madarame's defeat, he mentions being deathly afraid of an assassin infiltrating his palace and wiping him out.
What about the other one, though? The one with the black mask?
It can't be. There was another intruder besides us within this palace?
This was our first true inkling of a wider conspiracy against us. A conspiracy that not only implicated Madarame, but Kaneshiro as well. After we defeat him, he mentions that there is a singular individual exploiting the metaverse and people's palaces for their own gain. Consequences be damned.
Where do you find meaning in that naive sense of justice? You know, there's already someone out there taking full advantage of what palaces have to offer.
What?
I'll let you in on a little something. There's a criminal using other people's palaces to accomplish whatever they damn well please. They don't care about consequences. Psychotic breakdowns, mental shutdowns, anything goes.
Is that the same person Madarame's shadow spoke of?
Spill it! Who are you talking about?
Don't even bother. You are nothing compared to them. Better be careful. A chance encounter with them could prove fatal.
We get nothing out of Kaneshiro before he returns to his true self, other than that of a warning though. While Medja was posing a threat to Japan, we found that the hold of this conspiracy had upon society through the utilization of mental shutdowns, and the cognitive world was much more vast than we initially realized. Through Futaba's palace, we find that the true culprit has been active for at least 2 years, when Futaba herself was 13 years old. As we delve into her palace with the help of her shadow, and our efforts to heal her own heart from the trauma of her mother's death, once ruled a suicide, we're able to come to the conclusion that wasn't what happened. Futaba's mother, Wakaba Ijiki, was the premier leader on studies about the metaverse, with the true culprit invoking a mental shutdown in her and thus causing her to walk in oncoming traffic and perish. This incident was bookended by some G-man concocting a fake suicide note that saddled Futaba with all the blame. Now we know the truth. Wakaba's death wasn't a freak accident. She was assassinated for the insidious gain of the true culprit's employers. As we were working the case from inside the cognitive world, Sai was working the case in reality. While we were busy stealing hearts, she managed to establish a solid connection between the mental shutdowns and the psychotic breakdowns as one and the same. Sai's suspicions get immediately vindicated the moment Kobayakawa dies in the most suspicious manner ever. A certain causality has been established that only gets more complicated as our next target coincides with the name on Sai's shortlist. Futaba manages to decrypt the data Makoto took from Sai's laptop and learns that she's managed to create a list of possible future targets that gain places of power within society all too quickly and easily. The next candidate for a mental shutdown on Sai's list, and the man who's at the top of the Phantom Thieves list consequently, is President Okumura, the man in charge of a massive food conglomerate that's rapidly eating up the competition. Through causing enough mental shutdowns, they were able to do a hostile takeover of their competitors through repeat scandals and the resignations of previous board members of rival companies. Futaba confirms that he indeed has a palace, and as we head inside, we see that it's indeed due for a change of heart. He treats his labor force like disposable wind-up robots, as if they were still operating within the American Gilded Age. He even treats his daughter, Haru, like a commodity to be bought and sold for his own personal gain. If there's anything we can learn about the true culprit, it's from Mr. CEO himself. While we don't learn much from President Okumura, we finally confirm that there is indeed an organized effort to assassinate people via using the metaverse to then cause mental shutdowns. Who's ever committing these crimes is on someone's payroll if they're offering contracts to the rich and powerful. This is all we get out of him though, before we have to make a hasty retreat to avoid being blown up with a station. Little did we know, the assassin was trailing right behind us the entire time. Whoa!
My toe.
Whoa, 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 what just happened? Oh shit!
I...
Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
Okumura-san?
Sai and Akechi witnessed the whole thing, but Sai, on account of her personal grudge with the Phantom Thieves, is quick to blame them for the apparent murder. Whereas, interestingly enough, Akechi is advising caution. He believes that this is outside the Phantom Thieves' usual modus operandi.
That's...
This is just a hypothesis, but perhaps Okumura was bitten by his lapdog.
Are you implying that the Phantom Thieves triggered a sudden mental shutdown on Okumura?
There might have been a falling out of sorts, so the Phantom Thieves abandoned a useless employer. And to cover their tracks, they dealt with Okumura.
I hate to bring this up, but I'm actually here about that.
Did you find any evidence?
No. Actually, there's a chance that the party behind these aren't the Phantom Thieves, but
Really,
someone
Akechi? Someone else is behind them. Okay, okay, okay. But can you sway Sai? He is correct, of course, but this appears to be the last straw he has with Sai, as she randomly accuses Akechi of stealing data from her.
By the way, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
You haven't looked at my laptop or taken files from it without my permission, have you?
That's quite out of the blue.
There were traces that someone transferred data from it. It was only a small error pop-up, but I noticed it immediately after I had that argument with you last month.
And that's why you suspect me? Oh, please, give me a break.
Are you saying you didn't?
As a detective myself, I honor the value of information, as well as the effort invested in it. I take pride in what I do. I thought you, of all people, would understand such values, Sae-san.
I apologize. But then, who stole my data? I let my guard down. They're mine. I'm the one who will catch them.
Over the course of the game, Sai has become obsessed with catching us as we repeatedly embarrass PubSec, the Public Prosecutor's Office, the SAU, and the police with our heart-stealing escapades. And each time we've done so, Sai has dug even deeper. She has taken us spurning her for a promotion very personally, to the point of her heart and sense of justice becoming extremely distorted over the past few months. With the Phantom Thieves managed to get Kaneshiro to confess to his crimes, and Mecha becoming active once more as reprisal, Sai seems more than willing to discard due process just to catch the Phantom Thieves, even questioning the efficacy of those very pillars of the legal system in the face of an international emergency. This is best highlighted on July 18th and on August 22nd, where she threatened Sojiro with revoking his guardianship over Futaba on suspicions of neglect and abuse, then using Futaba's situation as blackmail and leverage to get more info on Wakaba Ishiki's research into the cognitive world. Sai gets nothing out of this information, and all she ends up doing is threatening a poor orphan. Or still, these threats towards Futaba and Sojiro were basically just pulled out of Sai's ass, out of thin air, just because she wants to catch the Phantom Thieves. When Akechi learns about this a few weeks later, he is astonished that Sai would stoop so low, and given Akechi's background as an orphan, it would behoove him to question just what the hell Sai is thinking.
There have been frequent occurrences of mental shutdowns surrounding Okumura recently. If only there was a clear connection between him and the Phantom Thieves. Well, it would be problematic if there wasn't one.
So, you're jumping the gun here. You really told a man you would terminate his parental authority based purely on your speculation? I'm surprised you would say such a thing to the owner of a cafe you frequent.
This rings especially true when Sai suggests setting aside protocol and procedure in order to catch and charge the Phantom Thieves, angering the normally principled Akechi.
We first need to know what methods the Phantom Thieves are using. The police can't make a move unless that becomes apparent, after all.
This opponent can't be caught by following the rules. What need is there to stick to formalities?
So, you wish to ignore protocol in order to reform society. I hope you realize that's no different than what the Phantom Thieves are doing. It's a shame, especially since we both want to capture the culprit behind the psychotic breakdowns.
As we've established before, Akechi believes that dispensing justice should be done with accountability. It's the reason why he can't bring himself to agree with the Phantom Thieves as vigilantes, nor bring himself to feel anything but sure disappointment for how green with envy Sai has gotten over these past few months pursuing us. While the Phantom Thieves are indeed just a passing fad, Sai holds office. She is a lawyer that has the power to imprison people and regularly ruin their lives with a criminal record if her evidence is falsified or off the mark. Sai is literally in charge of the country's biggest terrorist-laden conspiracy criminal case, and all she cares about is personal prestige. Of course, Akechi despises where her head is at right now. Ironically enough, juxtaposed to Sai, Akechi, who once played the part of the cynical critic, warning the public that the Phantom Thieves are an existential threat to society, his position will gradually soften with time after each one of her heists. Rather conveniently, we can see this happen in real time publicly with every live TV interview he gives and every time he speaks to Joker, starting on July 10th after we take down Kaneshiro.
This case is said to be the result of the Phantom Thieves' actions, but in actuality, is this true?
Considering how a calling card was scattered about, I believe there's no mistaking that. The question is what the Phantom Thieves actually did. If they tampered with the suspect's heart, it casts doubt on the authenticity of any confession.
So then by tampering with hearts, the Phantom Thieves are fabricating crimes that may not exist?
We can't deny the possibility. There's no doubt that the Phantom Thieves are exposing hidden injustices in society. However, if this is done by sidestepping the law, their way of thinking is very dangerous.
So in a way, they're outlaws.
Yes. They're no different than the criminals they target. This cannot be overlooked.
Then, on the 2nd of September, he shows some sympathy towards Joker's peers on account of a random tabloid magazine reporting on the circumstances around Kobayakawa hiding Kamoshida's crimes from the public.
It seems your school's in trouble. The media is reporting that the whole school was involved in the cover-up about that gym teacher. Those unfortunate students were made victims, all because adults valued their own conveniences. This is unforgivable, no matter the reason. Let me know if you need anything. I'll do my best so that the case is wrapped up quickly.
He too recognizes that the adults at Shujin were hiding some heinous shit from others, which is then bookended with his stance changing from deeming us to be dangerous outlaws to Akechi finding some amount of sympathy with our apparent chivalrous justice.
There he is, the anti-thief detective. I hope he slips up and self-destructs.
I can sense some chivalry behind their actions. They are clever to take the silent resentments of the public into account and relieve them. I believe that may be the secret to their popularity.
Well, this is surprising. Your stance seems to have softened.
This doesn't change the fact that they are dangerous. However... No, I shouldn't say anymore.
Come on, you can say it.
Oh no, I won't be falling for that. I've learned my lesson after the previous backfire.
These thieves are more popular than the police or politicians. What's the world coming to?
Listening to the public is what led us to our success thus far, but it's also the reason why we fell for the trap in Okuma's palace. However, unlike Sai or any other public figures, Akechi chooses now to paradoxically attempt to rebuke the anger of the mob and advise the public to temper their outrage on October 22nd.
In response to the police identifying the Phantom Thieves as primary suspects, Goro Akechi had this to say.
Even though my opinion has been met with criticism, I've held fast that the Phantom Thieves are not just. However, I believe the recent series of suspicious deaths is unrelated to their actions.
What? Did I hear you correctly? But Akechi-san, you were the first to caution everyone about the Phantom Thieves. Were you not?
This doesn't change the fact that they are indeed a dangerous group. That said, I would like to express that immediately linking them to this case is far too hasty. There are still many questions to be answered here. It feels as though there is more to this.
After this conference, Akechi-san announced he will be limiting his media appearances and...
I wonder why the sudden change.
He is quick to point out that something's not adding up to our apparent involvement with both the mental shutdowns and the recent string of calling cards found in Kobayakawa's office and at the Okuma residence. As Sai goes about collecting those very same obvious red herrings from Haru's house and from Shujin, we're left with a choice as the pressure builds. Through all of our heists, we failed to gain any ground as to who the true culprit might be, and with that, we won't be able to stop the police from finding more false evidence laid out by the conspirators in order to frame us. Taking advantage of Sai isn't an option anymore, so Makoto comes up with an elaborate plan to invite Akechi to our school festival as a guest speaker and grill him on whodunit. Akechi will accept, but before we get to that, we must acknowledge that he's at his lowest point here. He's no longer on speaking terms with Sai, nor does the public hold him in high regard for refusing to fan the flames. Yet, it is here where the Detective Prince chooses to stick with his guns despite everything. As a politician named Representative Shido comes on the air, he takes a more inflammatory rhetorical stance on the thieves that rubs Akechi the wrong way.
What are your thoughts, Representative Shido?
It doesn't surprise me that people say our country is lethargic. We've let these phantom thieves run amok. And because they've targeted only prominent figures, our government leaders have been hesitant to act. I apologize for any concern they may have caused, and will henceforth search for an apt countermeasure.
That politician's really honorable. I like how quick he says he's gonna do everything.
This is an important undertaking, and one I intend to confront with every asset available to me. The selfish criminals enacting this social reform are in fact the ones most deserving of reformation. Answering to the interests of the people as hastily as possible is my natural duty as a politician. Rampant political scandals, thieves on the loose. As sad as it is, this is the state of our nation. We must resolve this problem, and I assure the people of this noble country that I will do just that.
It's Akechi's response to Shido here that sets the tone. Akechi no longer thinks that the Phantom Thieves are criminals, at least in the way that Shido characterizes them as, by using such blanket and charged statements. More importantly, it's the fact that Shido is suggesting that we be utterly crushed before we've even been arrested or had our day in court.
Criminals, hmm? Well, that must be how he sees it. However, that is ignorant of their true nature. It isn't about liking or disliking them. It's more about how he suggests the Phantom Thieves be crushed when they've yet to be arrested.
Shido is purposely riling up the public and is essentially saying that due process shouldn't matter in restoring order to this country that's rife with scandals and thieves. Given the state of things now, Akechi has also come to terms with the Phantom Thieves aren't inherently evil either, with Joker activating the objective and rational part of Akechi's mind. It isn't about liking or disliking them. As evidenced by one of Sojo's customers, the public is easily swayed by authority figures making emotionally charged statements and mistaking that for charisma.
Man, this guy is admirable.
Shut the fuck up.
It feels like a trustworthy leader for Japan has finally come forth.
Oh, it's even worse.
That politician is honest and carries an overwhelming amount of charisma.
Oh, yay, yay, yay. Clap, clap for Shido. Clap. He's saying the things I like on TV. Clap, clap.
I applauded it for being different!
It broke new ground!
During the school's festival, we see this cold rationality and practicality on display when Makoto finally gets him on stage. Though he initially dodges the question at first, Akechi does catch the rest of us off guard as Makoto tries to press him for info.
If the Phantom Thieves are the ones I know of, I can't possibly imagine they would kill anyone.
Your comment just now, does this mean the police have already identified who they are?
Oh, no. The police haven't gotten that far yet. But I have my own conclusions about the true identities of the Phantom Thieves. He's gotta be bluffing.
Pipe down. He's lying, right? But if it's the truth...
You're not going to ask me who they are?
It may have repercussions on the investigation. Are you sure you can share that with us?
It's only my personal opinion, so announcing that here wouldn't pose a problem. However, there is a possibility that everyone present will hear the truth before the police or media.
The truth? What's he planning on saying?
That's quite the confidence you have. If you're so certain, then very well. I'd like to ask you then, who do you think the Phantom Thieves are, Akechi-san?
They're people you all know quite well. The identity of the Phantom Thieves are... it's mine. I apologize for the interruption, but I can't turn off my phone due to my job. Would you mind if I step away for about 10 minutes or so?
I'm terribly sorry, everyone, but we'll be taking a break. We'll resume the panel in 10 minutes.
Please don't troll me online for this interruption, okay? Is there a room I may use?
There's the PE faculty office.
I want you to come too. There's a matter I want to discuss. Your friends from yesterday are here, aren't they? Can you bring them too, if that's all right?
Did you set this up?
We only have 10 minutes, you know.
What do you want to talk about? No!
Akechi lays it all out for us, hard proof that we are now the infamous Phantom Thieves. Somehow, Akechi managed to figure us out, but then again, he's been unsure for a while and had a good idea about who we really were. In fact, on July 24th, he indicates just how blatantly obvious and careless we've been about hiding both face and mind from the public.
I must say, this is an interesting group. Prosecutor Nijima's sister, an ex-pupil of Madarame, and a few Shujin Academy students. My profiling of the Phantom Thieves has led me to believe they are a group of juveniles. They have a relative amount of free time after school and a hideout to slip away to.
Really?
Furthermore, considering Kamoshida was their first target, it seems they began activity around April. In a way, all I've just said about the Phantom Thieves coincides with the group you have here.
Oh no! Guys, I think he almost got us. Or if he didn't almost get us, I think he's got us. He's got us pinned.
What? You gonna report us? I didn't say I was being suspicious of you.
Ryuji's a phantom thief. Good to hear.
It seems you're not perturbed in the slightest. You really are an intriguing one.
Intriguing? What do you mean by intriguing, Akechi?
I lack your calm mannerisms, but don't you think my deduction is an interesting one?
Can you stop saying interesting? Akechi's right. We're a tight-knit group, and one that's mysteriously composed of all the previous palace rulers we've taken down. I mean, let's be for real here. If Makoto was able to figure us out all the way back when, then Akechi would have no problem doing so. However, Akechi's not here to turn us in or report us to the police. Rather, he's got something else up his sleeve.
Please, let's not feign ignorance. All of you can go to that other world too, yes? Wouldn't all of you know more about it than me? I also know that when you traverse over there, your appearance changes as well. It's because of those mysterious powers, isn't it? I found out about that world about a month ago. This had been installed onto my phone without my knowledge. Dude, it's the nav.
Shit.
When the app activated on its own, the scenery around me suddenly changed. Quite frankly, I still can't believe it myself. But from the look of these photos, all of you seem quite used to it.
Oh, man.
We've been listening to you blab on for a while now, but cut the delusional...
All of you are acting as phantom thieves in the metaverse.
Oh, man! Ah, shit! Guys, he's got us. He's got us. There's no way out of this. He's got us.
I can say so with conviction because I have the same power as you.
Akechi is a persona user. Are you... No. Hang on. There's no way he's a persona user. No way.
So you admit it then. In all honesty, I've been curious about you since the time of the Madarame case. But to think it would end up like this.
We didn't kill anyone!
I believe that as well.
Okay, he does... Okay. This is tough.
How can you be so sure?
Because I saw another. The real culprit.
Akechi saw the real culprit?
For real?
Who was it?
I couldn't identify his face. He had a mask on, after all.
Okay, so Akechi has encountered the guy with the black mask.
Actually, when I took these photos, I entered that world too.
Dude, Akechi was right behind us in Okumura's palace then. I mean, yeah, he was there off to the side as well when we first went in there.
That's when I saw someone else moving about, besides all of you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
He shot at me the moment he noticed me.
That's who killed President Okumura?
Most likely. At the very least, I was almost killed by him. I can't die here. I need to determine the truth. When those thoughts overcame me, I awakened to that power. A most fortunate accident.
This guy has a persona too?
Oh, man.
This cat. I swear, it just talked.
While Akechi's flabbergasted that the talking cat is the one who taught us how to change hearts, that's not super important right now. Akechi reveals himself to be a persona user after us accidentally dragging him into Okumura's palace on our first infiltration of the place. Akechi enlightens us as to not only how he awakened to his powers, but how he countered the true culprit, the man who murdered President Okumura. Akechi scamped not only with his life and a fancy persona, but with new intel. The Phantom Thieves were innocent of all the murders, and there is definitely an organized effort to frame us. However, thanks to all the false evidence and red herrings the conspirators have laid out in order to convince Sai that we're all guilty, the police unquestionably now think that we're behind it all. With normative means of justice so corrupt to the point of the entire legal system being kaput, and public sentiment rapidly becoming that of a rabid angry mob, it's here where Akechi realizes that he has to compromise with the Phantom Thieves in order to see justice prevail, but it will come at a great cost to us.
Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do alone anymore to stop the flow of things.
And that's why you want our cooperation.
Yes. In return, I'll turn a blind eye to what you've done. those are my conditions. That said, I ask that you disband the Phantom Thieves after this.
Akechi offers us salvation in the form of blackmail. Besides spearheading case and pulling evidence out of thin air, both parties, Akechi and the Phantom Thieves, are at the end of the ropes here. Though Akechi still holds all the power as he tries to kill two birds with one stone. He cannot come to terms with our brand of justice, but recognizes that there's not much he can do given the state of things. He has to partner up with us in order to expose the criminals behind it all, but yet still asks us to disband after everything is all said and done. We have no other choice but to accept the job, with Akechi coming over to the Blonde on October 28th to pitch his plan to us.
I'll be blunt. I'm thinking of triggering a change of heart in Sai-san. I've already discovered that she has a palace.
With Akechi claiming that she's now willing to incriminate any suspect she can draw any loose causality to, we can see why Akechi's so concerned about this. On one hand, if we don't act, we're spared and free to keep stealing hearts and free to find the true culprit, but yet someone else, some random person out there, will take the fall for us. The danger in the situation also includes Sai as well, as the true culprit might even try to kill her shadow and then frame us again. If we do act, our next heist has to be targeted at someone who will immediately come to their senses and prove her innocence. Ironically, Akechi posits that our saving grace might be Sai herself. Akechi's plan is to change Sai's heart, not only for her own sake and ours, but if we manage to do so, it would show the public that we were framed. That the one spearheading this entire investigation into our supposed crimes is rotten to the core. How could the SIU deny their apparent corruption then?
Our only solution to this is to make Sai-san come to her senses. If she's in her right mind, she can stop this situation. Her sense of justice wouldn't allow it.
So that's why.
The truth will be covered up, and an innocent civilian's life will be destroyed. I can't allow such a thing to happen. My own ethics won't stand for it.
After saving Sai from both the depths of her own distorted heart, we're then to disband as Akechi ascertains the identity of the true culprit and then works to prosecute them. It's a long-shot plan that banks on a few unknowns and uncertainties, but it's all that we got at the moment. However, before we fully accept, Haru asks the most interesting and important question of all.
Why are you willing to do all this, Akechi-kun? Why do you seek justice?
Because of sickening human beings. Yes. My contempt for such people drives my sense of justice. It isn't some grand reason like society's sake or some lofty ideal. It's simply an absurd grudge and extremely personal.
Dude. You know, doesn't he remind you of us?
On's right. When you boil everything down, Akechi is like the rest of the team. Sure, his ideas of exacting justice are different than ours, but as was the case in his Confidant arc, Jorgo and him share a remarkable amount of things in common. Here though, we finally learn the reason why Akechi is so stalwart in his pursuit of justice. The sickening human being he's likely referring to is his father. But while those experiences molded Akechi into the person he is today, it did cause him to rationalize justice differently than Joker. Joker feels compelled to instinctively help people, as was the case in his hometown, and with Ryuji all the way back in Kamoshi's palace. Jogo took that experience and then formed a group of like-minded individuals who wanted to reform society. All of our other teammates awoke to their own personas on behalf of others, from Ryuji to An, to Yusuke, to Makoto, to Futaba and Haru. This has always been the case, but not seemingly for Akechi here. Conversely, Akechi, the one who's been wary of us for most of the game, his sense of justice comes from something rather selfish and ignoble. For him, his justice, his rebellion, stems from an absurd personal desire of vengeance and disgust of those who would abuse their power and authority to corrupt the very idea of justice itself. Through working with us, Akechi wants to restore the status quo so the world may work without our intervention. Yet the funny thing is that he seems totally aware of his sense of justice, and perhaps his own spirit of rebellion is completely paradoxical to his goals. Justice is often characterized as impartial and blind, but whoever is the target of Akechi's ire actively drives his own sense of justice. With that, we see no reaching understanding of our goals and what needs to be done with Akechi and our party. We meet outside the courthouse, and after Futaba nerds out of Akechi's phone for no particular reason, we head inside Sai's palace, which takes its form as a giant casino, emblematic of how Sai is currently treating the legal system as a game of odds to which she always wins. As we step inside her palace, we're immediately recognized as a threat and are treated to our first viewings of Akechi's, or sorry, Crow's thief outfit.
Dude, you planning on stealing stuff in that getup?
It just means that's what he thinks a rebel looks like.
No. This is my mental image of a person who sticks to their justice.
It's interesting that Akechi interjects with his own ideas of what caused this outfit to coalesce into what it is. He doesn't find his outfit as the rest of us do, as one who rebels against society, but as a principled and just man. It's a stark contrast between the black and color palettes of the rest of our outfits, with the gap between ours and Akechi's outlook on what he rationalizes as justice incarnate becoming more apparent after he summons his persona.
No need to worry. I'll handle this. I need to prove my worth to you after all. I promise to surpass even such lofty hopes as those.
Alright, Akechi, what you got, man? Alright.
Well then, let us begin. Don't worry, you can leave this one to me. Take them down, Robin Hood!
Are you kidding me? His persona's Robin Hood? Oh, come on. Yes, Badger Knight from the past, Robin Hood, the very same man in tights of Saxon folklore and legend. It's a bit on the nose for Akechi, but Akechi having Robin Hood as persona makes boatloads of sense. If we recall parts of Akechi's Confidant arc, we often got the impression that his main concern was the efficacy of justice, and if, or even, one can act in a principled way despite outside pressures forcing him to change. As he endeavors to work alongside a group of self-righteous yet innocent anarcho-legalist thieves to restore order to the world, both his regal prince-like outfit and his persona begins to make a bit more sense. The prince's attire reflects the ideal person Akechi wants to be. He wants the world to see him as a hero of justice, as indicated by the prevalence of white. It's his idea of rebellion, a prince who routes from the rich to give to the poor. Robin Hood is a fitting persona for the prince detective himself, as he's famous for the exact same reason. In folklore, Robin Hood is an extremely principled man who likes to become an outlaw of his own volition to fight against a tyrannical, corrupt, and illegitimate government who uses the power and position to tax and oppress the peasants of the realm into oblivion. Another facet of the folklore that most fail to consider beyond Robin Hood's swashbuckling escapades is that he became an outlaw on account of the misrule and illegitimacy of the monarchy. Above all else, Robin Hood couldn't abide by this, and he outright refused to be a collaborationist to King John and the Sheriff of Nottingham. Instead of Robin Hood siding with the current new government, he elected to flee to shoreward forest to face his injustice until the righteous and just ruler returned to power. In other words, when compared to Joker and the rest of the Phantom Thieves, he wasn't forced into a rock in a hard place and then forced to wake into his persona. Akechi became an outlaw of his own volition after exhausting all possible avenues, rather than the other way around. As the tale goes, while Richard I of England, better known as Richard the Lionheart, was away fighting in the Third Crusades, he left the throne to his brother, John, who then enforced his rule via ordering the Sheriff of Nottingham to increase taxes posed upon the peasants. Robin, being an avid supporter of Richard the Lionheart, saw this as an attempt to usurp the throne and steal it from the monarch he was loyal to. This notion shares some parallels with our actions here in Sai's palace as well. While Sai isn't the head of the government or any kind of queen of reality, she owns this casino, her own palace within her own cognitive world, to store the courthouse into a casino where the house always wins. The cabal she's working for has distorted the very idea of due process, which has caused Akechi to team up for one last final heist with the Phantom Thieves, as it means to restore the old order to society. Such are the goals of Goro Akechi and his own vision of merry men, as they aim to bring back some semblance of justice to the spirit and letter of the law. With that notion of Robin Hood being Akechi's persona, we find that, once again, Akechi's goals aren't that of complete societal change or reform, but rather an effort of de-radicalization. While nearly every other persona, from Arsene to Captain Kidd to Carmen to Johanna, are inexorably tied to some scrupulous notion of freedom through disobedience and anarchy, Akechi's persona is the spirit of the noble common man, well, personified. The folktale of Robin Hood and the message that he imparts to listeners is that of a universal and timeless sense of hope. The tale of Robin Hood tells us that even staging a rebellion through stealing shit and returning that money to the poor, that it is possible to act with some amount of nobility, chivalry, and most importantly, heroism, undaunted by the outside forces. It's funny we mention that because if we jump into the visual design of Robin Hood as Akechi's persona, we see a striking resemblance to a certain Man of Steel. And no, I'm not joking. Indeed, Shigenori Sojima, the character designer for all of Persona 5, when designing Robin Hood for the game, literally states within the concept art for Persona 5 that he's pulling on Superman as an influence for Robin Hood's design, and we can see that plainly enough at a glance. The key, of course, is the RH logo stenciled on Robin Hood's chest, being a dead ringer for the famous symbol of hope the Men of Tomorrow has on his suit. There's also the way Robin Hood's chest, for its musculature, is puffed out in the classic dynamic akimbo pose. That classic superhero pose we're all familiar with, which lends this idea credence as well. Upon being summoned, Robin Hood is standing high, chin up, chest out, his hands on his hips, with his head slightly cocked off to the side, looking off into the distance. Everything about Robin Hood screams noble superhero, with this notion lining up with Akechi's musings on justice as well. He once told us during his Confidant arc that he wanted to be a hero ever since he was a kid, running around his house with his toy laser gun, of which Akechi happens to use as a fire in the metaverse as well. He was robbed of that future due to the circumstances of his birth, but that image of rebellion has not left his heart ever since he was a young kid. In his heart of hearts, Akechi thinks of himself to be a timeless and just symbol of a better future. By all means, we should be glad to have him on our team here, as his sole mission is to uncover the truth.
Of defeat. Okay, a good battle.
Beyond that, Akechi's detective intuition is of great help to us as well. His deductions help us pass the final obstacle in the palace by beating Sai at her own game, and thus securing a route to the treasure.
Oh, you finally understand? That is the point. Your task will forever be impossible. Hence, I will emerge victorious.
We had only just barely gotten 100,000 coins.
I'm willing to do the battle arena again. That was kind of fun.
She said she would let us through if we had 1 million coins, yes? In that case, there won't be a problem.
You know how to win that many?
Not exactly. I already have the requisite coins right here.
Catchy.
What? How could that be?
Do you remember what we were told at the very beginning? Essentially, we could borrow as many coins from the casino as we already held on our card.
Well, yes, but...
For example, had we borrowed the max when we had 10,000 coins, we would have ended up with 20,000.
Okay, so we can borrow double of what we owe.
And had we then bet on Joker at the Coliseum as a guest, our total would have grown to 460,000.
Okay.
Yes, but you're speaking purely in hypotheticals. That's not what actually happened.
Did Akechi bet on us using... Okay.
Correct. On Joker's card. However, that is not the only card in our possession.
Ah. Chekhov's gun finally goes off.
You have another card?
Good job, Sai.
That's the Taro Tanaka card I told you to get rid of.
Exactly. Instead of disposing of it, I secretly used it to gather coins and outsmart this system.
460,000 coins! That means we would have over 500,000 if we add all of our coins together.
So what? That's still clearly not close to the required total.
Actually, once my count reached 460,000, I borrowed the maximum amount a second time. After paying back the original 10,000, I was left with 910,000.
Nice work, Akechi.
Adding Joker's total to that brings us to 1,010,000 coins.
Wait, if we borrow all them coins...
Is there a problem? The manager's room lies ahead. We won't need to worry about coins after this. Or did you honestly intend on paying back such a large sum?
Not to this system, no.
Impossible. This can't be!
Crow. It's actually a little frightening how sharp you are.
You make a fucking awesome detective, too.
I'll take that as a compliment. I'm glad I was able to contribute to our Phantom Thieves' efforts. Now, we should hurry and let the bridge down before she decides to change the rules once again.
With the route secure, thanks to Akechi, we have to wait for the right time to strike for what will be our last heist together before we all disband and go our separate ways. While it might seem like the end of all things here, Akechi has other plans. In order to find out what else he might have up his sleeve, we have to delve back into his Confidant arc and a few more moments of dialogue he has with Joker at the jazz club. As part of our examination of Akechi, there are a few conversations we have with him at the jazz club that inform us and Joker about his state of mind as he works alongside us. Our first night out with Akechi is on Halloween, and this time, Akechi chooses to regale us with something that every teenager is rather scared of, an impromptu love confession. Though Akechi was flattered by the request, the only thing you could think of was how to turn her down. He thinks himself terrible for doing so, but he claims to have more important things on his mind at the time that this girl will distract him from. What that is, we have no idea at this time, but we do get a sense of what Akechi values in interpersonal relationships from how he describes his respect for Sai. When undistorted, Sai is a very principled, intelligent, and serious woman who doesn't mince her words.
So Makoto's sis is that lady who's overflowing with the aura of a capable woman.
Like Akechi, she hates how frivolous and condescending some people can get, which was brought on by her position as a woman in a male-dominated career field. We explore this in depth during an episode on Makoto all the way back when, so if you want a more detailed explanation as to why Sai is so serious, or even cynical all the time, check that video out. Regardless though, it seems that Akechi values people who are straight with him and don't waste time with formalities or platitudes. He much prefers that people be more honest with both him and themselves, which leads us nicely to our conversation we had with him a few days later on November 4th. Akechi tells us that he went out to eat with one of his colleagues from work who decided to go out based on his popularity. However, Akechi this time says that picking a place based on his popularity was the wrong move entirely. Instead, Akechi feels as though the important thing is whether or not he found the food personally satisfying. He has a disdain for sashimi, but he posits that people only do certain things, including eating food that they don't like, because they feel as though they have to keep up appearances. This brings us to our next few conversations that happen on the 6th and 7th of November. The talk we have of him on the 6th is mostly Akechi kind of venting about working within the entertainment industry. He constantly gets told that the only expressions he has are one of two extremes, that of a frozen poker face or a constant smile. Akechi's frustration lies within how the industry is pushing him to adapt to the audience's conceptions of a celebrity's persona instead of accepting him as he is. Akechi reiterates that he is not a robot and that there are times where someone as polite as he gets annoyed. Though he claims to never lost his composure, he feels like he will relish at the chance to unchain himself and tell the world exactly what it thinks about him pushing him to change in the first place. This then gets built upon a day later on the 8th. Due to his upbringing in the foster care system, Akechi has absolutely no idea what kids his aides find interesting, but the sad thing is, when he tries to ascertain those things from his classmates, all they really care about is his career in show business. That is to say, they're only interested in the sanitized talk show friendly version of Akechi that's on the TV screen and not the person that is literally standing right in front of him. They don't care about Goro Akechi. They only care about the Prince Detective. He details how refreshing it was for Joker to finally offer him some pushback live on television rather than the peanut gallery agreeing with him. As we get back to the reasons why Akechi respects Joker so much, we come away with the understanding that Akechi values authenticity and gumption the most, and that goes both ways between himself and Joker. This notion will be further built upon as Joker and Akechi become rivals in the next part of their Confidant arc.
All right.
On November 2nd, Akechi checks Joker and asks him if he's interested in playing some more pool again. The idea of losing doesn't sit well with him, so he wants a rematch and some conversation. We choose to indulge him, but as with careful angular shots into each pocket, it's apparent that Akechi's trying to tell us something. Akechi calls solids and Joker is stripes, but as Akechi lines up a bank shot just so the edge of the cue ball doesn't fully impact the 6 ball, he mentions that one has to be indirect but precise to win here. You have to eliminate your target tactfully and carefully without disturbing the rest of the table. Joker eventually posits that Akechi is talking about the true culprit causing the psychotic breakdowns, but as Akechi strikes the ball and fails to sink it, it appears he's talking about something else entirely. He's talking about something akin to the butterfly effect, and where exactly he fits into this chaotic game of billiards that we call life. Certain events have forced us together against a common enemy, but it was the result of tragedy on Akechi and Joker's part. We've talked about how Akechi's sense of justice stems from something absurdly personal, and here it seems he's trying to tell us, or even warn us, that we're involved in a dangerous game. When he asks Joker if he wants to keep playing, we of course accept, and even one-up him. As I said before, Joker is stripes and Akechi's a solid, with Joker using Akechi's bot shot on the 6 ball to pocket the strapped 11 ball by taking advantage of Akechi's mistakes. It's a great play and well maneuvered by Joker to utilize the table in such a manner. Akechi even congratulates Joker as we step outside, and yet still for some reason, Akechi's still imposing this handicap on himself with his non-dominant hand. Joker says to Akechi that he just couldn't lose to the Prince Detective, with Akechi feeling the same way. He then goes back to his damnable fascination with us, but after trouncing him this time, Akechi seems to have the most difficulty with how similar yet different we are. Akechi's a detective hoping to restore order to society, but is deathly afraid of people figuring out his past, whereas Joker is already considered a criminal by society, but yet has no issues foregoing those labels to create a better society. Beyond ordering our teammates to disband, Akechi gives us a deadly serious gaze as he asks us to join him instead, to abandon the teammates we currently have. We need to give him a real answer, and the realest answer we can possibly give Akechi is that we're better off as polar opposites. We're better off as rivals. This initially shocks Akechi, but he realizes that this definition of our relationship is way better than us working and collaborating together. As paradoxical equals, this is how we're to stay for the rest of the game, no matter what may change, and by Joker saying such things, Akechi says that such a statement from Joker carries with it a great weight of a promise kept. As we head home, we finally get to understand what Akechi was about this entire time. Now that we've formalized this rivalry, we have a reason as to why he and Joker get so competitive. It's because neither of us can give a lackluster performance to the other because we both fight in service to our principles. Likely feeling like a fool for asking him to become co-conspirators earlier, Akechi tells Joker that the latter is why he cannot allow us to change, to shirk away from fighting for ideals of justice. At the end of this part of Akechi's Confidant arc, he promises an eternal battle against Joker where he resolves to finally beat us as we both fight for what we truly believe in. It's time that we establish something important.
All right.
We meet him in Kichijochi, but not to play darts or pool this time. Instead, Akechi wants to go to Mementos to stay away from people. We decide to indulge him knowing the danger, but not knowing why we're here until Akechi essentially spoils the big twist of the game.
Well, this place should do nicely.
What do you want to discuss?
This.
Huh?
Remember what I told you? If you ever won against me using my right hand, I'd take you on with everything I've got.
Okay, Akechi. I thought you meant in pool.
That wasn't enough to satisfy me.
It's your own fault, though. Your insight allowing you to determine my dominant hand, your quick wit, and most of all, how fast you've grown. You've exceeded my expectations in every way. Thus, I've built up this urge to duel you without holding anything back.
All right.
Thank you for indulging my selfish request. No need for pleasantries at this point, correct?
Let's go! You won't be able to defeat me unless you actually fight with lethal intent. Now, show me your true skills. Persona!
Akechi has dragged us all the way down here for a duel mano-a-mano, spurred on what amounts to extreme jealousy. We've caught up to him in every conceivable front and even surpassed those expectations. Now all that's left for the two rivals is to slug it out in the cognitive world to prove that one is better than the other. We do our best to deal with Akechi's combo of Megaton Raid, Koga, Eiga, and Megadolia, with Joker of course coming out on top with ease.
Go, Robin Hood! Useless. What?
Ravage them!
Oh, not bad. This was not expected.
While Akechi manages to be a good sport about losing, that facade quickly starts to crack when we finally get to the bottom of why Akechi's so fascinated with Joker.
No wonder you're the leader of the Phantom Thieves. You've caught up to me on this front already, too. Of course not. But if we went any further, we'd both go beyond the point of no return, wouldn't we? In all honesty, I'd love to see just how far we can go. But we have an important mission coming up. Until that's finished, you're a vital ally to me. We're done here. Let's go. Once again, I've learned something new about you today. As allies fighting alongside one another, your strength is truly reassuring. In all honesty, it's to the point that I'd be relying on you in a pinch. You truly are well composed. I'm sorry I asked you to indulge me, but I do feel a bit better now. All right. By the way, about that duel. If we had fought to the end, do you see yourself winning? I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm going to be entirely honest with you. I hate you. Your deft handling of your unfortunate circumstances, your uniqueness, your ability to surpass me, all these irritate me. You're the one person I refuse to lose to.
With this revelation, we can finally contextualize everything about Akechi's Confidant arc thus far. This utter fascination with Joker, as Akechi worked to figure out what makes us unique when juxtaposed to him, why we of all people had the insight to see through this facade of his public image, the gumption to start the Phantom Thieves, and most importantly, why we of all people lead them. Akechi has desperately wanted to know what truly separates us. There's likely a time where he thought of our differences stem from a matter of difference in principles, but now after giving it all he's got, as we quite literally pitted our hearts together in a fair duel against each other, Akechi finds himself wanting, or rather hating, Joker's guts. Joker's got something that Akechi doesn't have, and the fact that Akechi can't determine what exactly drives Joker's heart both fascinates and irritates him. Our lives were irreparably damaged due to some shitty adult, an experience that we definitely both share, but Joker somehow managed to take it all in stride. But how? We're the one person that he must prove that he's better against. And as we tell Akechi the same, he's even more impressed by our resolve and makes a permanent promise that will come to blows to settle this feud once and for all.
You're the one person I refuse to lose to. You really are... No, never mind. I'll let you have this win today. But next time I will be victorious. Let this be my proof.
What? Dude, Akechi just threw the gauntlet down. He's fucking serious. Wow.
There's a tradition in the West to throw one's glove at their opponent when demanding a duel. Should the opponent accept the glove, the duel is also accepted. Make certain that you never forget, I am the one who will defeat you. Look at the time. Let's call it a day, for now.
As Joker picks up Akechi's glove, the duel is accepted, and so is Akechi's promise to defeat us one day. For now though, we'll have to put a pin in all of our future plans. We got a job to do, and one last heist to complete to exonerate us. But as we head back to Sai's palace, something horrific happens.
Allow me to enlighten you. That trivial righteousness that you've paraded around. This is how such idiocy ends. Farewell.
Makoto tries to make Sai remember who she truly is. This confuses Akechi, who isn't all familiar with the manner in which we change hearts.
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
Sorry.
Now he's equally as confused as to why Makoto's trying to speak with Sai to get her to turn a new leaf. As Ryuji and Yusuke run off to grab the treasure, upon the return, Akechi assures us that everything will turn out exactly as he planned.
The investigation will now be able to proceed. The suspicions against you will be lifted as well. This deal we made was a great experience for me. To think that I, a detective, would act alongside the Phantom Thieves.
Even still, Joker makes one final offer for him to join our team.
By no means. This shall be the end of our working together. That was part of our promise. You haven't forgotten, have you?
It's a somber moment, both as we elect to go our separate ways and throw our masks away to let justice follow suit, but perhaps we're speaking too soon in this regard.
Huh? Enemy readings! When did they... They're gathering outside!
For real? What the hell's going on?
Look at those numbers.
This doesn't look good. We defeated the palace ruler and even stole the treasure, yet the shadows are still restless. It doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? There are more coming? This'll be dangerous if we don't do something! Huh? We need to go now. Those guys in black suits are almost here. We'll be done for if we get surrounded. A team this large would be discovered immediately. We had best split up for our escape. Although, we'll need someone to act as a decoy. No, that's too dangerous. Joker? Are you planning on distracting them by yourself?
Let him do it, Queen. He's quiet. Once his mind's made up, he's not gonna take no for an answer. I'm sure you ain't gonna die. It's you we're talking about here.
Please don't do anything reckless, okay? I'll never forgive you if you don't make it back. We still haven't fulfilled our deal, remember? Even more are coming!
This truly is a painfully reluctant parting.
It seems we had best hurry.
We'll see you later.
We've been tailing into the palace by the SAU, and in order to ensure our escape, Joker has to play Daredevil to distract the invaders. As to how there's so many, we don't know, but he has to distract them long enough to ensure that everyone else escapes. We backtrack through the back rooms of the casino, and even with some surprise stuff from Yoshizawa of all people, Joker still gets caught and arrested. But not before one of the officers says the following before knocking out Joker for transport.
You have your teammate to thank for this. You were sold out.
Someone betrayed us from within, but as to whom, we cannot recall. The police injected us with some drugs and beat us senseless before Sai stepped down here just because she was curious. It seemed whatever Makoto told her shadow in the palace irked her enough to do a wellness check on us. With all that being said, that brings us up to date on current events with her as well in this interrogation room. We detailed every part of the lead up to our arrest and have gotten Sai to nearly believe every single part of it. She understands the methods behind our alleged crimes and even believes to some extent that we're not entirely liable for the mental shutdowns.
Someone intended your arrest, and the minimal staff directly involved were in their pocket. And if that's the case, true integrity would side with you.
However, we failed to steal her heart, and though Makoto had an effect on her, Sai still has an absurd drive to win. She has struggled to strike a deal with her for the possibility of a lighter sentence, with the price being that we have to sell out our teammates.
First, the friend who you've been with since the day you transferred to Shujin, Ryuji Sakamoto. One of the victims of the Kamoshida case, An Takamaki. Ichiryusai Madarame's pupil, Yusuke Kitagawa. The daughter of Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba Sakura. The heiress to the Okumura Foods legacy and daughter of its CEO, Haru Okumura.
God damn, they have a list of everyone.
And the frequently probing student council president of Shujin Academy, Makoto Nijima. Those are your accomplices in the Phantom Thieves case, are they not?
Sai's not only got our number, but everyone else's too. With death looming over us and with Sai giving us an out, there's really only one correct response to this.
So you won't sell out your friends. Then let me change the question. I find it hard to believe that high schoolers could have pulled off these crimes by themselves. Were there not others outside of your direct group who encouraged your crimes or lent their... So you won't speak a word about either your teammates or your collaborators. Do you even understand the position that you're in?
Of course we refuse to sell out any of our teammates or confidants. But then again, one of them wasn't a teammate.
Let's discuss one other person. Goro Akechi.
Yeah, what's up with Akechi?
There are reports that he was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves as well. Might he be a part of your team too?
That's impossible.
So Goro Akechi wasn't one of you. Very well.
Okay, so she buys that Akechi wasn't a Phantom Thief.
Indeed, Akechi wasn't our teammate to the extent that all of our other comrades were, and thinking about that, Joker starts to recall something very important.
Are you listening? The side effects of the truth serum should be wearing off. I won't be deceived by such a poor act.
I won't be deceived. Feels like I'm forgetting something important.
You realized it too then. It was our conversation about pancakes, right? There's no way he could have reacted like that if he hadn't heard me.
Hey.
Wait a second. Hang on.
Can you hear me?
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hold that thought.
It seems your mind is clearing up.
Dude, okay, I could have been giving a false testimony this whole time because I was on drugs and I couldn't remember what actually happened? Is that the implication?
But unfortunately, my time has run out. Although I find your story to be quite interesting, I won't be able to speak with you any longer.
Don't you want to win?
Huh? What are you getting at? That's right. No matter the results of this case, I won't be receiving credit. I even had to call in a large favor just to conduct this interrogation.
Interrogation room. That's right, if I remember...
So, how did that thing we asked you to look into go? Nijima mentioned a special interrogation room, didn't she? Good. It looks like we can make this work if we lure them there.
Lure them there? Hang on.
Hey. Hey, are you listening?
Wait. Did we make a plan to bust me out? Was this all part of a plan? Hang on.
Our time's up. We're done talking here.
Sai?
Goodbye.
Do you know this place? Is this what you planned? Joker, none of these dialogue options are very helpful. Okay, why did you come here?
Why? Because this is my job. Don't ask me such odd questions.
Sai, come on. You know better than that.
Anyhow, there's one last thing I want to ask you. There's something that's been bothering me for some time now.
Okay.
Recently, I was removed from my post as head of this investigation and was told to remain on standby. A short while later, I received word you were caught in the act, within some bizarre phenomenon. But that was all I was told. You were told someone sold you out, correct?
Yeah.
If that's true, who could it have been? Don't you have any idea?
Sold out. That's right, there's something I need to do.
My suspicions were true in the end. Still, to think his true intention was to sell us out.
Wait a second! Wait a fucking second! Was it Akechi? Did Akechi sell me out? It has to be Akechi. It has to be Akechi. Oh! Oh my god! Okay, and then the plan was to get Sai, me, and the rest of the Phantom Thieves in some underground bunker where they would probably torture us for information and then kill us. But why would Akechi sell us out?
All that's left is to figure out a way to hand it over.
No. Hang on.
It's all up to you, leader.
Hang on. Hand it over.
The smartphone, duh. We've been talking about it this whole time. Giving him the phone without arousing suspicion will be easier said than done. We'll be counting on you to pull this one off.
What's wrong? Might you have an idea as to who sold you out?
I'm starting to remember.
What do you recall? If you know something, you must tell me. I won't allow things to end like this.
It's Akechi. The phone. It has to be Akechi.
You mean this? I've been told the lock on it is quite complicated, but it's only a matter of time until it's cracked. What's so important about this smartphone? Are you going to unlock it and show me the data?
Let's let her sleep.
Futaba taking a nap.
She hasn't slept for days while she's been getting that app ready. Now we gotta figure out a way to show him the phone.
Him?
Makoto and the others should have told you.
Morgana, help me out here.
I'm talking about the true culprit here. You know, the traitor.
Traitor?
Hey! What are you trying to get at here? And what about this smartphone?
Show it to the true culprit.
The true culprit?
We could say he stole the guard's gun and committed suicide during his imprisonment. How about that?
It was Akechi!
Public security questioning will occur on the first day. And with that room, my task will be simple.
He's gonna come in and fucking kill me! And Sai!
And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life.
Fucking kidding me, Akechi.
Please. I need you to be clear with me. Who am I supposed to show this to?
Akechi. Not a teammate.
Not a teammate?
It's Akechi! It's Akechi!
You're referring to him, aren't you?
Say his name, Sai. It's Akechi. You need to trust me.
What are you plotting? I can't even begin to fathom it.
Show it to Akechi.
But it appears my time is up. This is as far as our conversation can go. This will be my last involvement with this case. Very well. I've listened to your whole story, so I may as well play along to the end. And that honest look in your eyes. I used to view the world the same way too once. I'll place my bet on you. I just need to show him the phone, right?
This entire plan hinges on Sai now. As she leaves Joker alone in that interrogation room by himself, she encounters the true culprit outside.
Akechi! You fuck!
Akechi-kun? Why are you here?
Why do you seem so surprised?
I needed my director to step in to get access, and I was directly responsible for this case. How did you get approval?
For the same reason you did. I am heading up the investigation team after all. It's only natural I'd have the right to interrogate our culprit as well, don't you think?
They assigned you command?
That was a joke, of course. I'm merely here to assist with the public security interrogation. I am surprised it's this far underground, though. There aren't any others incarcerated here, yes? Nobody would ever know if things got a little violent.
If I remember correctly, didn't you say there was another culprit besides the Phantom Thieves?
That was but a lie I spread to set them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that I had deceived you too, Sai-san. After all, if you wish to trick your enemies, you must first trick your allies.
So it was you. You're the one who sold out the Phantom Thieves.
Sai knows that Akechi's full of shit, and while she does what Joker bids her to do, this doesn't stop what happens next.
Akechi-kun, does this phone look familiar to you?
Excuse me?
Oh, man! Futaba, what did you do?
What is this phone?
What did you do, Futaba?
It belonged to the leader of the Phantom Thieves. I believe you'll need it for your investigation.
Not personally. I was acting alongside the Phantom Thieves myself, remember?
True. This is undoubtedly a great accomplishment. Good luck in there.
Foolish woman.
Akechi. Oh man. Oh no, 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 no.
May I ask that you accompany me? Going in unarmed to interrogate a murderer makes me uncomfortable.
Huh? What are you?
I owe you for all of this. Thanks. That's right. You and your little friends were vital to our plan, and now it will be completed. Your popularity truly was quite stunning. That just made using you all the more worthwhile. Have you finally pieced it all together? Case closed. This is how your justice ends.
What?
Shido-san, my job is complete.
I've told you not to call me by name. Regardless, all that's left is to deal with the remnants.
The continued deaths of these teenagers would be a bit much, don't you think? I considered making it appear they had a falling out, but that would only amplify public frenzy.
All along, Akechi was working for a higher power, a politician named Masayashi Shido, who had intended on taking advantage of the power vacuum the Phantom Thieves left after he and Akechi framed us. The goal was to assassinate Joker and then framing it to look like a murder-suicide, but of course, the murders don't stop there.
What of the director of the Special Investigations Unit?
Perhaps he'll be struck by a mysterious illness sometime soon.
What?
No. It can't
Dude.
be.
Dude. What is happening?
Even me. God damn it. Shit.
Shido's clearing house.
There's no doubt now that Akechi is the true culprit behind everything, and as Joker's body rots in that bunker alone, we see all of Shibuya being notified that Joker committed suicide while in custody. The news of our assassination hits the team hard, and as the thieves look upon the screen scapegoating the man that helped them all gain a new perspective upon life, they don't find meaning in their old hobbies or interests now that we're gone. Returning to our normal life after such a catastrophe is soul-crushing, and we can see as much with our surviving party members. An can focus down on modeling career after she hears the news. Ryuji is indifferent about thinking about returning to doing what he loves, track and field. Yusuke's future is bright as an artist, but today he cannot bring himself to paint. Futaba's back to browsing chat rooms in a room alone, feeling powerless as the public deems the Phantom Thieves to be nothing more than a flash in the pan. Makoto is so taken with despair over Joker's death that she forgot to turn in her college applications and final assignments for the year, though getting accepted to her college of her choosing is of course an empty victory after all that's happened. Haru's back to having to deal with a perfect fiance, now totally isolated from all her friends and all those who could possibly help her out of this cruel fate. We cut back to Ryuji, who's always been her most avid supporter. A true Phantom Thief through and through, he is the most taken aback by the news of Joker's death, but not for the reasons one might think.
You're shitting me.
Ryuji.
We got him.
We got him? I'm alive somehow?
It would seem as though you have been killed. But why were you killed? Why did you have to die? Do you remember? It seems you forgot an important fact while your consciousness was hazy. Indeed, your death was a necessity for your escape from certain doom. What a tremendous plan. How might you be capable of executing such a feat? Well then, let us rouse the memories which are missing.
Here, back in the Velvet Room, we begin to piece things together with a clear mind. All along, while Akechi planned to assassinate and frame us, we were one step ahead this whole time because Akechi screwed up.
Thanks to Akechi's lame acting, we figured out something was up.
When we talked to Akechi at the school festival, he was acting like he just realized Mona could talk. But we already saw him drop a mega hint about it way earlier.
Oh, I know a place! I want to go to that huge pancake-looking place we passed on the way here!
Oh, am I mistaken? I thought I heard something about delicious pancakes.
Pancakes, Akechi? You fucked up because of pancakes?
On a social studies trip at the start of the game to the TV station, Akechi overheard Morgana talking about pancakes and assumed that it was one of us. It's as Morgana said, there's no way that day on the 20th was the first time Akechi heard Morgana speak. In other words, he was lying about everything he told us at the school festival. In order for people to understand Morgana, they would have had to venture into the metaverse first. This would mean that Akechi had already been in and out of the cognitive world before we even out stealing hearts. Not only that, but he also lied about seeing the true culprit in Akuma's palace, and then also lied about awakening to his persona shortly after. Little did Akechi know that we knew all along that he was talking about himself. Thus, the plan to backstab Akechi was set in motion, but we needed a few things to happen first. Irrefutable proof that Akechi was the true culprit, and after that, we need to make Akechi believe that he had succeeded in killing Joker. The former was accomplished by leaning on Futaba's quirkiness and interest in tech to nab Akechi's phone and install a bug to track his phone calls, thus exposing him to be working for Shido.
Well then, I will make the arrangements the day after the arrest. And thus, the dangerous criminal responsible for the mass mental shutdowns shall end his own life. When he does, you will become a great hero who saved Japan from evil. As will I, of course.
The former was easy, but the latter was exponentially more difficult, as it required some level of cognitive fuckery to placate Akechi. It all began in Sai's palace, where the intended plan was to actually fail to steal her heart and use the area around her palace in order to repose Akechi. As we established in previous palaces before, the area outside one's palace, especially Sai's, such as the police station, is indistinguishable from the counterpart in reality. By failing to steal her heart, these places, including the cell where they would be holding Joker, would remain the same in the cognitive world. The last part of a plan was the riskiest, the part where Joker had to convince Sai to help him avoid Akechi and then smuggle him out afterwards. But Joker's dead, right? Upon showing the phone to Akechi, Sai was then transported to her palace and its replica of the police station, where inside the interrogation room was a fake cognitive Joker, which would be the one that Akechi would kill.
Akechi disposed of the fake in the palace and left thinking he had been victorious. It must have been truly hilarious for our leader who sat idly in the real world's interrogation room. Surely he was acting quite cocky by himself in that quiet chamber.
It was a masterstroke of planning, all done by one Makoto Nijima. Still though, while Makoto's planning was incredible, as was Joker's commitment to the bit, Akechi did slip up more than once throughout the entire game. Aside from Pancake Boy causing immediate suspicion upon Anna Ryuji at the TV station, there was another instance where Akechi tipped his hand all the way back in the courthouse in the presence of Sai. As he was following up on leads concerning Medjed and Wakaba Ichiki's apparent suicide, Akechi said that the cause of death for Wakaba was a mental shutdown instead of a suicide. He would know because he is the one who triggered one in Wakaba, with Shido's cabal working in the background to have it officially be considered a suicide.
What about your case, Sai-san? Did you learn anything from the guardian of that mental shutdown victim's daughter?
Nothing at all.
Apart from that, there are multiple points within Akechi's Confidant arc, aside the obvious one in rank 5 where Akechi demonstrates his prowess with a firearm and literally states he's going to take Joker out one day, that he's going to try us in the future. The easiest ones lie within rank 7 and 8, right where Akechi's using the pool table as a way to literally describe how he consistently gets away with murder, how he intends to set Joker up, and how he causes such chaos within society with all the mental shutdowns. Of course, with Joker and the rest of the party being wise to Akechi, this makes the way Joker sinks the pool balls into the pocket by using Akechi's failure to sink his own all the more hilarious and profound. As for rank 8, this is where Akechi truly slipped up, as his hatred for the kind of person Joker is drives him to brandish the future murder weapon, a suppressed pistol, in the metaverse. To be completely honest for a second, I'm not even sure why Atlas thought that was a good idea, because it's like Palpatine being a Sith Lord kind of obvious. But if that was the intent, then great. However, I did just go over explaining the Phantom Thieves' extremely complex plan to expose him. My personal feelings about this matter aside, I believe the intent here was to show how much Akechi wanted to triumph over Joker to the point of blowing his cover. It's strange to think about why Akechi would take such a risk, but now that's no longer important. While the Phantom Thieves plot their next move, we cut away to Akechi and Shido scheming about the future now that they both think Joker is dead.
I finally made it this far. It's already been 2.5 years since we met.
Back then, you earned the media's attention as a young politician who could rise up against bureaucracy. Because of that, those who wanted to preemptively deal with problems tried to tie you up in scandal.
To think I would fall for the ruse schemed by those decrepit fools in power. I recall that's when you came to me. You promoted yourself saying you had special powers. If it wasn't for the research on cognition that I dabbled in, I would have thought you insane.
I made those troublesome opponents psychotic and erased any trace of that scandal.
Who'd think that tampering with a person's heart could trigger a psychotic lapse or mental shutdown? And when someone like that said he'd support me, I had suspected there'd be an ulterior motive.
It's because I sympathized with your aspiring ideology. I believed that your ideals needed to be achieved for the sake of the country's future.
Well, my faith in you was precisely why I pulled the plug on that research. I only need you using that power. It'd be troublesome if someone else uncovered how it works.
Wakaba Ishiki, was it? That researcher. She wouldn't have had to die if she just complied.
Turns out, nearly the entire government is in Shido's pocket, thanks to Akechi clearing the board for Shido. Even the SIU director wasn't spared, who had been working tirelessly to forge evidence to inflate the reputation of the public prosecutors. Going forward, Shido will almost certainly take full control of the government after the election, and with Akechi's newfound fame in taking down the Phantom Thieves, he'll be able to hide behind his public persona while still crushing and killing any resistance to Shido's rule. They've both been plotting this for over 2 years, with Akechi revealing the secrets of the cognitive world and his abilities as a persona user to then cause psychotic breakdowns in all of Shido's enemies, Wakaba Ichiki being one of those targets. As a way to avoid suspicion, Akechi also became a detective as a way to hide his crimes from the public. Akechi will list all of Shido's political rivals as suspects in murder cases and other such petty crimes, to which Akechi will then go into the metaverse to kill their shadows or drive them insane, and then prosecute his own quarry. Meaning that everything we know about Akechi is a bold-faced lie. Even his Prince Detective persona is a facade. Even his aptitude for detective work was created from the visceral dregs of those he killed. Shido then became a rising star in politics, to then set about accruing power and influence with the police, which he then used to frame the Phantom Thieves. The public thinks Akechi to be some hero, when it's actually quite the opposite. Though before Akechi leaves Shido, it appears he has something else on his mind.
With this most recent case, my name has become known across the country, perhaps even the world. Surely my story will be passed down as a hero who won against monsters that could control people's hearts. I believe I'll lay low and devote myself to my studies.
I suppose with your age, you wouldn't come up with debauched desires.
I am thinking about the future, though.
Jumping back to the blonde, we hear Shido on the campaign trail, and as we go to confront him personally, Joker realizes that he is the exact same guy who saddled him with a false assault record as a means to hide his crimes from the public. Now it's no longer about exposing Shido or Akechi, now it's kinda personal. Joker's just another person in a long line of victims that Shido disposed of for showing the slightest bit of resistance, and the fact that he doesn't even recognize Ryuji or Joker says a lot about the type of asshole he is. I say that, but we haven't even gotten started yet. As we all gather outside the dive building to scope out Shido's palace, the debauchery and callousness of Shido's palace astonishes the thieves.
The hell?
Even though this country may sink, he alone will survive. That's what this cognition is about, huh?
Shido's palace takes the form of the dive building, becoming a luxury cruise liner sailing across a sunken Tokyo. Like Kamoshida's palace, it's almost kind of funny how comically cynical its mere existence is as well. Nevertheless, Yusuke brings up a good question.
The same goes for Akechi. He should have seen this scenery as well. Yet he still aided Shido.
Indeed, if Akechi saw what Shido's intentions were for Japan, electing to kill people for Shido's own gain, then he should have known about Shido's palace. Either Akechi is as evil as Shido is, or something else is going on here, but we have no time for idle chit-chat. It's time to gather info on Shido's cabal before the election. On this ship, we learn the inner workings of Shido's vast conspiracy, along with every detail of how he utilized Akechi and the Phantom Thieves to acquire power. Once we barge in the front doors, we are of course immediately considered a threat, but within that, we find out that his passengers are depicted as normal people, as was the case in Sai's palace. However, Makoto, with her ability to deduce the inner workings of our target's cognition, is able to deduce that the passengers are likely his very own trusted associates. They all look and act completely human, and are also dead ringers for their counterpart within reality. The thieves are also able to interact with them as if they were real people, which has to symbolize both the deep connection Shido has between himself and others, as well as their entire cognitive background. He likely screens his connections rigorously to assure absolute obedience, which is also reflected by some of the shadows we fight within his palace, of whom resemble security guards in suits, special assault teams, and guard dogs. Furthermore, no traces of anything other than his elite connections exist within this cruiser, implying that he actually believes that the common folk, or his opposition, have no rights to exist within his rule. His palace is called an Ark after all, and he is to be some perversion of a Noah that guides a bunch of fascist bootlickers towards the future of mayhem and murder. Speaking of licking boots, the Phantom Thieves require letters of recommendation from 5 of Shido's inner circle to proceed to fight Inverse Treasure. Basically, the anarchist legalists are going to have to pretend to schmooze the bootlickers of a fascist dictator for some clout. This should be interesting. As we run around the vessel, we discover that Shido keeps the worst kind of company. His guests are composed of corrupt politicians, criminals, heads of multimedia empires, and outright misogynists who think that the power and station affords them the luxury to manipulate and murder other people. Shido's cohorts are the kind of scum that would still remain stuck to the bottom of the barrel even after the most vigorous of scrubbings. As we find out though, they're not just despicable people that Shido conjured up. All these people, of the 5 that we need to be for the letter of recommendation, we've seen before at the Hilton Buffet awaiting Shido's return to the restaurant. Before we even formally created the Phantom Thieves, Joker was unwittingly rubbing elbows and eavesdropping on the same people who would later plot to frame his teammates and then kill him. Knowing that, the schmoozing begins. Though the noble An Femme Fatale in giving his letter is clearly washed up and clinging to power, The letter we get from a shadow politician named Uwe is no slouch. He's the one who initially provided Shido with early political support, and as payment, Shido drafted up a contract that in turn would enable Uwe to cause a mental shutdown. However, it wasn't just random mayhem for the sake of it. Uwe tells us that he was responsible for that train accident that occurred as Joker was just getting to Tokyo at the start of the game. Uwe caused all that death and destruction just to kill the president of a company and a diplomat that sided with the current government. It's utterly monstrous, but it only gets worse as we delve deeper into Shido's palace. Eventually, we come upon both the entertainment hall and our next target, the president of a TV station. Makoto surmises that he gives this letter as introduction to executives of companies who sponsor his programs. This is also the same man whom Joker overheard discussing how best to monetize Shiho's suicide attempt and comment Shido's crimes for what he deemed to be the idiotic public. Haru elects to speak with the man as her father's daughter, and we learn that this is also how Mr. CEO got acquainted with Shido, as well as his palace was used as bait for Akechi to frame us. While Haru is able to grit her teeth for the letter of recommendation, there's a certain intersection with how she's been treated by people who sought to take advantage of her.
I'm in your father's debt, after all. I can repay some kindness to his daughter.
Thank you.
But your father truly was a fool. He could have lived a life of luxury if only he'd done what he was told.
If both Haru and her father had only listened and obeyed their betters, they both would have been better off. Not only that, but there's more to this as well.
You know, I'm the one who broadcast the moment of his mental shutdown. Our ratings shot up because of that.
Stop it.
Of course, this guy was the very same one who worked with Shido to make sure President Takuma's death was broadcasted to the entire country. As well as taking money from Kaneshiro and Madarame's criminal enterprises, Ryuji also realizes that there was an active effort at using Akechi as a propaganda tool to manufacture consent to then go after us.
Hey, you were forcing the news to be about Akechi and Shido all the time, right? I'm sick of him. Wait, this guy's not a real person. Telling him ain't gonna do shit for us.
As you learn aboard Shido's ship, and after speaking to the cognitive projections of his inner circle, we find that this facet of the conspiracy to defame the work of the Phantom Thieves arguably started all the way back on June 10th when we met Akechi for the first time on the TV talk show. In this, we learned that Akechi wasn't the only man behind causing all the mental shutdowns, but the conspiracy was also actively using his ill-gotten star power as a detective to sow doubt into the public about the Phantom Thieves. The first moment he is given space to chat on live TV, the talk show in Shido's pocket makes a point to appeal to Akechi's popularity and authority as a detective, while introducing him to both the live audience and to those watching on air.
It's the high school detective, Goro Akechi.
Hello there.
Thank you for taking the time to join us today, Akechi-kun. Your popularity is stunning.
They then immediately ask him about the Madarame scandal and what the Phantom Thieves had to do in order to bring him down.
Ah, yes. That would be the scandal involving the master artist Madarame.
There it is! All of this Phantom Thief excitement has caught your attention too, Akechi-kun. Allow me to be blunt for just a second. What do you think of these justice-oriented Phantom Thieves?
Initially, he seems supportive of them before causing some planned drama by saying that the Phantom Thieves are about as real and tangible as Santa Claus, and then in the same breath also saying that we're an existential danger to all of society on the basis of us merely being vigilantes.
If they truly are heroes of justice, I sincerely hope they exist.
Oh, so you don't deny the possibility that they're real?
I may not seem like it, but I sometimes wish that Santa Claus actually existed. But hypothetically speaking, if these Phantom Thieves are real, I believe they should be tried in a court of law.
Akechi was right to play the part of the hardliner cynical skeptic for the conspiracy, a rising star within law enforcement that believes the Phantom Thieves to be an imperfect solution. To the unwitting onlooker, he has the nerve to say in the same breath that yes, Madarame's crimes were heinous, before backpedaling upon the statement by then suggesting that our methods of exacting justice upon the likes of Madarame or even Kamoshida weren't just at all, that were nothing more than a simple hopeful fairy tale to be told to the likes of children. By laying this juvenile connotation at the feet of the public, they too began to conflate our justice as something beneath us all, with the justice of the Phantom Thieves being a fallacy that nobody should truly believe in. Our credibility has tanked just by Akechi opening his mouth. It was as simple as some pretty boy getting on TV, telling a few bad jokes, and bringing the hammer down upon us by implying that anyone who believes in our brand of justice is either childish or someone who directly sympathizes with criminals. There is also the way the hosts seem to really want to drive, or rather drill the question of the Phantom Thieves' justice into the audience, and seemingly will do anything to try and keep the discussion squarely focused on us, while attempting to distract the audience away from Akechi's supposed embarrassment of his fame.
Moving along, we've been told there's a case on your mind right now. Care to share, Detective?
Before going on to remind the audience of Akechi's radiant charm and charisma, the host goes on to say this.
You have a point. These people are calling themselves the Phantom Thieves, after all.
It's a complete non sequitur that leans on a few fallacies. Well, the first being that we have a scary name that involves the word thief. We're being judged not by our deeds, as the host set up a strongman for the public to contend with, as they appeal to Akechi's authority as a detective, to then say that the Phantom Thieves are objectively and ontologically evil. It's quite a lot of things to digest, as Akechi then downplays our tangibility by then comparing us to Santa Claus or some other fairy tale figure that deserves to be in a school project. The way they manufacture consent live on TV is a huge issue. However, Akechi seems to sow more doubt in the public by very nearly conflating the methods of changing people's hearts to be more than just a morality issue. Akechi chooses to frame us as more dangerous because of the mere potential for us to commit more heinous crimes than our standard lot of confessions. The host, of course, agrees with Akechi's musings on the matter, and Akechi himself clarifies that these are all just hypotheticals, but the damage has been done here nonetheless.
Whether the thieves' actions are good or not, I feel there is a more important issue at hand.
What do you mean?
The matter of how they change people's hearts. If they honestly possess that ability, it could be used for more than extracting confessions. It could be that what seem to be ordinary crimes are actually being perpetrated by these methods.
You know, you're absolutely right.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. This is all purely hypothetical. It is only if people who can use such a power truly exist. Either way, though, this cannot be ignored. The existence of the Phantom Thieves would be nothing but a threat to our everyday lives.
Before the segment ends, Akechi caps off this interview by directly saying that the Phantom Thieves are an existential threat to all of society, and that we should all be wary of their influence. It's seemingly minor damage, but even this kind of propaganda causes a brief divide of commitment between An and Ryuji. Now that the police are getting involved, An is full of doubt. She's advising caution, but Ryuji still wants to go full speed ahead because, well, Ryuji is Ryuji. He doesn't buy Akechi's nonsense for a second. This rift lasts for a while, but rather ironically, it gets repaired by a collective resentment at Makoto doubting our ability to do anything about Kamoshida. Of course, all the other appearances Akechi makes on TV after this event are blatant attempts to sway public opinion in order to sow doubt within their minds. Even the purposeful losing of a face for his opposition to the Phantom Thieves, with a TV station then plastering Shido's face all over the place while it was on the campaign trail, demonized the current administration to be incompetent, was all according to Keiyaku. We even find that Medjay's defeat was also supposed to be an act after Futaba grows the IT company Shido hired for the whole charade. Medjay was always planned to fall due to some anonymous fan of ours. While Futaba, much to Akechi's surprise, managed to rewrite the script at the last second, it's indicative of everything that Shido was willing to do in order to rise to power. For now, though, we're going to put a pin in our discussion about Shido and ask a different question. Where does Akechi fit in all of this? Well, there are efforts to thwart the conspiracy, and Akechi looking like a jackass on live TV for doubting us we're all part of the plan to infiltrate our team. Even as we try to thwart its remnants from within the cognitive world, Akechi's still giving media interviews and doing his best to propagandize our suicide to benefit Shido. But despite trying to play it cool by telling a few more bad jokes, we actually get our first insight on what's been plaguing his mind for as long as he can remember.
None of these people know that I was an undesirable child. I wanted people to rely on me. I wanted to be needed. I devoted myself to my studies, acted as an honor student, and made my name as an ace detective. And thanks to the Nav app, and the persona bestowed upon me by the gods, I managed to dispose of any who got in my way, though it took me some time to finally do so. All that remains is to tell him.
It's here where we can start to see the schism of Akechi's heart that he has alluded to in his Confidant arc. Though he has explained his past to us as someone's bastard child, he's never outright said that he feels undesirable. He did mention understanding why his mother had to leave him at random bathhouses while she worked, but her death and his experiences in the foster care system have utterly killed his self-esteem. Despite all he achieved, through deception and murder mind you, Akechi still feels worthless. This internal monologue also informs us why Akechi extensively researched popular trends and where his sense of justice stems from, however warped it might be. Remember back to when he was playing that light gun game with Joker and asking us rhetorical questions about whether enacting one's own personal sense of justice upon society is inherently selfish, and whether or not it will be a bad thing to do it for self-gratification or for praise. We're seeing the ramifications of that discussion now as Akechi details why he was so careful about his public image. He's got fame, fortune, and more. His rival's dead. He's bested the Phantom Thieves and proven to him that he's the better man. But still, he feels no fulfillment from it. Akechi became who he is, a crack detective and an honor student, because he felt like he needed someone to belong. But despite becoming a celebrity and beating Joker, he still finds no fulfillment in his current life. The only fulfillment he seems to find is through being a Persona user and killing anyone who would dare hinder his success. Of course, he's still pretty evil for the murders, but it appears that he's playing his own game, Revolver Ocelot style. As for what that means, more is revealed as we keep progressing through Shido's palace. While Akechi's able to hide his own inner turmoil extremely well, Shido cannot, and it's partly due to our efforts within his own palace to unsettle him. As we defeat 4 of the 5 of his inner circle, culminating with the IT president of his palace, Shido starts getting extra paranoid in reality. He phones Akechi to order more mental shutdowns of his political competition, which is a risky move to say the least, that could expose the conspiracy to the public.
Right at this moment? But the election is coming up soon.
Correct. The earlier the better.
Why so suddenly? Did something happen?
Nothing in particular. But if something were to happen, it would already be too late.
I can understand why you might be nervous, but why not stay calm and hold off until after the election?
Shido's not the one to take responsibility for his actions or really be cognizant of the amount of destruction in his wake, but seeing him this paranoid is really odd. It takes a second, but Akechi being the experienced metaverse assassin he is, knows exactly what's going on behind the scenes.
Anxiety? You've never mentioned such things before now. Shido-san?
Do you understand what it means to cross me? Just do as I ask. I'll be counting on you.
This is all too sudden. Could it be?
As we make our way back to the main deck of the ship to secure a route to the treasure, we're ambushed by the Prince Detective in the engine room.
Akechi!
Long time no see.
You! Fuck you.
Why is he here?
I'm impressed that you managed to deceive me. It seems I underestimated your abilities. You truly are interesting. Quiet, yet possessing the courage and determination to take action. Under different circumstances, we could have been great rivals. Or perhaps even friends. How wonderful. You don't allow yourself to be enslaved by such things as human relations or past selves. And so your heart is always free. The exact opposite of mine. To be honest, I'm envious. I wonder why we couldn't have met a few years earlier.
It seems Akechi truly regrets this turn of events and feels I understand him better now.
All right.
Rank 9 of Akechi's Confidant arc is something special, as you finally get to hear the beginnings of what's to come for Akechi, and hear him finally voice why he finds Joker so interesting. It's set in a somber tone, where in another life and under different circumstances, we could have been more than rivals, even friends, instead of exact opposites in every way, forced to duke it out. In offering Akechi to walk away or even join us, Joker's impressed Akechi once more. Where we once thought Sai's heart to be encased in envy, Akechi's heart is taken so much worse by jealousy, to the point where he's allowing his past to affect every action within his life.
How wonderful. You don't allow yourself to be enslaved by such things as human relations or past selves. And so your heart is always free. The exact opposite of mine. To be honest, I'm envious.
Joker is the man Akechi wishes to be, a free heart and soul, able to definitely repurpose all manner of negative things society labels him as, and instead turn them into strengths. Within his heart of hearts, Joker believes that caving to despair or sacrificing others to save himself and others is unreasonably uncouth.
Thou art I. Thou who art willing to perform all sacrilegious acts for thine own justice. Call upon my name and release thy rage. Show the strength of thy will to ascertain all on thine own, though I'll be chained to hell itself!
This, above all things, is what Akechi both adores and hates about Joker. The apparent freedom his heart expresses so easily, and his inability to cage the trappings of a society that has damned Joker to the existence as a criminal. However, despite the offer, Akechi believes that it has gone too far, and there's no way back for him now.
But it's no use talking in hypotheticals. That didn't happen in reality.
Akechi, why are you cooperating with someone like Shido? Don't you see what this palace looks like? His true nature is...
Cooperating? What are you talking about? I don't care for Shido or this country. All this is to make Masayoshi Shido, my father, acknowledge me, then exact revenge on him.
Shido is your father?
Remember I said before, how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man? So I'm his bastard child. My very existence is nothing but a scandal. My mother's life turned for the worse after she had me. And died. I was a cursed child for her too.
That's horrible.
I resented him, but he was already a high-ranking official by then. A kid like me could do nothing. But that's when it happened. That's when I learned about the cognitive world. Someone, be it God or demon, gave me a chance. I couldn't contain my laughter. You son of a... Who cares? My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world. All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
We're not murderers!
So what? Masayoshi Shido is finally within my grasp! Once he reaches the apex of his power and acknowledges me, I'm going to whisper in his ear. I will tell him the truth of who I really am. And that's when I, an utter disgrace to the world, will rule over him. I will prevail.
What a warped thought. It's almost pitiable.
That was a lot to break down. Shido is Akechi's father, and all of this, selling out Joker, betraying us, and bringing Shido to the apex of his power, was all part of some wild plan to humiliate Shido as a walking scandal. The cursed child, of whom, from his point of view, did nothing but bring death, destruction, and sorrow around him, will finally have his revenge after years of planning his vengeance against the man who forced him into existence and robbed not only him of any semblance of a normal life, but caused his mother unimaginable suffering and pain. Akechi will finally have his restitution after over 2 years of meticulous planning. However, while it might not seem like it, our interference caused Akechi to change his plans from outright killing Shido to possibly changing his heart. One thing that I'll briefly touch upon is that Akechi never had a guiding influence upon him like Morgana that detailed the ins and outs in the metaverse.
Erasing a palace essentially means forcing the owner to have a change of heart. However, even though their warped wants disappear, the crimes they committed remain. Kamoshida will become unable to bear the weight of those crimes, and he'll confess them himself.
Knowing that, Akechi would not have known that changing the heart of his adversaries and other targets was possible in the first place. So it would then follow that he thought that the main function of the cognitive world was to anonymously murder people. It wasn't until Akechi teamed up with us for our initial infiltration of Sai's palace that the calling card was a necessary step to making the treasure materialize in order for us to steal it.
So the calling card wasn't merely for show? It's a necessary step?
Will you please stop interrupting?
My apologies.
Moreover, this line from Akechi as Makoto was speaking to Shadow Sai was initially contextualized, making him sound like a novice in the matter of stealing hearts.
That's only a shadow. Why are you so...
Quiet!
Sorry.
Akechi does not know that the shadow of a palace ruler is inexorably tied to the real counterpart outside the metaverse, apart from the consequences of murdering them. Nor does he know that by speaking to a ruler's shadow, that person can be influenced within reality. This was a key part of a plan to spring Joker from jail. For Makoto stirred up Sai's doubt about herself to go interrogate Joker, and thus awaken to her true sense of justice once more. Ironically, the most wild and batshit insane part of a plan to elude Akechi was actually the most bulletproof part of this plan because Akechi didn't know better. However, now he does, and he intends to apply what he's learned to humiliate Shido, to make him feel the shame, humiliation, and powerlessness Akechi himself has felt for all of his life. He will make Shido confess to all of his crimes with his own mouth, and by changing his heart, of those crimes, he'll admit that he abandoned the living and breathing scandal he sired into existence. The only remaining problem is getting rid of Joker so he can exact his revenge on his own terms, and hold on to his reputation as a hero.
I am going to personally thrust Masayoshi Shido into a living hell. So, Joker, rest easy and die. Yes, I'll do it better than you could ever imagine. That is, once I get rid of you.
You sure sound confident. Don't go pressing your luck. We already know all your tricks from back when you were working with us.
Joker, how could you be so successful while having such an idiot as your partner?
Huh? Quit bluffing!
It's no bluff. If he truly is behind the mental shutdowns, he's likely only shown us a fraction of his strength.
I'll tell you all about my true power. While you die, you can take that knowledge with you to the grave. Kill them! You stop me. The mental shutdowns aren't the only incidents people are talking about. There are also the breakdowns which cause people to turn psychotic, creating accidents and scandals. Those cannot be explained unless the true culprit has the power to make people's hearts psychotic. That's right. It's my power. One that you don't have.
Akechi can literally make people insane?
He's gonna try something.
Allow me to show you! Persona!
Sounds like I'm berserk.
What was that? That wasn't Robin Hood. Could it have been a different persona?
Even the feeblest existence can gain tremendous power once the chains on its heart are broken. You'd better not underestimate these two.
Now that Akechi's holding nothing back about his abilities now, neither will I. These revelations about Shido being his father recontextualizes a few things about why Robin Hood is Akechi's persona and why his metaverse outfit looks the way that it does. In this context, Shido is both an illegitimate ruler and an illegitimate father who did not pay his due diligence to Akechi. So, with no other options left, Akechi fled to Sherwood Forest, the metaverse, to concoct a plan to topple the illegitimate ruler via rebelling against him. While that might seem like the end of the story here, I, like Akechi, have been keeping a crucial detail from you all in this whole story. In some versions of the Robin Hood folktale, Robin Hood is often said to either be the son of a family of nobles or the illegitimate son of a local lord, who denied him his inheritance of his land. So, in retaliation, in order to regain some standing within society, Robin Hood then fought in the Crusades to attain the position of yeoman. But upon returning back to England, King John had stolen Robin's new home for himself. The reason why Robin Hood became an outlaw is because he is left with no other choice but to do so on account of John and the Sheriff of Nottingham using their authority as Lord Regents of the Crown to take Robin's land from him. Robin was gifted this land in this version of the tale by King Richard for fighting in the Crusades. Of course, Robin owning land in a folktale setting set in medieval England implies that he was once a noble himself, with that land being stolen from him by King Richard and the Sheriff. A quiet life and some semblance of order after all the madness of fighting in the Third Crusades. Fighting far away from home, as Robin Hood, like Akechi, fought for upward social mobility by concocting an affable public image so someone would love him, only to have house and home all stolen from him by a tyrannical douchebag. This gives a whole new dimension to Akechi's spirit rebellion and how he chooses to manifest it too. As both an outlaw criminal who believes he has everything good stolen from him, but is unable to take it back as a bastard son of an illegitimate tyrant, we find that Akechi's outfit practically screams exiled nobleman. In another reality, his name would have been Goro Shido after all, but instead he's stuck with the name of his mother, who Akechi to believe to be nothing but a burden to. Speaking of that, Akechi does seem to find enjoyment or even fulfillment in his powers as a persona user, and more importantly, his innate ability to drive people psychotic. He sees this as some kind of widespread vengeance upon all of society, where he can sort of just twist their hearts and minds into driving them insane as penance for ignoring him for all this time. There is also something else here. When he summons the Berserk Shadows, he makes it clear to Joker that this is what sets them apart.
That's right. It's my power. One that you don't have.
After a lifetime of feeling powerless to do anything about his circumstances, this ability to drive people psychotic is something that finally gave Akechi something to be proud of, and most importantly, it's a power that Joker does not have. It's sad, really. Shido robs Akechi of any further recourse by irreparably damaging his own heart, causing Akechi then to tie the entire meaning of his existence to the power that drives the hearts of others psychotic. He's been alone all this time with a chip on his shoulder and a rabid need to prove his worth to the world and to his rival.
Neither of us had shown our true strengths, huh? Don't underestimate me! Kill them. Persona!
As we knock Akechi off his feet, we find that alone he's been and alone he wants to remain, no matter how hard Arn, Ryuji, Morgana, Futaba, and Joker try to convince him to reconsider and recognize that he has the ability to change just like us, to free himself of Shido's influence after all. But he's not interested in listening whatsoever. This is the path Akechi was forced upon by the uncaring and cold world around him. His heart is set, and to him, there's no going back. There was a time where Akechi believed himself to be the hero of his own story, but with revenge slipping from his grasp, he cannot bear the feelings of worthlessness any longer.
Follow your true feelings, even if you think people hate you or don't want you around. That's...
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Teammates! Friends! To hell with that! Why am I inferior to you? I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around. I am an ace detective, a celebrity!
Akechi-kun.
You're just some criminal trash living in an attic! So how? How does someone like you have things I don't? How can such a worthless piece of trash be more special than me?
Akechi has had no choice but to wear the mask of the Prince Detective that Shido and wider society had forced him to don. He put in a Herculean effort to cultivate a specific image for himself so that he will be loved and appreciated, but this was at the cost of his own personal happiness. Somewhere along the way, he realized that in doing so, he's denied himself the ability to make his own choices and be his own person, choosing instead to bend the wills and whims of other people, which makes Akechi uniquely vulnerable to manipulation. What Akechi failed to consider is that via adopting this persona, he'd always be a prisoner. His want of recognition and desire to prove himself denies him the ability to change his own heart and those of others. As evidenced by his reaction to Joker trying to reach him, it's not because he still believes that he can succeed by himself after all this time, but it's the fact that he hates the very idea of other people pitying him. Rather paradoxically, by conforming to society and doing as they wished in the vain hope of recognition, and in the vain hope of getting revenge on Shido, Akechi's hatred of pity has enslaved his heart. He's an ill-content prisoner of the masses and the exact polar opposite of Joker. Within that revelation, Akechi finally cuts loose.
Don't give me that cliche bullshit!
What was that?
A black mask.
What about the other one, though? The one with the black mask.
A black mask? Wait, who's he talking about?
It can't be. There was another intruder besides us within this palace? Then what Kaneshiro said before?
These palaces can net you loads of cash. You can do whatever you want into people's hearts. I'll let you in on a little something. There's a criminal using other people's palaces to accomplish whatever they damn well please. They don't care about consequences, psychotic breakdowns, mental shutdowns. Anything goes.
So, you were behind the mental shutdowns after all.
Oh, this is great. I'm surprised. This is actually a first for me. I might even have to try my hardest against you. You know, I just came up with a fun little idea. I wonder how far I can go with this.
Fun?
You're not satisfied with where we left it either, are you? Isn't this what you really wanted? You and I are going to strike and strike again until one of us is dead. To hell with holding back! Just picturing it sends chills down my spine. But what Shido thinks of me? I don't give a shit! All I care about now is killing you to prove I'm better than you!
Alright, Akechi.
Here, I'll show you who I really am! Come, Loki!
Oh, man!
Ken, it's that persona.
What's going on?
Don't make me laugh! Justice! Righteous! Keep that shit to yourselves! You and your teammates piss me off!
He can use 2 separate powers? Then everything, even his appearance was a fake!
You're going down! I'll destroy you! Go down with me!
No way!
That bastard! He made himself go psychotic!
Now, let's see you drop dead one at a time in front of your precious friends!
Damn it, he's lost it! Here comes!
Die! The trash of society!
And Akechi gets world power as a boss theme.
I will kill you! Destroy you! Crush you!
This is weird. And of course, his true persona is Loki. Of course it is.
Teammates are nothing but trash!
His new persona's power is unknown. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless!
Fucking hell. Okay, what the hell do we do now?
As Akechi sheds his false persona, we finally get to meet his true unfettered self as the Black Mask. Knowing that this utterly murderous and psychotic state is the way that he truly feels, that he must rebel against society is both chilling and tragic. Quickly examining Akechi's true outfit with all of his tattered stripes and leather harnesses attached to all the joints of his body, it's clear that it's the garb of a recently escaped violent prisoner. The kind that need to be restrained for the safety of everyone around him. It's eerily somber and terrifying. Indeed, while Akechi does follow the general rules on most of the thieves' outfits, they are a combination of taking strength from all the negative labels society thrusts upon them, with the thieves themselves repurposing it for their own rebellion. Akechi's rebellion is a projection of his own worthlessness and bloodlust as he resolves to use his power to kill everyone in his path that beat him down. His rebellion is similar to ours, but has a sinister twist to it all. Upon awakening to his persona, Akechi didn't decide to use his power to help others like Joker did in Kamoshida's palace. Instead, the only thing his heart desired was blind and destructive revenge. No longer holding anything back, we must be wary and careful about how powerful he is in the state. While Loki possesses ideal stats and several skills in common with Robin Hood, both Loki and Robin Hood have key differences. Compared to Robin Hood's focus on bless and curse skills, including instant kills, Loki's moveset seemingly specializes in attacks designed to cause as much death and destruction as possible, including Riot Gun, Megadolion, and Leviathan, reflecting Akechi's new openly deranged fighting style as the Black Mask. There are 2 exclusive attacks we need to be wary of here as well, Desperation and Leviathan. The former attack is the very same skill that Akechi used to drive those 2 shadows he summoned psychotic. In this fight though, he will do the same, but only if he manages to knock one of the Phantom Thieves off their feet, and thus triggering a 1 more, to which he takes the opportunity to use Desperation to boost his attack power but lower his defense for 3 turns.
Boss got knocked down! Come on, stay together!
I'm not letting you off!
The buffs this move gets also is independent from skills that buff or debuff Akechi, making it impossible to spell with moves like Dekaja and Dekunda, but entirely possible to stack with Heat Riser for additional damage and slightly better defense to placate the lower defense caused by Desperation. The latter move, Leviathan, is both unique to Akechi and his persona. During the fight, Akechi will stare at Joker for a turn before unleashing this attack on him and only him. While it is possible to manipulate Akechi into targeting other party members with skills like Taunting Aura, this classical physical strike has an attack power rating of 800 and has a 98% accuracy rating. The best strategy here is to just block or put up a physical barrier to reflect the attack from Akechi. But where's the fun in that? As Akechi's established, Joker is just built different.
We can beat this!
You said Loki!
Nice, Joker! Just at the last second!
Persona!
This brings us nicely to Loki's place in Norse mythology as his infamous and malignant trickster god. Loki in Norse mythology is the god of mischief and mayhem, with Loki often swindling, tricking, stealing, or shape-shifting to cause trouble for the Norse pantheon. His personality matches Akechi's true persona as well, as he flip-flops between being playful, malicious, and helpful, but is mostly portrayed in tales as a nihilistic scheming coward who only cares for shallow pleasures and self-preservation. The story that Persona 5 mentions in Loki's persona description, and the tale that I also believe is the most relevant to Akechi's place in Persona 5, is a tale called The Death of Baldur. As all the gods were feasting one day in Asgard, they all want to know to what extent this generous, joyful, courageous, and just god was blessed with the invulnerability to all threats, physical and magical. They made a sport of yeeting objects at Baldur in an attempt to hurt him, but nothing became of it until the mischievous Loki found his beloved god's weakness, mistletoe. And so the jealous god fashioned a spear out of such an innocent and innocuous thing to then manipulate the blind god Holdor to throw the spear at Baldur, which killed him instantly. In his avarice and jealousy of Baldur's popularity, the just Baldur lay dead on the floor, with this event being one of the few that was prophesied to then kickstart Ragnarok, the end of the world. Quite obviously, this tale alludes to Akechi attempting to murder Joker, the most morally righteous, popular, and courageous and just person that Akechi knew. Loki is also known for his powers of shapeshifting, which not only draws direct parallels to Akechi hiding both face and mind from us as the affable prince detective, but to his visual design as well. Loki's stripe pattern is taken directly from that of naval camouflage called dazzle camouflage. The intended strategical benefit of this camouflage was not meant to conceal battleships upon the sea, but to distort or disrupt the outline of a battleship in order to deceive onlookers about the size, shape, and heading of the camouflage vessel. Loki's design stems from the same school of thought, as Akechi too aimed to deceive the Phantom Thieves much in the same way. Looking more at Loki's design, your eyes will likely be drawn towards his head and the massive horns that are apparently sticking out of his head. While looking at Loki and comparing his design to Akechi, you might think him to be wearing a knight's helmet similar to an armat or a closed helmet, as to indicate that Akechi still holds some chivalrous values as the dark anti-hero counter to Joker, the Black Knight as opposed to the White Knight in shining armor that he once presented himself as. This design choice would also mirror the red eye lenses of Akechi's own helmet slash mask that he wears as part of his true outfit. But if we take a closer look at Loki, we see that something much more disturbing is going on. It is very difficult to see this in game, but if we look at models produced and created for Loki, we see that the lenses on this visor themselves are not that at all. Instead, they are jagged teeth giving off a wicked smile. Knowing that fact now, the rest of Loki's visions begin to take shape, but are his horns his eyes? Well, not exactly. Within the concept art for Loki, Sojima writes that what appears to be Loki's horns are actually snail parasites that have taken over Loki's mind, body, and the ability to see correctly. Now, of course, these sorts of parasites actually do exist within nature and go by the name of Ludocoridium. These worms invade the snail's eye stalks, where it starts to pulsate like caterpillars as the parasite sees control of the snail's mind and forces the snail itself into the open to then be eaten by birds. There are many parallels to be drawn here by Loki's vision being obstructed by a foreign entity and by a parasite at that. It tells us exactly what the state of Akechi's mind is, as his bloodthirst and want to revenge against Shido has blinded him beyond all reason and rationality. As we slug it out with Akechi, his temperament quickly switches between insults and signs of extreme jealousy.
You're just pieces of shit who lick each other's wounds. Anything goes if you say you're teammates.
To that of a desperate hatred of the potential idea of the Phantom Thieves pitying him as he tries to assert his uniqueness and power over the rest of us while we chip away at his HP pool.
Why are you looking at me like that? I've succeeded until now, all by myself. I don't need teammates. I don't.
It takes a combined effort for us all to fell Akechi, and as he kneels in a defeated and weakened state on the floor, he finally lays it all out for us.
You ready to call it quits?
Come on, Akechi.
I know. I've had enough. You're so lucky. Lucky to be surrounded by teammates who acknowledge you. And once Shido confesses his crimes, you'll all be heroes. As for me, people will find out my past deductions were just charade. My fame and trust will vanish.
Once defeated, Akechi's sole motive is revealed. He wanted somebody to care about him and acknowledge him as a person instead of some fake imitation. Goro Akechi, the tragic anti-hero of his own story, is utterly ruined and doomed to be forgotten by everyone, while the Phantom Thieves will be lauded for all time after we change Shido's heart. For all of his power and preparation, he just couldn't beat out Joker's drive, and it's here in the engine room where we finally get through to Akechi at last.
In the end, I couldn't be special.
Dude, you're more than special.
It pains me to admit, but your wit and strength far exceeds ours. We only defeated you by teaming up. I was honestly envious of your natural ability. It was frustrating to see how much my sister trusted you.
I have no intention of forgiving you for what you did to my father. But I sympathize with you. I wholeheartedly understand wanting to get back at the adults who took from you.
But when you gained the power to fulfill that desire, you only used it for your own self-benefit.
If you've got more than one persona, maybe you actually have the same kind of power as Joker's. But you trusted no one, so you only got two personas. One for your lies, and one for your hate.
In breaking through to Akechi, we discover the possibility that Akechi too has the wildcard ability, the ability to wield multiple personas. But with his insistence on flying solo, and his inability to form meaningful relationship with his own set of confidants due to his past constantly being on his mind, Akechi was never able to fully make use of the ability like Joker has. Aside from the subtext that he believes himself to be the hero of his own story, Akechi has outright told Joker that he has a habit of dissing himself from others. When we were at the jazz club with Akechi on October 31st, he did recall a time in which one of his classmates confessed her love to him. But of course, Akechi turned her down because, well, he was so preoccupied with taking down Shido and getting his revenge. Imagine if Joker did the same to Ryuji or An at the start of the game. We would never have made it this far, and that's exactly what's happened to Akechi. This seemingly innocent confession could have been the start of something special for Akechi, but he refused to even try to connect with this person because he either sees interpersonal relationships as a hindrance, as competition, or as an utter waste of time to cultivate. But it's here where we've finally proven him wrong. After 2.5 years in the warpath, Akechi's heart was only able to house two personas, with both being born from his own heart. It's as Futaba says, his one representing his unhinged hatred for the world with Loki, and one for his lies, or more accurately, the way Akechi wanted others to perceive him as the man of the people, a downright righteous and just superhero in Robin Hood. Knowing this, it's very likely that Akechi awakens Robin Hood and Loki at the exact same time. There are both parts of his conflicted and torn heart. One held on to the idealistic and childlike idea of a superhero that Akechi entertained before his life was changed for the worst, with Akechi then subsequently becoming a cynical prisoner of his own heart by adopting Loki. Unwilling to let either part of himself go, the wildcard ability split his own heart in half, and from that point onward, Akechi was unable to truly be free of his pain. In the end, this is what doomed Akechi. He spent so much time on the warpath, but never stopped to look around for help, to lean on others to try and be that hero, the character to persevere, as his despair turned an extremely absurd grudge into a spree of serial murders for his own gratification. Still, despite all, the Phantom Thief still offered an olive branch to Akechi as well. Even for a heart as warped as his own, he is still a victim of an all-powerful, untouchable dolt like the rest of the Phantom Thieves are. Like the rest of us. He is more alike to us than we are different, but Akechi cannot understand why they would immediately kill him then and there.
Alright, let's go back and get that calling card ready. We're gonna take Shido down. What are you gonna do?
It'd be a problem if you kept getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
Are you all idiots? You should get rid of me. If you don't want me getting in your way. You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
To be clear, in this instance, the Phantom Thieves aren't showing Akechi pity or remorse, but are instead offering him a place where he might once again find meaning and, more importantly, healing. We've acknowledged Akechi's power and prowess, how unique Akechi is, and by once again offering him a place on our team, we're giving Akechi exactly what he's been craving for his entire life. A place where he will feel wanted, needed, and appreciated by those who, above all else, truly understand him. While it might seem for a second that Akechi is finally going to free himself from a cage of his own creation, a soulless and slavish copy of the Prince Detective steps out from the darkness to rob him of the choice to choose once more.
Akechi?
Another one?
That's Shido's cognitive version of Akechi.
I'll deal with the rest of you later. Captain Shido's orders. He has no need for losers. Well, this just moves the plan up a little. He was going to get rid of you after the election anyway. What? Did you truly believe you'd be spared after all the murders you undertook? Don't tell me. Were you actually feeling good about having someone rely on you for once? Oh, by the way, the captain says it's time you receive retribution for causing the mental shutdowns.
What the hell No, man! That bastard's the one who put him up to it!
I see. I was wondering how he'd protect himself if I used my power to tear through his palace. Turns out you're how. So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved. You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
You little...
So this is how Shido thinks of Goro Akechi? It's too horrible.
Through Shido's palace, we've uncovered shadows that are dead ringers for the people they are in reality, establishing that Shido seems to have a great understanding of all of his guests and members of his inner circle, including their weaknesses, strengths, desires, and exactly how useful they were to Shido's own plans to rise to power. However, Cognitive Akechi's position as both a defense mechanism against any attempt for Akechi himself to kill Shido's shadow in his own palace, and as a projection of everything Shido has gotten to know about Akechi, is especially inflammatory.
You guys are all about doing things for others, aren't you? Oh, that's just the same as me. I'm going to take all the blame for our captain. I'll die for him too.
Not only is Cognitive Akechi depicted as a sick twisted parody of the real thing, a soulless, rabid, and bloodthirsty killer who relishes in taking life, Shido also depicts Akechi as an opportunistic murderer. Did you guys notice how a Cognitive Akechi steps out into the light only when Akechi's unable to defend himself after his boss fight with the thieves? It's disgusting, but that's nothing compared to what Shido's managed to ascertain about Akechi's need for validation, as the pot calls the kettle black. Akechi's back under Shido's thumb once again, right as he was on the cusp of freedom from Shido's influence. Akechi is a prisoner once more, but after getting a glimpse of what the Phantom Thieves and most importantly Joker were offering him, not manipulative, blind, and meaningless praise, but understanding and sympathy despite everything he's done, Akechi refuses to do as his cheap imitation says.
Here, I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them. I was such a fool. Yes, that's the you our captain wishes to see. Don't misunderstand. You're the one who's going to disappear!
The watertight bulkhead door has closed. All personnel within the partition walls evacuate at once.
Whoa, what is this?
Akechi! Hurry up and go!
You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
The real fools are you guys. You should have just abandoned me here a long time ago. You would have all perished if you had tried to face these with me weighing you down.
Akechi-kun!
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please! After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously, you really are.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened the ultimate secret of justice, granting thee infinite power.
right. All right. You bastard! So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Akechi-kun! Isn't there some way to get this open, Mona? His signal is gone. I'm only getting the weaklings. No.
And with that, rank 10, the final part of Goro Akechi's Confidant arc is over, as it culminates with Akechi sacrificing himself for Joker to carry on his mission on his behalf. As we promised to hold on to Akechi's glove in the hope of seeing each other again to finish our duel, we come to realize that in his last moments, Akechi was indeed a free man, and he made a choice of his own volition at that. While we clashed with Akechi until he could bear no more, every single member of the Phantom Thieves gradually coaxed him into realizing that all along, he was capable of making his own decisions among people who truly understood and accepted him. He made the decision to sacrifice himself not as the Black Mask, nor as his false prince detective persona he's meticulously cultivated, but as Goro Akechi. When faced with a sick twisted mockery of himself, a crude and soulless puppet of Shido, he knew that he could not abide by his orders any longer. But how unfortunate it is that this total victory of Shido is soured by his own death. With that, the Arcana he's been assigned to has come full circle since our rivalry with this fantastic character began. The story of the Justice Arcana in Persona 5 revolved around Goro Akechi settling with the natural unfairness of the world he was pulled into, with Joker guiding Akechi in discarding his corrupted yet righteous feelings of abandonment and discrimination. Now, normally this Arcana is indicative of the character in question advocating for more normative means of justice. After all, the Justice Arcana is a strict allegory of justice, objectivity, rationality, and analysis, but with Akechi, his decision to sacrifice himself is a totally emotionally charged, irrational, and hasty decision. It's unlike any previous entries in the series that call for extensive self-reflection, as was the case with Persona 3's Ken Amada and Chihiro Fushimi, or even Persona 4's Nanako Dojima. So where does that leave us with Akechi's relation to the Justice Arcana? Well, it's as I've said. Akechi's idea of liberating himself from Shido and his idea of justice was, for a time, extremely cynical, but now we see that it's taken on a more personal connotation. We've seen that Akechi uses his past injustices to create truth from lies and falsehoods, often at the cost of other people's lives. He has several people to blame for pushing him to become the type of antisocial person he turned out to be, and very good reasons for blaming them in particular, but that's not why he sacrificed himself to save us. Neither was it the fact that Joker was better at pool than him, a better leader than him, and a better wildcard wielder than him. It's the simple fact that Akechi's hatred of Joker stems from the fact that Joker dealt with his own injustices that, of course, were ironically dealt to him by the same guy, in a healthy way, where Akechi was too weak to do so. Whereas Joker rebelled against those who would try to keep him down, as did the rest of the Phantom Thieves, Akechi not only blinked, but submitted to the injustices that were dealt to him by Shido. While on the warpath and working with Shido with the intent of setting him up, Akechi was so focused on revenge that he never realized that he was completely complicit in causing the same problems that twisted his own heart so terribly once upon a time. Among the literal scores of people that Akechi has killed, he has likely widowed and orphaned so many people out there for his own selfish gain, just to get one over on Shido. In that respect, he is exactly like his father, a selfish tour de force of destruction and mayhem that leaves only suffering and tragedy in his wake. So, as the cognitive projection of himself, the poor kid Shido abandoned before he was even born, and then later twisted into his own personal puppet assassin, stares at him through the barrel of a gun with those soulless eyes of his, Akechi finally realizes his folly. He was complicit all along to the kind of injustice he despised most, and too weak to truly rebel in the same manner that Joker had already managed to do. By allowing himself to be manipulated by Shido, Akechi realized that the selfish injustice he tried to cobble together was meaningless, and any stray rebellious action or stray thought that had crossed his mind was only rebellion in name only. In collaborating with Shido, he failed himself. He betrayed his own definition of justice and the injustices that he had set up to rectify in the first place. He let his hatred of himself, of Shido, and his past consume him to the point of blindness. So, when given one last chance to die in his own terms or to kill again in Shido's name, Akechi finally manages to summon the will to rebel after all this time and to be the ideal hero of justice he's always wanted to be since he was a young boy.
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please!
So, whereas other Justice Arcanas deal with a strict definition of justice and truth, Akechi's quick heel phase turn at the literal end of his Confidant arc indicates to us that his story is much more about personal justice than it is about upholding the letter of the law. In the last moments we hear of Akechi in the engine room, he learns from rejection of the worst aspects of himself, and from Joker, that justice is about how he conducts himself in the face of total and abject injustice. In his final moments, he comes away with a lesson from his rival. Justice is often unfairly blind to people like Akechi, but justice itself is not heartless. With that, I do believe we have a heart to change and a promise to keep. There's only one thing left to say now. Oh, Shido!
What is up, everybody? We are the ones who you all know as the Phantom Thieves.
And all of us are alive and kicking. But those shitty guys in power, they've been manipulating information to try and hide the truth.
What is this? Where's it coming from?
I don't know. We can't switch it out. Seems we aren't the only ones affected either.
So, before we appropriate our next target, we would like to first borrow your time.
The recent scandals of public figures, the
What if that's
accidents
just
caused
an
by
effect?
psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns, these weren't caused by unknown reasons. One man is behind every single instance, simply to satiate his own greed.
That man was afraid his crimes would be exposed and shifted the blame on us. He even manipulated the police for that.
We only steal the hearts of criminals. This asshole tried to dump what he did on us. That just shows he doesn't care about those
Are they
victims
stupid?
at all.
Shut everything down!
The identity of that cowardly man is...
What the hell? Who's getting good?
Ooh, the police reacted much faster than I thought. Too bad. I
The man behind it all is a current cabinet member of all things. The Minister of State for Special Missions, Messiah Shido.
Everything that guy says is a lie. And to prove that, look, as you can see, all of us are alive and kicking. I'm sure the people investigating us can tell if this is a lie or not. Shido himself will soon confess all the crimes.
You think it's some kind of prank?
No way. Could this be real?
Don't block the road, people!
What's going on?
We're not gonna sit back and watch some crook wreck this country just because of his goddamn ego. Ain't that right, leader?
Hey, we can see his face!
Yes. Before that happens, we will take this country.
Hello? Yes. We're looking into it now. Please, if you would so kindly...
Very well. I'll crush them beneath my heel.
Shido!
Where did you lowlifes obtain that power?
Thieves cannot believe just how dismissively callous Shido is. Not only towards us, but more specifically towards Akechi, with Yusuke understanding the most out of anyone in our party what a monster of a man Shido is for manipulating his own flesh and blood to kill on his behalf.
What did you do to Akechi? He was your own son.
I had a feeling it was something like that. He reminded me too much of that woman. I also have an idea as to why he approached me. He was hoping to trap me, was he not? He was sharp, but in the end he was just a kid. I controlled him merely by offering praise. I intended to dispose of him as soon as I became Prime Minister.
What?
I could never keep someone with such intimate knowledge of my past alive. What an ace detective. He was standing beside me all this time, yet couldn't see through my plans.
Of course, On, the most empathic of us all, is mortified at Shido's treatment of Akechi.
How could you?
Despite all of his power, Shido knew exactly that at the heart of all things, Akechi was still an unloved, unwanted kid. Without missing a beat, the two thieves most affected by Akechi's murderous escapades decide to show solidarity in regards to this incorrigible treatment of a kid who was pushed to do evil things by an evil man. While Akechi is culpable, Futaba and Haru posit that Shido was ultimately the one who fired the gun that killed their parents.
You stole my mom's research and took her life!
Everything you've done has been for your own selfish gains! You even killed my father! I will never forgive you!
Shido then has the gall to wax on about how Akechi was one but of a few sacrifices necessary to make his vision for this country a reality. A country where Shido, as its leader, will rule over the people he deems to be a part of the ignorant masses, with Shido granting them just enough freedom and security to where they will never feel his boots on their necks.
The hell makes you think you're so much better than everyone else?
You never would have been able to make it this far without Akechi's help!
He only appeared because of the expectations God held for me. Moreover, it was thanks to me that Akechi was able to properly use his power to begin with. The changing of hearts that you've been doing was nothing more than provoking the public.
How selfish! You were unable to win by honest means, so you used foul tricks to ascend the political ladder.
A cruel person like you has no right to stand leading the citizens of this country. You're nothing but a criminal who rose above others by climbing a staircase of sin.
The life of a nation, as opposed to those of a few sacrifices. There can be no comparison. The ignorant masses only care about their own personal happiness. I am merely granting that for them. That is the social reform that only I, as the one chosen by God, can enact.
These are just delusions of grandeur, and if we do not stop Shido, Akechi would just be another bullet point on a long list of victims that Shido used and then discarded to seize power. As we prepare to fight our toughest battle yet, we begin to see just how distorted Shido's heart is.
Let me make myself clear. Do not think of me as you did my foolish son who acted so brashly. You little... Die! Without further delay!
Our leader's gone through shit because of you! It's on!
Stand in my way. There is no need for thieves in my mighty country. Only myself and the ones who revere me are needed.
Risking our lives to stop rotten adults.
Sona.
That's why we're phantom thieves!
Once upon a time in antiquity within ancient civilizations such as the Assyrian Empire, it was tradition for future rulers to head into an arena with a single lion with the intent of slaying it, with its own two hands as a means to demonstrate their courage and prowess to their subjects. As a leader, lions are considered to be equally as powerful as they are majestic, and to the Assyrians, lions were often seen as the penultimate example of courage, power, strength, and leadership skills, as the only outward desire they seem to express is a want of protecting one's own pride. It's easy to say that Shido's own distorted heart is attempting to invoke that same symbol of strength, but of course, it's a sick and twisted parody of the meaning of that symbol. The lion Shido has mounted is composed of all the ignorant masses and people he's stepped on or otherwise killed to cheat his way to power. There's nothing noble or majestic about this cognitive apparition. Shido is no Lionheart. He's a liar and a cheat who never once had the gall to step into the arena to prove himself king. This is reflected with Shido's discarding of his simple clothing for a visage that invokes image of the white politicians and, more importantly, the emperor, who dressed during the time of Imperial Japan. Shido's new clothes are a dead ringer for the Terifuku, or the official court dress of the Empire of Japan, which, if you don't know, is now illegal for politicians to wear in Japan because of the outcome of World War II. Allow me to explain further. During the Meiji Restoration, until the end of the Second World War, these types of regal military-style clothes were inspired by Western monarchs, as Japan attempted to become more westernized to compete with the rest of the world. Of course, by emulating the rest of the world, Japan had dreams of an imperial empire, of becoming an Asiatic superpower as the Imperial Army conquered and violated the sovereignty and peoples of Manchuria, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and many more islands in the Pacific Ocean. It's not hard to see what social order Shido intends to bring back from the dregs of Japan's war-torn and violent past. He fancies himself as a perfect copy of Emperor Hirohito, right down to his beliefs of subordination of individual citizens to the state, along with Shido's insistence that he was chosen by God to lead Japan into the future, with Shido having fantasies of encouraging violent imperialist expansion to regain some kind of lost glory he thinks Japan has lost.
I'd never accept a leader who makes a teenager murder people! You say it's for the country, but I bet it's all for yourself. Nobody would wish for something like that!
Nobody? Then why was I chosen? Why are they surrendering the seat of Prime Minister to me? Everyone denies the value of hard work these days. Instead, they seek to effortlessly gain wealth. That is why I must re-establish this mighty country. One that does not waver. One that others bow to.
Mighty my ass! That's just a crooked country made by a crook!
We cannot let you do this. You are a disgrace to Japan.
It seems the ignorant masses are doomed to remain as such. I thought you were smarter than that. This is unfortunate. I have no choice but to eliminate you all. A small leak will sink a great ship. Great nations have fallen to such lenience. I'll not make such incautious mistakes!
Of course, the matter of imperialist Japan was settled with nuclear fire at the cost of a further 129,000 to 226,000 people perishing to put a permanent end to the war. It took a nuclear bomb for Hirohito to finally throw in the towel, declare defeat, and for the Japanese government to outlaw the Terifuku uniforms, following the uniform force in Japan to issue edicts that effectively abolished the imperial court in May of 1947. The goal was to rid Japan of all the mechanisms that had driven them to war by erasing and crushing all Japan's dreams of empire. However, if Shido truly intends to mimic the ideology and actions of a fanatic and genocidal imperialist empire, I don't think he would have blinked at that many people dying in the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in pursuit of the nation that he desired to create for his own selfish reasons. Shido has demonstrated time and time again that he's not only a ubiquitous avatar of pain and suffering, but he is also totally indifferent to the utter destruction he leaves to his wake. He does not care about the consequences of his actions whatsoever. This notion extends to Akechi's conception as well. If we go back to when Joker first ran into Shido in his hometown, when Joker spotted a very drunk Shido trying to stuff a random woman into an R to undoubtedly sexually assault her, we can see that Shido also does not learn from his rather stupid and reckless mistakes either. If Joker had intervened at that point, it would have been totally possible for Akechi to have a baby half-sibling out there, which makes both Akechi's existence and Shido's total disregard for any kind of subtlety all the more Kafka-esque. As his shadow reveals, Shido had always suspected that Akechi was the son of that one woman, and had taken steps to ensure that he was always leagues ahead of Akechi's plans to expose himself as Shido's son to the public. Yet, knowing this about Akechi, as he's actively pushing him to murder on his behalf, Shido goes and does the exact same thing that caused this problem in the first place. Moreover, if he sires another bastard child, then there's the implication that another kid is going to be party to his single mom and face all the discrimination and tragedy that Akechi has to endure his entire life. It's utter madness that he's unable to see that someone will come along and take advantage of him, or that he's seemingly unaware, or that he doesn't care about the consequences of his own actions. By catching the eye of one with the will to not cave to despair, but with a moral fiber to rebel against him, Shido has made the worst mistake of his life. With the stakes of this battle now turning ever more personal for Joker, over the course of this fight, Shido reveals his true form to us.
Small sacrifices are inescapable for those wishing to be powerful, competent leaders. How would you ever reach your destination if you stopped to count every ant you crushed on the road?
Are you saying that the people you killed deserve to die?
He's totally insane!
I wouldn't expect the ignorant masses of this country to understand. Thus, I will offer proof. By forcefully crushing the Phantom Thieves! I'll erase any who stand in my way!
As has been the case with all the past palace rulers, Shido's shadow is the distorted reflection of his corrupted desires as a paranoid and callous authoritarian ruler, obsessed with the imagery of appearing strong, noble, and powerful, with Shido doing his best to project that image to the public. His cognition fancies himself as the only one capable enough, strong enough, and willful enough to make all the hard decisions, to which lesser men would only balk at. To this end, Shido considers it a strength of his character. However, to the onlooker, he is nothing more than an actual and literal political strongman. Within that, Shido and his disdain for liberal democracy and the rule of law shares many qualities, politics, and ideologies with politicians such as Stalin, Hitler, Mao, Mussolini, Vladimir Putin, and Donald Trump. All of them aim to cultivate a cult of personality in order to then push a narrative that they alone have the capability to lead their country into their glorious future, that they alone can solve their respective country's problems and deal with whomever they deem to be enemies of the people or existential threats to society. By adding a few dashes of nationalism to drive the public into a manic frenzy, the strongman then has the praxis to wage war against an intangible enemy in perpetuity. That, of course, the strongman will forever insist exists, be it leftists, liberals, queer people, Semitic people, racial minority groups, or a group of heart-stealing teenage thieves. phonetically enthralled by the idea of a total collapse by this invisible enemy. The manner in which Shido consolidates power over the course of the game also lines up with his tyrannical archetype as well. The extrajudicial killings and purges of his political opponents, the appointment of loyal yes-men type sycophants to the legal system, the way Shido manufactures consent via weaponizing the media to craft a narrative to demonize the Phantom Thieves in order to manufacture consent for the current government to dissolve, the manner in which he implored the SCU director to then direct Sai and Akechi into lusting investigations into alleged crimes of his political enemies, only to then try them in a kangaroo court stacked with Shido's own sycophants. It fits neatly together. So, in other words, yes, Shido's true shadow form is literally the archetypical image of a fascist strongman, and is so without question. This aspect of his cognition, as well as what it means for Japan, makes him the most dangerous foe that the Phantom Thieves have ever faced, but more importantly, makes Shido an existential threat to Japan itself. Shido is injustice incarnate, and as we take him down, we finally make good on Akechi's promises to take his heart.
Then stay down!
This can't be. Losing to a brat like him.
At last, Joker's finally got his restitution, and Akechi has gotten his revenge. Through our actions, all of Shido's victims, Wakaba, President Okumura, Joker, Akechi, and countless others can finally rest easy. With Sai promising to prosecute Shido to the fullest extent of the law, a new era of truth and justice will reign in Tokyo. However, as the Phantom Thieves celebrate the success of their biggest heist yet, we will find out that another mechanical monstrosity has not only stifled the ability for people to grow, but has also further manipulated Akechi into sowing mayhem into society.
This story is a work of fiction. Similarities between characters or events to persons living or dead in your world are purely coincidental. Only those who have agreed to the above have the privilege of partaking in this game. The contract has been sealed. The world is not as it should be. It's filled with distortion, and ruin can no longer be avoided.
The Phantom Thieves are now 7 for 8 on Hearts Stolen, with Shido's being the newest notch to our belts. Not a bad record, all things considered, and for all the hearts we failed to steal, or for those who are no longer with us, Shido's confession will soon deliver justice unto them. On the eve of December 18th, all of Shido's victims will get their restitution, as Shido, stripped of all of his pride, lays himself and all his crimes bare for the country to see on live TV.
The reason President Okumura passed away is... I am the one who killed him. I also manipulated the information that the Phantom Thieves were behind the series of incidents. The one who controlled the hearts of others and gave rise to the countless victims is myself. It was all for my own promotion. For my own selfish gain.
What's going on?
I've even used people's lives as stepping stones in order to claim this country as my own ship. I am a true criminal that can be tried for any crime, and it still wouldn't be enough.
We finally did it. But of course, as we've established, the act of stealing hearts is much more easier than proving causality between Shido and his crimes. While we did change his heart and get a confession out of him, Shido still won the election in a landslide victory, with his fanbase still being confused or even doubting if Shido's confession was authentic.
Huh? This can't be true! Shido-san!
But with Sai now firmly on her corner, she aims to come out swinging.
Shido's guilty. Right, sis? It'll be difficult to prosecute him immediately. But I'll do this thoroughly until the causality between his other crimes can be proven. I believe Wakaba-san's research results will save Japan.
We could testify too, you know?
Thank you, but I'll be fine. I don't want to add any more unwanted suspicions on any of you. It's about time you let us adults prove that we can get our act together.
Now that we've finally taken down the big bad, we can finally have the chance to relax and put our feet up for once. Now that Sai's going to assume responsibility for finishing the job on our behalf. She intends to close the case around Shido, but of course, that means return to normalcy for the rest of us. And despite the levity of the situation, of course, Miss Prosecutor is still going to be a stickler about the importance of education.
I believe it'll be fine for him to return to school.
No!
Oh, one more thing. It's fine to celebrate, but keep it in moderation, okay? Considering that he's finally back, all of you need to take your education seriously again.
As we're grumbling grit our teeth through our finals, with Makoto doing her best to help us hang in there with some cramming, Sai does her best to assemble a case, but the more she presses, the more pushback she gets.
What do you mean I can't question him at this point?
Mr. Shido is in an extremely unstable state. I can't allow you to get in contact with him. He may officially have to undergo a psychiatric evaluation at this rate.
We are at the cusp of making a case. Do you know how much trouble we've gone through to get this far?
I'm just doing my job as a doctor.
Even if Shido was behind it, do you plan on convicting a central figure behind such a historical change?
What? Don't be ridiculous. This is a country governed by law.
Justice, Sai. While it's awesome to see Sai fighting on the side of justice once more, and taking down Shido, it appears we've only cut off the head of the Hydra. And as the rest of its heads work to replace the functions of the Severed, Shido's cabal comes up with a story that his confession was merely an outburst brought upon with the stress of the election.
What the heck? The Phantom Thieves are being treated like, well, like they never existed.
Goodness. No link among the change of heart incidents. Only coincidental psychiatric disorders. The Phantom Thieves only use those rumors to their advantage.
They bring him into a hospital for a full psychiatric workup. It's obvious bullshit to keep Shido away from the public eye and to make it virtually impossible for Sai to assemble a case against him on grounds of mental instability. As she investigates Shido's crimes, she finds that the SCU director is dead as well, for a mental shutdown nonetheless, and like all the other governmental positions, has since been replaced by Shido's lackeys on the count of the coattail effect, who in turn say the most outrageous things to try and dissuade Sai from further prosecuting Shido.
You still want to protect him even though you know what happened to the man previously at your post.
So, you plan on taking the head of the nation to court?
Fuck yes. That is exactly what Sai needs to do, and that's exactly what she's going to do.
You need to take a break, Nijima. I'm taking you off this case, especially since it's rumored you have ties to the Phantom Thieves.
What?
If I recall correctly, you still aren't married, are you?
And what the fuck does that mean?
You'll be on leave for a long time. Why not look for a husband while you're at it?
Oh, are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? Sai, punch him in the face. Kick him in the nuts. Do something.
As the thieves gather back at the Blonde, Sai enters the coffee and tobacco-laden cafe. She tells Makoto and the rest of us that unless the public wants Shido prosecuted, she's going to be arguing for charges from the bench. Given the current political climate, it would be impossible to bring about a case to prosecute Shido, with the general public still placing their faith within him. And thus, they don't really care about his crimes, nor do they care about the justice of the Phantom Thieves they were once so awestruck by.
I gathered the best of the best and fought for a case. But as Makoto must have told you, it was denied. At this rate, it won't end with just Shido's innocence. This trend will continue spiraling down. There's even the possibility that crimes using the metaverse will advance onto a national scale. But that's not what I'm here to tell you. We're in danger because we know the truth. It's only a matter of time before we're apprehended. It wouldn't be odd if they were to charge in now.
Not only does the public not care about prosecuting Shido, but given the pressure on Shido's lackeys, those who believe in the justice of the Phantom Thieves are too scarce and scared to act as they throw in the lot to arrest us. It's like we're inside of a palace, and ascertaining the public has become so distorted that the only logical course of action is to change a heart. Sai asks us to do just that. However, even that would be difficult to do. We have to change every single major player within Shido's cabal in a hair's breadth of time, before we're all arrested, and given how much they know about the metaverse, they could easily just dismiss all these events as stress or some such other. We really only have one option left: mementos. Morgana once said that mementos is the palace of the public, so it stands to reason that within its innermost depths, there lies both a ruler and a treasure. The question is, who or what's heart has become so distorted that it could affect all of society? As we all pile onto the monomobile, we find that the train cars we've seen traveling for the deaths of mementos do in fact reach a nexus point at the end. As we progress further, all the conjectures the party made about this place is proven true as we reach the end of the line. With its passengers disembarking onto the platform, we get a sense that this is only just the beginning of our venture into the depths of the public's cognition. Upon interacting with a rather creepy door that all the shadows seem to be going behind, the party remarks that it may only open from one side, meaning that all the shadows coming off the trains are coming here of their own free will, never to return back to the upper levels of Mementos. Given that this is the public's palace, it is quite the troubling sentiment, especially when we consider the organic yet paradoxically inorganic finger-like bones jutting up from the sides of the railway tracks. As we delve even deeper and discover that Mementos in its entirety is some kind of prison block that's getting slowly filled to the brim with new inmates brought in by the trains we've seen race about, we discover something both equally perplexing and horrifying. All the prisoners here, whom are all people's shadows, have come here of their own volition to be imprisoned.
Come on, don't be out there and come on in.
Don't open the cells, okay? I have no intention of leaving this place.
They feel safe being here? What are you saying? You're being kept in a prison.
That's right. This place is the best in the end. In the depths within is a system that grants desires.
A system that grants desires?
Something like that exists? Here?
It's no use. You can't reason with these people.
They're truly distorted, just like the scenery here.
You end up searching for stuff or being troubled because you're outside the prison. There are things you don't need to know to live on.
This makes the role of this palace exponentially more dangerous than even Shido. Whereas Shido used lies and manipulation to ascend to power via the use of the metaverse to murder his adversaries and evoke the outward image of a strong country, the ruler of Mementos has managed to convince its inmates that security is preferable to freedom. In the most Jungian senses of the word, every person's shadow trade the most detestable aspects of themselves to be uniformly locked up in the depths of Mementos. As we come upon the next holding cell, we see this plainly enough.
Kamoshida!
No. Madarame.
Kanashiro's over here. Is President Okumura here too?
Father isn't around anymore.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. More importantly, look there.
Masayoshi Shido.
Here we find the rulers of all our major targets throughout the game, from Kamoshida to Shido. They're all here, but have a certain defeatist energy about them now. They all express regret for expressing some amount of individuality as palace rulers, that it was wrong of them in the first place to think that they had any power, or that it was correct for them for wanting fame, fortune, and more.
Finally get to live without having to think for myself now.
I mistakenly thought myself to be talented. But now I think I'm a fool for wanting too much.
It's no wonder people who can't take a hint get yelled at. I'm done acting like a big shot. Who cares if I'm stupid? It's not like you get punished for being dumb. Nobody needs to strive to be more than they really are.
Shido's shadow is here as well, who informs us that this latter part of Mementos is where all the shadows are being herded to. Who informs us that the name of this place is called the Prison of Regression. As to why it is such a moniker gives the Phantom Thieves pause, as they wait if the social reform they fought for had any lasting impact, or worse, if the Phantom Thieves are indeed culpable in exacerbating the same problems that they hope to fix.
This look like captivity to you? Why, it's the exact opposite. The utmost freedom is available to anyone who desires it here. This is the freedom to not make decisions. A release from having to think for yourself. It is far more marvelous than the country I wish to create.
Release from having to think?
What a harrowing statement coming from Masayoshi Shido. It's terrifying he seems to adore the efficacy of this palace that robs people of all notions of rebellion and freedom of thought. Even though Shido was utterly ruthless in his pursuit of power, he still had to rely on deception, lies, and most importantly, the democratic process to attain power. Here, though, the palace ruler in the Prison of Regression has established a status quo that would behoove all of his prisoners to slavishly acquiesce to something resembling apathetic indifference and sloth. Apathy is the rule in the Prison of Regression, and so long as the shadows kept here desire peace of mind as opposed to desiring personal change for themselves, all forms of rebellion will be quashed on the basis of a lack of willpower to enact any change, good or bad. We realize that our changes of heart were not in fact a net positive for society. In changing the hearts of all the villains of the game, all we did was change them from being a chaotic member of society who delighted in terrorizing others in a conformity into another apathetic member of the public. In essence, the Phantom Thieves, despite all the good that came from changing the hearts, ultimately have been contributing to the same problems that they were trying to prevent. Instead of inspiring Japan to wake up, get up, and get out there to improve the society that they all live within, we convinced Japan to lean on strong men to make decisions for them. That having a lack of desire to improve society is a valid way to live one's life by re-imprisoning its worst offenders and robbing them of all ambition. Within that, the efforts of Akechi scorching the entirety of the earth on a quest of personal vengeance, the Phantom Thieves giving hope to a backsliding society, and Shido recognizing that there is something inherently wrong with Japan's stupid, ignorant masses driving the country to ruin weren't entirely wrong. Apathy and a lack of caring about the suffering of others is what enabled the honorable suffering of all the Phantom Thieves and Akechi, as well as giving Shido the means to rise to power. If literally everyone is surrendering the will to think for themselves, then they have all become slaves, which is perhaps why Shido or even Akechi felt that they needed to step up to the plate and do something. The public wants somebody to think and take action on their behalf instead of doing such a thing on an individual level. Moreover, we've essentially taught the masses that passing the bucket to an authoritarian strongman or a group of righteous anarcho-legalist revolutionaries is a valid way to run the world, as Shido and the Thieves will solve the more existential and epistemic issues within society so they don't have to lift a finger or do it themselves. However, despite all the power and fame that all parties involved in this utter mess have garnered, the masters still have the final say. It's as Shido implies, the courts of the collective cognition always has the last laugh.
Having the freedom to not make your own decisions only means that someone else is controlling you. Tell me, who is the ruler here? Who made all of this?
What an odd question to ask. It should be obvious. Every member of the general public. Haven't you learned anything in school? The collective ruler of a democratic country is its people.
The problem now is that they all seem to be under the thumb of some malevolent overlord. It would seem that even in death, Akechi's concerns and utter hatred about beings, groups, or entities possessing unchecked power has aged like a fine wine, especially as we get inklings that Shido and the Phantom Thieves, like the masses themselves, were likely being manipulated into overthrowing the government or changing hearts of the previous palace rulers by this palace's ruler. Thinking about that some more, if all the other palace rulers were allowed to escape this apathetic place through their own stored desires, necessitating that they either be removed and isolated into their own palaces themselves, then we have to ask why the ruler didn't have the power or desire to move the shadows back to the prison of regression. Why indeed did they allow for Kamoshida and the like to terrorize society in the first place? Considering this, it would then follow that every single palace ruler's heart we've changed was either planned out by the warden of the prison of regression or was some kind of trap or test of our mettle. By making such a commotion with the public, we robbed them all of the ability to change society for themselves, as they all either became dependent on the Phantom Thieves' brand of social reform or Shido's conspiracy. As we find what we think to be the treasure at the bottom of Mementos, we find that it's housed within a massive panopticon with the treasure at its center. Given that Shido told us that the prisoners want to be here, they have no reason to fear being punished by the guard tower at the center of the prison.
Are you trying to say that someone else rules this place? Is it not the public?
What was that?
The treasure reveals itself not only as a sentient being, but as something immensely powerful. The Phantom Thieves begin to beat the crap out of this chalice, and as we do, we gain some more perspective on the mechanics of this prison and why it's taking this form within Mementos. The public's treasure and the source of the public's desires is held inside a massive panopticon. When the thieves do enough damage to it, the prisoners become rabid and desperate, begging for the thieves to stop.
Holy Grail? What was that?
As long as humanity yearns for me, I shall never perish.
Is this really what everyone wants? Stop thinking and be guided by the Holy Grail?
So long as whatever entity has a vice grip on this palace and the public's cognition, the public will always deem our desires for social reform meaningless and unneeded. Until that is achieved, we have no place within the public's cognition while they're still enthralled by the Grail.
Humanity already wishes for their distortions to be actualized. I am merely the being that will ultimately grant those wishes. Now, it is time I refrain from my place in this world and begin to encroach upon reality. It's...
That's a load of shit!
Encroach? What is it gonna do? Hey, this doesn't look good!
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Mona, what should we do?
I don't know what you are, but you can't keep arbitrarily deciding all this on your own. Humans aren't all stupid like you say they are!
Indolent, foolish humans, you shall offer your hearts to me. Now, the time for the fusion has come.
Hey, the ground's...
It's vanishing?
Hell no!
Mementos here in Shibuya? Is this what it meant by the fusion?
The Holy Girls managed to kick us both out of the cognitive world and fuse mementos within reality, with the public seeming to be none the wiser. Taking business calls, it was just another sunny day outside.
Man, what great weather! Want to go for a drive?
As if to add further insult to injury, the public now believes the Phantom Thieves to be non-existent, nothing more than just a dream or a rumor.
What were the Phantom Thieves all about anyway?
Oh man, hearing that brings back memories. I feel so dumb for even believing they existed.
This was the girls' power play, a way to prove to the thieves just how futile their efforts have been in social reform. The only people who can see this transformed hellscape that is Shibuya now are the thieves themselves and their confidants.
I can't believe this. Why is everyone acting normal? Don't they see this? I hope those kids are safe.
While this does indicate that Joker's assistance in convincing them to change their lives for the better has always had a lasting effort upon their cognition of the public, those thoughts are dwarfed by the apathy of the public, who can't see the sky literally raining blood or the spinal columns jutting out on the ground.
Why isn't anyone noticing this abnormality?
It's probably because they don't feel that it's odd.
Makoto's right. The public simply just doesn't care. And reveling in their apathy, we slowly start to disappear.
That son of a bitch! God damn it! What's this creepy ass shit about? Ah! Ah! My hand!
Ryuji! This can't be real, right?
What is happening to us?
No! No! My body's disappearing! Don't tell me.
Indeed, this isn't my doing. You imbeciles are about to disappear from the people's cognition.
That damn voice!
Mementos and reality have become one. Thus those who have disappeared from cognition cannot exist anywhere.
Disappear my ass! What the hell? Yeah! Is this really it?
No! No! Morgana, where did we go wrong? Is this all my fault? Because I brought you all there? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. The mission's a failure.
In the end, your rehabilitation was not carried through. It appears I have overestimated you.
You incompetent prisoner!
The assistance that we provided was all for naught.
Humans are more apathetic and more foolish than I had thought them to be. The world will soon see its ruin. You have lost the game.
Igor's right. We've been defeated, completely and utterly. As a result of the fusion between the metaverse and reality, the Phantom Thieves have been erased from the public's cognition after failing to truly sway public opinion. Igor demands the penalty for losing the favor of the public to be the pain of death, with Caroline and Justine duty-bound to carry it out. However, so long as Protek couldn't draw his breath, it's not over yet.
Yeah!
How insolent. To think you'd still show your rebellious will after all that.
Akechi was right. We really are just built different.
It's not over yet, boys. We will fight to the bitter end.
We order our own stay of our own execution, and are thus forced to fight Caroline and Justine until they remember who they truly were. The twins are warned to the Velvet Room, charged with rehabilitating and nurturing humanity under the guidance of Igor. What does executing Joker, their guest, fall under that kind of job description? After one last brutal persona fusion, the twins realize their folly by uniting their split consciousness into the true form, Lavenza, who then exposes the Igor we've been speaking to throughout the entirety of the game as a fraud, a pale imitation of the real thing. Who then exposes the Igor that we've been speaking to throughout the entirety of the game as a fraud, a pale imitation of the real thing. Worse still, the ordeals Joker, his teammates, and Akechi went through throughout the past few years was a result of a stupid thought experiment concocted by this entity that took over the Velvet Room and co-opted the cognition of the masses for his own gain.
The game isn't over yet. Whether the human world is left as is, or destroyed and rebuilt, it is all sport to me.
Be careful.
If I were to put it into words that you can comprehend, I am the holy grail that grants wishes. No, it may be more accurate to say that I am a god who responds to desire and holds dominion over man. I hoped seeing a righteous thief vanquish evil would spur mankind to change their own indolent hearts.
Indeed, this fake Igor is in fact the Holy Grail, the god of control called Yaldabaoth. This malevolent god was born in the public's cognition and was also responsible for making rebellion all but impossible for the general public. On top of that, he is also responsible for pitting Joker and Akechi against each other in the first place. As Lavenza tells us, there was a point about 3 years ago where Yaldabaoth managed to overthrow the true Igor and co-opt the Velvet Room for a game.
To decide the fate of the world, it chose 2 people with potential and pitted them against each other. One, Goro Akechi, incited the masses' distortion. Had he won, the world would have been destroyed and remade. The other was a trickster who would stand up against this. That was him.
If he won, the human world would be left as is. Those were the conditions of the game. At least, that's what should have happened.
Yaldabaoth set the table by manipulating the public's cognition to install Shido in power and then enabling his conspiracy. Then he set about crafting the stakes of this game-turned-thought experiment by giving 2 people with similar yet extremely different backgrounds the power of the wild card to see if Joker's desire to reform society was stronger than Akechi's desire to see the world burned to ruin. This would also mean, as part of this thought experiment, 2 unwilling kids were plucked out of their normal everyday lives and forced to duke it out for Yaldabaoth's entertainment. With Yaldabaoth controlling the masses and ensuring that Akechi and Joker were victims of Shido, this makes the kind of manipulation Akechi had to endure all the more horrific and terrifying. Not only was Akechi a bastard, not only did he have to witness his mother perish before his eyes, but Yaldabaoth gave him the wildcard ability and knew full well that it would be impossible for Akechi to form meaningful relationships with other people like Joker would eventually be able to do. It is so cruel that this malevolent false god plucked Akechi from his place within the world and gave him a persona that inherently was meant to drive other people mad. However, this game of pitting Akechi's brain of justice against Joker's was never meant to be a fair one. Under the guise of rehabilitating Joker and assessing his methods over Akechi's, Yaldabaoth's plan was to assess the best methods of saving humanity from becoming a bunch of lemmings. This was never a fair game from the beginning, and every single time Joker or his teammates had a brush with death, Yaldabaoth was responsible for it all. The slavish way the public starts to admire Shido, despite all the crimes he's committed, both before and after we expose him.
Answering to the interests of the people as hastily as possible is my natural duty as a politician.
That politician is honest and carries an overwhelming amount of charisma.
Oh, yay, yay, yay. Clap, clap for Shido. Clap. He's saying the things I like on TV. Clap, clap.
No sane, normal person would talk this way about politicians. To all the conversations in the Velvet Room this fake Igor has with Joker before major plot events, such as we're about to be framed for Akuma's death, were all orchestrated events by the God of Control. The thing is, Joker's merry band of thieves managed to trounce Yaldabaoth at every single turn, and cause Yaldabaoth itself to drastically change the rules of the game, so that it would always end up ruling over humanity in the end anyway.
You forcefully dragged him into the metaverse and imposed an ordeal he did not deserve.
It desperately wanted Akechi to succeed as his own enforcer, for Akechi to take down Shido with him, and thus drive all of Japan into a political hellscape. Think about it. If Akechi exposes Shido, then the entire governmental apparatus that put Shido in power in the first place would be seen as utterly rotten, requiring it all to be razed to the ground. This was all according to Yaldabaoth's plan. The idea was to use his power over humanity's cognition to drive them all mad with a need for a powerful leader to guide their indolent hearts, thus manufacturing consent for Yaldabaoth to rule over humanity as a god. This actually kind of happens if we accept Yaldabaoth's deal. Joker essentially becomes Akechi in the bad ending of the game. Yaldabaoth offers to restore the world to one rife with distorted hearts for the thieves to steal, as it also promises to position Joker as a famous hero who's lauded by the public as a phantom thief. As Yaldabaoth changes the public's cognition to grant Joker this desire, crime rates increase, which leads to more people dying and suffering, just so Joker can play hero. The price for this is very steep, as it requires Joker to abandon his teammates in the Velvet Room and sell out humanity's will to think for themselves. Of course, the Joker we know would never do anything of the sort, especially if he managed to convince Yaldabaoth's own champion, Goro Akechi, to reconsider how he goes about exacting his righteous vengeance on Shido before perishing to ensure that we would make it this far. Akechi knows what the sting of self-betrayal feels like, but Joker, well, he knows better.
Well said.
This is why Joker's my favorite Persona protagonist. Look at the sass. You kidding? It's as we said before. Joker is just built different. We owe it to our rival to see him once again, one day to finish our duel together. Within all this Kafkaesque manipulation of both wildcards, we learn something about Yaldabaoth's desire to stifle the growth of the human spirit as well. Upon stepping outside into the city, we see that Yaldabaoth somehow incorporated the Velvet Room into the cognitive world and turned it into some kind of quarantine cell to house a dangerous criminal. The criminal in question was, of course, Joker all along. The fact that Yaldabaoth took such measures to ensure that he will rule over humanity tells us one thing: he is afraid of us. He is afraid of a bunch of misfit teenage Persona users and 2 wardens in the Velvet Room. We're that much of a threat to him that we had to be locked away so we wouldn't be able to interfere with his plans. Despite his claims of humanity being a bunch of indolent lemmings, the fact that Joker had bested Yaldabaoth at every single turn just by sticking to his own sense of justice proves him wrong. Nobody ever will be able to force Joker to change his sense of justice or himself. As we've learned with Akechi, being a rebel is much more than being basically cynical and anti-establishment. It is about how you personally conduct yourself in the face of injustice. It's about having the freedom to choose and make your own choices. About finally realizing that despite all the tragedy you've endured throughout your entire life, you still have the choice to grow and change. It's unfortunate that Yaldabaoth pit us against each other in such a manner, as Akechi would have likely been alongside Joker on this very day to take down Yaldabaoth for good. For now though, we'll have to settle with avenging Akechi and every single person Yaldabaoth endeavored to forcefully play his rigged game. This twisted game needs to be reset, as does the public's cognition, so that everyone can depart from its slothful ways and self-determine once more.
Be gone.
Preposterous! You dare honor people's wishes!
We want information. Information. Information.
Who are you?
The new number 2.
Who's number 1?
You are number 6.
I am not a number. I am a free man.
Let it be known that on a white Christmas Eve, the Phantom Thieves defeated the false god of control, Yaldabaoth, through rebelling the masses to collectively rebel against the distorted and slothful reality this mechanical beast sought to rule over. This was our justice, and we managed to see it through to the very end. Now, permanently cut from the metaverse, the Phantom Thieves are forced into retirement, and to some of us, it's a bit of a relief. We can finally turn back to the humdrum. Or can we? The pleasant ambiance of Shibuya on a white Christmas Eve is cut short as Sai finds us amidst the crowd to thank us for taking her request to take Shido down. But we're still left with a problem. We're out about this defeated and the public is no longer looking for reasons to slide backwards into apathy. Sai asks us for our cooperation one last time.
Shido confessed to a variety of crimes. We can arrest him on those charges. The problem lies in proving him guilty. It'd be difficult unless the correlation between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns is made. I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police. Your testimony will be necessary in order to prove Shido guilty. However, that will mean placing you on center stage. You'll be treated as a hero who saved this country. But there's no way that the police or the public prosecutors will let that slide. If you turn yourself into the police, you'll definitely be arrested. I'll close all the cases surrounding Shido. I intend to expose them all. It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
A thief's work is never done, so it seems. We still have to prosecute Shido and his cabal. Without evidence and due process, Sai will never be able to convict him without Joker's help. As Joker anticipates getting a couple more buckets of cold water dumped in his face, we're met with a bit of a surprise.
There's no need for that.
You...
If they get their hands on the perpetrator, there'll be no need for him to turn himself in, no? That appears to be the case.
You said there's no need. Just what do you mean by that?
Exactly as it sounds. I'll agree to testify against Shido and his crimes. I assume that works for you? That's right. I have no hidden agenda at this point. If I had to explain myself, I'd say it's simply personal principle that I repay my debts.
Akechi is here to complete his character arc and make good on the lessons concerning justice that Joker taught him before his disappearance. With Akechi's faith in more traditional means of justice restored, we're free to wander around the city on Christmas Eve and into the new year. We're former teammates of what Akechi has done on our behalf.
Akechi did what?
And that it's in due part to his efforts that Sai is having a remarkably easier time prosecuting Shido. There's even a good chance that Joker's criminal record might be expunged as well. It's like something out of a fairy tale, and as we carry on our celebrations into the new year, we have the strangest dream. We wake up in our prison attire that we only don while in the Velvet Room, and stranger still, we aren't in the Velvet Room either. Instead of waking up in a cell to do business with Events and Igor, we are instead at Shujin Academy.
Class will be dismissed momentarily.
As we wake up, things get exponentially more weirder. We wake to find that Morgana is unironically not a cat, and all of our party members are speaking nonsense. Makoto, Haru, and Futaba are acting like their parents are alive. Descending from the attic on the very next day, on the 2nd, we find Wakaba Ishiki, Futaba's mother, just casually sitting in a booth of the blonde cracking jokes and talking as if everything is completely normal.
Can't remember the last time I actually got to relax and enjoy myself on a New Year's like this.
Just then, we get another surprise guest. Someone else who seems to have their heads on straight. Akechi's here, and he seems just as bewildered as Joker. One of his marks is sitting right there, being completely unbothered, and, well, breathing.
You know, don't you? We have to discuss this. That's right. Just like you seem to be. Come on.
We head outside to compare notes and find that most of our memories remain intact, including Akechi's face-off with his condom copy in Shido's palace.
Well then, let's try to sort through this situation. That seems as good a place to begin as any. At the end of last year, I turned myself into the police as the perpetrator of the serial psychotic breakdown incidents. Your memory of this is still intact, correct? Ah, yes. So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself. We have greater concerns right now. In fact, I'm a bit offended you think so little of me that you expected me to be dead.
Meet the new Akechi sans the Prince Detective persona. This is who he truly is to a T, an incredibly cynical and resentful person with a vocal affect befitting of an antisocial person that he was molded into being by Shido and Yaldabaoth. True to form, Akechi's rivalry with Joker still remains, as does the chip on his shoulder about resenting all forms of pity or mercy. Be it Akechi feeling offended that Joker expected his rival to be dead, or the police unceremoniously cutting him loose after testifying that he was indeed behind all the mental shutdowns, both equally draw his ire and confusion, with the latter concerning him the most.
Obviously, I was thoroughly interrogated about my involvement in Shido's case, but for some reason, after questioning, I was suddenly released. No explanation whatsoever. Yes, I was acquitted of all charges. It's absolutely preposterous. More than that, it should be impossible for them to release a confessing suspect after only a brief interrogation.
From our point of view, behind the watertight bulkhead doors in Shido's palace and our meeting on Christmas Eve, Akechi ended his character arc by wanting to take responsibility for the injustice and chaos that he had a hand in sowing. Now, someone or something out there has brought us together again. Something interested in fulfilling wishes regardless of how someone like Akechi feels about the matter. Despite Akechi's history as a detective being mostly a charade, he's still able to deduce the important facts about our current situation.
Wakaba Ishiki. I can't believe she's been brought back to life. For the time being, you seem to be the only one who's still in their right frame of mind. First, I need information. Can you tell me what happened after parting ways with me in Shido's palace? I see. Though some abnormalities appeared immediately, the most glaring ones arrived after the new year. And all of the Phantom Thieves, with you as the sole exception, are living in this altered reality without even realizing it.
We're able to deduce that all the wish fulfillment started to appear at Christmas Eve, for the most glaring ones being how our significant others commented upon their contentment with how the final heist turned out.
I don't know if I've ever been this happy in my life. It feels like I found my fairy tale ending. Well, it's not exactly an ending, I guess. But you know what I mean? When I'm this happy, part of me just wonders if it's real. I guess I'm just not used to actually being content.
Those events, along with the sudden availability of the Christmas cake and the ease at which Shido was being prosecuted by the police, despite Akechi being able to walk away with not so much as a scratch, makes everything else that follows fairly obvious. We're living in a false reality and are stuck within it indeed. Akechi and Joker join forces to resolve the situation and thus create a new pact like the one they formed within Shido's palace. As we head to Odaiba to meet up with Yoshizawa to infiltrate a palace that she spotted there, the very same one she fell into and going into her own persona, we're able to figure a few more things out about Akechi, as he's finally able to be himself. As Akechi and Joker stand outside the palace, Akechi tries to be polite to Yoshizawa for old time's sake, but he can't quite hide his disdain for our current situation, his impatience, and cynicism from us and Yoshizawa for long.
Then simply hypothesize out here, we may be better off taking immediate action.
You mean, we should go into the palace?
Not only has a palace manifested in reality, but this is the only one visible to us. I realize I have no proof, but it's highly likely that this is related to our current incomprehensible situation. Wouldn't it be more efficient to just go inside and see what we can learn? That is, if we have the means to do so.
As we infiltrate the palace, Yoshizawa gets a good look at Akechi's outfit, of which he seems to find somewhat unsettling. But of course, Akechi has good reasons for permanently donning his black mask outfit, now that he has no hidden agendas to hide or anyone left to deceive, including himself.
That one?
Oh, you mean this old thing? Yoshizawa-san aside, there's no reason for me to uphold the pretense of a righteous, sincere detective prince. Enough chatting. Let's move out.
This is Akechi as himself, unbound by any sense of social propriety or ones of affection from others. He's now holding nothing back. If we'd truly been imprisoned within this reality against our will, being the only 3 people out of the entire world to remember what it looked like before being co-opted by another malicious force, then of course he's going to violently resist the designs of another entity to pigeonhole him within this reality. This notion also stretches across to the Japanese dub of the game too. As the Prince Detective, who was once concerned with his affable and polite image, Akechi before his betrayal will use the word boku to refer to himself and kimi to refer to other people. This is usually considered the polite way to do so, but now, As his truest self, Akechi chooses to use more inflammatory language. From now on in, he will always use ore to refer to himself, and when referring to others, he will use kisama or omae. Just to give you some perspective, these rather impolite words are mostly used by Best Boy Ryuji as a resident delinquent thug, though Akechi's sarcastic cynicism is the direction of a different kind of abrasive than Ryuji's usual antics. As we encounter the first shadow of this palace, Akechi seems outright disgusted that the palace ruler's cultist ideology is equating Akechi's want of independence and freedom from this false reality as Akechi himself striving for self-suffering instead.
Sorry, but we're going to pass through there now. We don't have the time to waste on peons like yourself.
Why do you willingly strive for self-suffering? Why are you reaching out to your own pain?
Yoshizawa-san, you can do this, right?
Yes, ready whenever.
It'll be too much trouble to go about this haphazardly. I'll provide the support. Look at this scum pile up. Fine by me. Time for a bloodbath. It's been quite a while. Nothing gets me quite as excited as this.
Akechi-san!
Now, time to obliterate them.
All right.
If it wasn't already obvious, Akechi's not very receptive to what the shadow defines as salvation. As we line up for combat, noting our newest Greenhorn's lack of experience with said combat, Akechi takes the role of our favorite sarcastic navigator and relishes in tearing apart the shadows of this ruler.
That one was too easy to knock down.
I think I speak for everyone out there when I say that this is the best part of the game, bar none. Seeing Akechi as his unimitated self utterly destroying the competition and quipping about the happenings of combat is absolutely hilarious. Here are some of my chosen favorites.
I'm getting a warm, tingly feeling from all this power! I'm going to make its last moments on Earth its most painful! Run! Get out! Get out! It's useless, idiot! You're all my enemies! No, I am not brainwashed! Last is going to be the worst. Don't you see? There's no hope! We're going to die here! You piece of shit! I'm gonna kill you! I don't want to do this scary shit anymore! This one just got betrayed by its teammate! Imagine how that feels.
Bonus Japanese Akechi voice lines!
Hey! Koi!
Of course, it's not just all comedy value. With Akechi as our navigator, and for once being totally honest with us now, there exist some character moments within his dialogue that give us some insight into his more ruthless outlook, how he still views Joker as the better rival, among various other things. These changes get super blatant with the changes made to Akechi's all-out attack finisher portrait. Before, while donning the facade of the Prince Detective, this finisher involved a sheriff's badge with a plaque on it that says, "My sole interest is uncovering the truth." Akechi also does this super weird dance where he tries to end it on a more regal note as well.
Of defeat.
Conversely, as his true self, Akechi's finisher portrait is remarkably more straightforward. Instead of a gaudy golden star, it's now the emblem of a cloaked figure about to execute a shadow with a placard that reads, "I decide the truth."
Piss me off.
It's exactly how Akechi felt before his betrayal, after it, and now. Faced with a reality that seems constructed in such a way as to not allow Akechi to follow through on what he learned in Shido's palace about the importance of personal justice and independence. This portrait is not strictly about Akechi's bloodlust, as is about him wanting to decide his fate for himself. Within that want of freedom from this fake mirage, we find that Akechi still has a chip on his shoulder and his navigator dialogue as well. Let's start with the former for the sake of insight. There are multiple lines of dialogue that indicate that Akechi is still beefing with Joker, and to some extent, does acknowledge that Joker is in fact the better man to the point of almost idolizing him. If Joker manages to dodge an attack, Akechi expresses approval with a hint of jealousy and insecurity.
You make that look easy, Joker.
That inferiority complex is clearly still there, but gets blunted a little bit by Akechi's admiration for the ease at which combat comes to his rival.
I shall Joker took one down. I gotta keep up. That's it, Joker. It's time to kill. Joker. You wiped him out. We can do better.
However, if Joker starts flagging and making tactical blunders, Akechi will become indignantly disappointed as he quips at Joker for getting uncharacteristic bested by a bunch of trashy shadows. He just expects better from Joker.
Joker's scared. What a sorry sight. Joker's enraged. I kind of like it, but it's not you. Calm down.
It's very telling where Akechi's head is in that department, as he respects Joker's differences with himself enough to understand that Joker's acting in a pocket here. Building upon that though, we notice that Akechi's rivalry with Joker also causes him to leap to his defense when Joker's HP is below 25% at the start of his turn.
Hey, Joker! Instead of dying, how about we crush them together? What's going on with you? If you die now, I'll kill you again myself. Get up, Joker. Do you want to die?
As we see, he's also struck with both denial and disbelief that Joker would even think of stacking so many repeated tactical blunders on top of each other to then cause his own death.
Joker, get up! Joker! How could you let them?
Regardless of what Yoshizawa thinks about Akechi's new digs, one thing is for certain. Joker's more or less accepted Akechi's bloodthirsty self and isn't unsettled by it at all.
So I've only shared pleasantries with Akechi-san. Would you say this is how he normally is? Like a ruthless sort of person?
Yeah, that's Akechi. Yep, this is his normal.
I see.
What say we save the idle chatter for later and keep moving? Unless teaming up with a ruthless sort of person is too much for you to handle.
And of everyone that has even tried to touch base with Akechi within his own life, it is kind of charming that Joker's just letting Akechi be himself here. But as we continue on through the palace, Akechi seems to know something that we don't. Whomever the palace ruler is has both an intimate knowledge of Kasumi's past tragedies and trauma, but yet seems on antagonizing her as a means to shoo her away.
That was your father in the video just now, wasn't it, Yoshizawa-san? And the one he was speaking to.
Sumire. My younger sister, Sumire Yoshizawa. I mentioned to you that I've lost a family member, right? But how was this video?
This only gets worse as we reach the palace's inner sanctum, where a cognition of Kasumi's deceased sister manifests as another means to unsettle her. But for whatever reason, the cognition insists that she is the one called Kasumi, and that the Yoshizawa that we've been partnered up with throughout this entire heist thus far is somebody else.
Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out while you have the chance? My younger sister! She should be here in the stadium.
What?
Oh, there she is! Sumire!
Akechi steps in when the palace ruler comes over the intercom.
Yoshizawa-san, you're...
I really hope this helped you understand.
A man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now.
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say. Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
He agreed to that much more readily than I expected. Perhaps the palace's ruler really will make his appearance.
Gotta love Akechi's cynical defiance here, but as Kasumi, if we can even call her that,
Kasumi Yoshizawa, eh?
Gets further unsettled on her way down to meet the palace ruler, the powers of the man in charge of this whole situation gives Akechi some pause as he defines the stakes of this new reality.
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki!
What?
Glad to see you're all doing well. I pretty much figured that you would end up infiltrating this place. Truth be told, this isn't how I was hoping we would meet again.
Dr. Maruki, you're the ruler of this palace?
Palace?
a place where distorted desires manifest. We're asking if you're the source of the desires here.
Ah, I see. Well, to use your own words, yes, I am this palace's ruler, but in my case, it seems a tad different from the ones you've seen.
Would we also be correct in believing that you're involved in the abnormalities outside the palace as well?
Yes, you would. Do you like the reality I created for you?
You created it?
That's right. I have gained the power to alter reality, to make it whatever the people wish for. Is that how you really feel? The old reality was cruel and unfair.
Maruki is his palace's ruler, and not only that, he reveals that he's also responsible for the discrepancies with this new reality as well. He created this reality somehow and pigeonholed everyone within it without their consent. Maruki's plans for this newfound power are to dilute the entire world into a utopia where pain and suffering don't exist via overriding the cognition of the masses. He upholds Yoshizawa as both his first patient and example of why his plan needs to come to fruition. Turns out, Akechi caught on to the fact that we've been calling Yoshizawa-san by the wrong name all this time.
The truth is, Yoshizawa-san suffers immense pain each and every time she taps into her forgotten past.
My past? Dr. Maruki, what do you mean? What's happened to me?
Kasumi Yoshizawa is dead and gone after trading her own life for that of her younger sister, Sumire Yoshizawa, for being struck dead and hit by a car. In order to spare her from the survivor's guilt, Maruki effectively brainwashed her into a cheap imitation of her sister. While Sumire feels as though she not only robbed her more competent sister of her dreams and her life, with Sumire feeling so worthless that she thought that the only way to rectify her mistakes was to essentially kill herself and become a different person. Akechi sees right through Maruki's benevolent charade.
If Kasumi is gone and can't make her dream come true, then I want to become Kasumi, so I can turn her dream into reality for her.
So that's why you meddled with her cognition? For her own wishes?
That's right. Limited as it was, I already had the power at the time to actualize her wish. Put yourselves in her shoes for a moment. Sumire-san's older sister died from protecting her. Imagine surviving such a dismal tragedy. Who would be able to cope with that survivor's guilt, let alone heal from the emotional scarring that she suffered? If Sumire-san can live a healthy, positive life by becoming Kasumi-san, then I believe that reality is what would make her happy.
I've had enough of your high and mighty rationalization. All you really did was use her to try and make everyone acknowledge the validity of your research.
So that's how you see things, huh? That's quite unfortunate.
Of course, Akechi is going to be appalled in his own cynical way about how Maruki overrode Sumire's cognition. Not only did Maruki refuse to help Sumire as her therapist of all people, but he also selfishly manipulated her for his own gain. Sumire was a pilot test for Maruki's utopia, and regardless of how he spins it, Maruki still took advantage of Sumire's emotional turmoil for his own gain.
Of course I wanted society to acknowledge cognitive science through my research. But that's because my goal is to save everyone in the world like Yoshizawa-san by ending all suffering.
The worst part is that Maruki doesn't even deny it, but more or less justifies it as a necessary act of evil done for the greater good.
I wish to utilize my research to save humanity. I suppose that would be the desire I hold dearest.
What total nonsense.
You could very well be right. Still, I'm entirely serious about changing our imperfect reality. Just as she was saved by becoming Kasumi, I'll save every other person in the world currently suffering. In fact, it's my responsibility to do so. You can see how this world's bestowed the duty upon me.
Just from those statements alone, more comparisons to previous palace rulers arise. Maruki justifying Sumire's suffering and subsequent brainwashing as a necessary evil sounds almost exactly what Shido would say about manipulating the masses, and Akechi himself for his own ends.
The life of a nation, as opposed to those of a few sacrifices. There can be no comparison. The ignorant masses only care about their own personal happiness. I am merely granting that for them. That is the social reform that only I, as the one chosen by God, can enact.
The only difference as far as Akechi is concerned is the window dressing Marky has strewn about this new reality.
If you don't call that salvation, then what would it be?
And you assume we'll buy into your brainwashing and just live in the palm of your hand. Honestly, that sounds absolutely revolting.
I'm so on board with Akechi right now.
Alright, so that's your answer, Akechi-kun.
Moreover, Akechi is proven absolutely correct here about Marky's brainwashing, and Marky disguising his malevolence with his own form of benevolence, as he calls his bluff aboard kidnapping Sumire.
What do you think you're doing with her?
I won't harm her. It's in her best interest that you turn back. You've made clear that you reject the reality she desires. The reality where she lives as Kasumi Yoshizawa. It saddens me when you speak that way. Don't you understand? You deny her wishes when you say such things.
Her wishes, huh?
As Marky insists on making all of Sumire's choices for her, we then resort to force, but then force an exfiltrate from the palace as a means for Marky to convince us to accept this reality as he effectively holds Sumire hostage. Of course, instead of wavering, Akechi finds only more horrors and selfish manipulation done for Marky's benefit. Among these necessary evils, we find that he has changed the cognition of Sumire's parents to make them believe that she was at training camp since the new year. A lesser thief would balk at such power, but Akechi is of course relentless. Moreover, upon investigating Marky's reality further, Akechi detests the fact that all these changes Marky has made to this reality are not constructive, but rather convenient. Wakaba and President Takuma are alive, and Akechi and Joker no longer has a criminal record. The only concrete event that this reality shares with the old one is that the Phantom Thieves did exist for a time, and that Shido was in the process of being prosecuted for trying to overthrow the government. Everyone that has since died are also not cognitive beings. They are actual flesh and blood within this reality, with their deaths never occurring in this reality either. When Joker asks Akechi if he's a fan of all these revisionist changes, Akechi offers a cynical yet poignant answer.
That's quite the funny joke. It makes me want to puke. Remaining in this Maruki revised reality means living under his thumb forever. And I refuse to live like that. I'll be the one to choose my path. That's how I've lived up to now. And it's going to continue from here till the end.
It's not that Akechi feels regret for his actions as much as he wants to stick with the choices that he's already made. He wants the freedom to choose, and Marky's reality will directly deny Akechi's most basic wishes for how he wants to live his life. This reality is just another form of manipulation as far as Akechi is concerned, but it's exponentially higher stakes if Marky wins. If this gentle madman has his way, Akechi will end up just like the rest of the masses, Joker's teammates, and Sumire, trapped forever Marky's lotus-eating machine in blissful ignorance, free of pain and potential trauma, but never being able to make a decision outside the life that Marky has prescribed for them. These beliefs get further entrenched in Akechi's mind and heart when we fight Sumire after Marky drives her persona insane by stimulating her worst suicidal thoughts.
Did he? Sadly, she has lost sight of herself. She's in pain. Now, be her guide, and together, escape from the nightmare!
No, I can't! I don't want to go back to my life in cinders ever again!
What the hell? This so-called kindness of his disgusts me. Let's do this quick.
I refuse to go back! I'm happy here! This is where I belong!
I'll rescue you. The only way I know how.
Seeing the ends Marky would go to in order to bring about his utopia, not just by meddling with the minds of others, but their hearts as well, is absolutely abhorrent to Akechi. He cannot abide by this, but if we join him at the jazz club at specific dates over the next month or so, Akechi will level us about a few things, albeit with some indirect foreshadowing about his place in Marky's reality. On January 18th, Akechi says that it feels almost cathartic to be able to fight with everything he's got without holding back. He doesn't mind acting under a false personality, but would rather act as he truly is, as a free man. He then comments about Marky's hold on this world and gives an extremely extremely well-phrased metaphor to describe his feelings about what Maruki actually intends to do to Akechi and everyone else within here. Imagine if you had a fishbone stuck in your throat. You're not in any immediate danger, or nor is there any concern of choking to death, but you're in immense discomfort. Rather than extract the bone from your throat, Maruki gives you the best painkillers you can imagine, thus distorting your own personal reality to where you feel normal, but not treating the problem in the first place. Akechi also posits that by Maruki giving us these metaphorical painkillers, he's also taking away the ability for anyone to feel like something is out of sorts, which Akechi finds demonstrably horrifying. We've seen as much with his handling of Sumire, and that is a fate that Akechi does not want to fall afoul of. The next time we're out with Akechi on the 20th, his mind seems to be focused on the idea of change, but more specifically, how he finds the very idea of change to be nothing more than betraying oneself. Akechi talks about the idea of a social chameleon, where they constantly shift and change to different personalities in order to fit the bill. While this might be a bit of the pot calling the kettle black here, Akechi's just more concerned about an instance where someone changed their entire personality into something completely different on account of outside forces. He's not discounting that change itself is an inherently bad thing, but finds the very idea that someone could be pushed hard enough to change their entire personality into something completely unrecognizable from its original form, completely incomprehensible. That's what greatly disturbs him about such things. Such an act to Akechi is uncouth, and as we gather at the jazz club again, he decides to get all analytical and philosophical with us about what happiness means on the 23rd. We know that Akechi strongly opposes Maruki's reality, but posits some personal nuance to his utter disdain for his plans for the world. Akechi effectively asks us a few rhetorical questions about whether or not his desire for freedom and personal happiness is an inherently selfish one, and if it's even ethical for Akechi to be happy at the expense of other people's suffering. It's kind of the same question he asked us at rank 5 in the arcade, but zigzag just a little bit. If Akechi succeeds, they all return the reality they fought hard for, but other people will suffer as a result of Maruki's utopia collapsing. As to why Akechi's brought this up, he seems to want to give Joker something to think about as we steal Maruki's heart. The next day, Akechi gets even more philosophical about Maruki's reality and his place within it as opposed to everyone else. With both of us being aware of Maruki's influence after New Year's, Akechi thought that he was special for not being seduced by Maruki's reality like Joker's teammates were. However, upon thinking about it some more, we were only allowed to go after Maruki because Maruki wanted us to go after him and then submit to his will. Akechi posits that perhaps free will might be illusion and a part of Maruki's game, which again would then tie Akechi inexorably back to the goals of another palace ruler who wants to manipulate him. Finding the idea of being a pawn again rather funny in a cynical way, Akechi affirms that he's not just going to give up now, even if we are part of Maruki's game in some way, shape, or form. Even if free will doesn't truly exist and is only a theory, Akechi believes that free will does exist, and in believing in such things, he promises to keep resisting those who would crush the very idea of self-determination. This notion of unabashed freedom from Akechi is fascinating to think about in a rhetorical sense, but the implications of upholding the idea we struck with Akechi at the start of this whole reality-bending adventure gets more complicated when Maruki pays us a visit the day before the heist.
Sorry for the last-minute visit. How's Yoshizawa-san holding up? I've been concerned about a potential relapse, considering her difficulties with accepting this reality.
There's one tough girl.
You know, I would love for that to be the truth.
You are fucking insane, Maruki. You are crazy. You haven't been talking to her this whole time. I have. She's fine. She's finally coming around to it.
But people can't maintain their strength forever.
You're so wrong.
Indeed, Badger Knight from 3 years ago? Holy shit. Maruki is wrong here. In his sorrow, he is discounting all the growth that the Phantom Thieves and Sumire have undergone. But his most heinous crime, besides brainwashing Sumire and the rest of our team into blissful apathy, is stifling Akechi's own growth as well by trapping him here with us. As Joker affirms our wish to return to the old reality, Maruki reminds us that yes, we did indeed eat the lotuses that he was offering us.
This issue doesn't only affect you. Akechi-kun, this involves you too.
What do these two have to do with...
The relationship you two share is very unusual. A detective and a phantom thief. Despite being enemies, your relationship isn't based on hatred or ill will. That's why I found it so tragic when I learned what happened in Shido's palace.
You bastard!
So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Say, didn't you regret how things ended with him? You two came to a deep understanding of one another, yet you had no choice but to leave Akechi-kun to his fate. That's why I created a reality where you two could have a fresh start together.
After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously, you really are.
That would mean the Akechi in the real world is...
Get what I'm saying? I genuinely didn't want to tell you like this. I didn't want to make it seem like I'm holding him hostage. But no matter what you may think of me, I just want you all to accept this reality and move on with your happy lives.
And that matters how, exactly? Don't tell me you think dangling my life before us is going to have any impact on our decision. Well, I lacked conclusive evidence, but after I fought against you all, I had a gap in my memory that ended with meeting up with him again. There were also the cases of Wakaba Ishiki and President Okumura. Of course, I'd find all of that suspicious.
I see. I had a feeling the truth of the matter still wouldn't dissuade you, Akechi-kun.
Of course it wouldn't. This is Akechi we're talking about here. In Maruki's reality, Akechi is much like the cases of Wakaba Ishiki and President Okumura here. Their existence is mere wish fulfillment, as both Futaba and Haru wish for a better life with their parents. Or rather, a second chance. The same went for Joker's wish. Subconsciously, Joker wanted Akechi back so Akechi could have a second chance at life. However, with Maruki at the head of it all, he misinterpreted Joker's wish. Maruki interprets the understanding Joker and Akechi had of each other as both of them wanted a second chance at life. But that wasn't the case at all. In misinterpreting this wish, Maruki has made Akechi a slave once more, as he aims to tie Akechi's own fate and existence to the person who understands him the most. So that leaves us with a final choice here. We could rather selfishly accept Maruki's reality with whatever comes with it, just so we can hang out with Akechi in perpetuity, or we can expect Akechi's last will and testament, his own wishes, something that Maruki robbed him of as Akechi stoically faces his own death. Now, I could go into a long extended tirade about the morality of Maruki's reality and whether the happy ending he's offering us is worth it, what his palaces, personas, and their connection with Mentos means, and whether or not Akechi, Joker, or anyone else would benefit from his reality or not, as we did last time when we covered Sumire. However, that would be entirely missing the point, because Akechi does not care about Maruki's offer, because Akechi sees right through Maruki's malicious benevolence.
I genuinely didn't want to tell you like this. I didn't want to make it seem like I'm holding him hostage.
But Maruki, you are, and that's exactly the problem. As Maruki effectively holds Akechi's life hostage, we find ourselves in a remarkably similar situation when we first parted ways with our rival. In both situations, both here at LeBlanc with Maruki and all the way back in Shido's palace, we find that Akechi has a gun pointed to his head, where through it all, it's Wheeler's either forcing himself to change in something he detests the most, or manipulates him into taking certain actions.
Here, I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them. I was such a fool. Yes. That's the you our captain wishes to see.
Swap Cognitive Akechi or even Shido with Maruki in this instance, and we have the exact same result. This scene in the engine room would probably still play out the same. In Shido's palace, Akechi finally figured out what he wanted from life. It wasn't best thing than killing Joker or humiliating Shido. It was in the last moments of his life where he finally learned that above all else, he hates the man that he was forced to become.
So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved. You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
In caving to the despair that Shido caused him to experience throughout most of his life, he betrayed not his sense of justice, but most importantly, he betrayed himself. As Akechi and Joker stand together on the precipice of Akechi disappearing again, he swears not to regress upon what has already proven himself to be possible. Extrapolating all of his lessons he learned about the importance of conducting oneself in the face of total injustice, here and now, Goro Akechi resolves to make good on all those lessons by finally exerting his own free will to make his most important choices for himself. How he chooses to live and die by his own means and principles. This was never about justice of the government or making sure the Phantom Thieves succeed in taking down Shido, Yaldabaoth, or even Maruki. His mission now is about personal justice, as Akechi is determined to define what right and wrong mean to him personally. Even in this reality, and when faced with the possibility of oblivion yet again, the last thought in Akechi's mind right now is that he would rather die as a free man than be an affable slave to someone else once more.
I will carve my own path for myself. I refuse to accept a reality concocted by someone else, stuck under their control for the rest of my days. So what? That's the path I chose. All you have to do is stick to your guns and challenge Maruki. Or are you really so spineless that you'd fold over some bullshit trivial threat on my life? Then you already know what needs to be done. I want to hear you say it aloud. What do you intend to do? I won't wait a moment longer. Answer me. All right. I'm relieved to hear it. I will never accept this form of reality. I'm done being manipulated. Let's go back to our true reality. This is great. I feel so alive. I'll sow chaos as far as the eye can see. All right.
And with that, the cold and cynical power of Akechi's heart finally undergoes that synthesis he's long craved since we first met him long ago, truly cementing Akechi's desire for freedom from this fake mirage. Even here, Akechi's heart became stronger, and by gods, his heart changing to reflect his new outlook is an incredible milestone of character growth for him, with that fact proven even more so when we delve into who and what this persona is. Enter Hereward, a synthesis, a fusion of Akechi's personal ideas of thesis and antithesis that coalesce into the hero he's finally come around to being. Within history, Hereward was also known as Hereward the Wake, Hereward the Outlaw, or Hereward the Exile. He was an Anglo-Saxon nobleman and a leader of the local resistance to the Norman conquest of England, leading the popular opposition to one of the Conqueror's efforts to do just that. If we consider Maruki to be the analog for Rowan the Conqueror here, with his efforts to completely topple the old order in favor of a new utopia where he intends to rule as this new overlord, then Hereward being Akechi's new persona makes perfect sense. That, and the fact that Hereward resisting a usurper of the Saxon throne was likely the inspiration for the tale of Robin Hood in the first place. If we take a look at Hereward's design here, we can see that it takes a few hints from Robin Hood's design over Loki's. Rather than being a mischievous and psychotic trickster god donned with dazzle stripes to elicit confusion, Hereward keeps a superhero-like physique and features such as the RH stenciled on his chest. But of course, this time around, Hereward's visage invokes images of a darkened anti-hero rather than that of a noble superhero. In fact, whereas Sojima directly stated his inspiration for Robin Hood's design was Superman, it is fair to say that Hereward's design here mimics Batman's. Whereas Superman fights for truth, justice, and a better tomorrow, Batman uses the events of his tragic past, a personal event, as praxis to exact revenge upon criminals who would seek to recreate that tragedy for some other poor boy out there as well. Batman, like Akechi, is vengeance incarnate because he was created from pain, tragedy, and suffering, but resolves not to stoop to the level of other criminals in order to exact that vengeance upon others. This is the headspace Akechi occupies right now as he allies with the Phantom Thieves to depose Maruki so that no one else will ever again become a slave to his lotus-eating machine, to the very idea of caving to apathy, despair, or sloth ever again. When we go to fight Maruki on the Day of Fates, it's this refusal to change that Maruki cannot understand as he confuses this with Akechi not wanting to repent for his crimes.
Akechi-kun, don't throw away your life. If you're with him and his friends, you could begin to atone for what you've done.
Enough of this high and mighty bullshit. You're pissing me off!
While Akechi's response might confuse some or leave a lot to be desired compared to the way his teammates explain their reasons for rebelling against Maruki, his response, while simple, makes total sense. Akechi believes, or rather knows, that he does not owe Maruki an explanation as to why he still resists in the face of utter oblivion.
What's a life worth in a reality that was cooked up just to satisfy someone else? I say none.
Though this reality is painful, Akechi has learned to take it all in stride and fight for what he personally believes is right and just for himself. After years of being manipulated by malicious forces, Akechi finally learns that in order to find the one true path, one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty. Within that promise, Akechi will truly emancipate himself from this fake mirage, striving to define how he chooses to live and most certainly how he chooses to die by his own strength and means. With that being said, it's time to take back reality. So sit back, relax, and for one final time, pump that jam!
We've come this far. We ain't gonna give up.
Yeah! You gotta do way better than this!
Don't underestimate our tenacity!
It's just another threat. We'll overcome it like we always do. If I run now, I know I'll regret it.
It's time to
We'll decide for ourselves
the hype
what we want our lives to be.
I'm a bit occupied. So do your goddamn job!
Oracle, how does it look? Perfect. His head's defense level has dropped down to 0%. Go for it. Finish this, Joker.
Now I have no fear, seems we need to fight it together. I believe we can fly up in the sky. One day we may touch the ends of the sky. On the floor of the road we have to go. The rolling clouds we shall proceed until the end of the road. There's no turning back for us, 'cause we will never give up.
With the collapse of Maruki's reality, Lavenza breaks the news to us. Every single event Maruki destroyed to fit his ideal reality was reverted to the original state and played out normally. Instead of Akechi taking the fall for Joker, Joker agreed to turn himself in, which would also mean that Akechi is well and truly gone.
I refuse to accept a reality concocted by someone else, stuck under their control for the rest of my day.
Everything will return to how it should be. Everything. There are no exceptions.
While the Phantom Thieves do manage to row the masses to spring Joker from jail, this victory and Joker returning home is embittered by his absence. Or is it?
Oh.
I would like to sincerely thank all my Patreon members, my viewers old and new, for sticking around for the entirety of this insane analytical project until its very end. This finale marks the ending of Season 2 of Dichotomy of a Character, the ending of over 2 years of hours upon hours of digging into my favorite characters within one of my favorite games, and why those same characters are so compelling and well written. However, this isn't the end of all things, but rather the beginning of something new. From now on, I'll actually be listening to my YouTube analytics and making shorter videos as part of whatever series the future holds. If you're asking why I didn't heed these stats before, Persona 5 is a very thoughtful game, and I hope throughout this whole season, I've done the game and its characters some amount of justice. Of course, I encourage you all to wake up, get and get out there. Steal some hearts, swap those lies in the making, and enact some change upon society for the betterment of all. With that being said, this has been XBadgerKnightX, your favorite Phantom Thief and Longman, signing off. Itadakimasu.
Just